And we are live. What is good, everyone, on this fine 420? I say, everybody who can achievable, if it's achievable, do so. And glad to have you all here for the evolution of evolutionary debates. We're on evolution still, right?
Correct.
That's last I checked is you know, evolution being defended by the science.
Alrighty then. Well, I think we know this rodeo, so I'm gonna go ahead and introduce everyone. Our boy here on the left, Kungfujoe, as you know him, love him, or hate him. And where can everybody find you?
Yeah, I stream mostly fighting games on Twitch, but I do this sometimes. I'm usually on other people's platforms, but I might get my own pretty soon on YouTube or something. But for now, you could come find me on Twitch. You could fight with me there, stop me from what I'm doing. You know, if I'm in the middle of playing fighting games and you want to fight about religion or evolution or some type of feminist issue, go on ahead.
Because change is unchanging. And to my right, we have the challenger, Myta. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my dude.
Yep, my name's Myta. I don't exist. I'm not real. I basically am a what you would call a side character for other streamers' platforms. And if you know me, you know my positions, you know who I am. Have any thoughts, comments, concerns on the things I say, feel free to contact me. I'm pretty much everywhere at this point. So just don't feel free to reach out.
All right, so today we are debating on the validity and falsifiability of evolution. And so with the opening, I will give it to Myta.
All right, thank you. So basically, I'm going to start by explaining how my opponent tonight not only doesn't hold the ultimate skeptic position, but in fact takes this position as a cop out substitution for the failures of his own ideological belief systems. The most common arguments that you will actually hear tonight are going to be I'm agnostic to X, I don't know X, you've not convinced me of X, or you cannot prove X, pretty much in that exact order, while offering no meaningful criticisms or any substitutions to the claims I will make. Alternatively, I would like to offer a reminder that the ultimate skeptic position also requires not just denial of knowledge, but that one makes no affirmative claim against information that they have no knowledge of, and offers no paradoxical explanation that knowledge cannot ever be known. However, the ultimate skeptic does not claim to possess a vast library of knowledge, which my opponent does not, and will substitute it with ignorance in this debate. You will also notice throughout this, there will be a fundamental rejection of scientific evidence and simple reasoning in favor of a tongue in cheek appeal to the presumed more based or biased ideological framework in which it implies its claims of theological divine order as a justification for the denial of science. You will also notice that when confronted on the contradictions of the support structure of the ultimate skeptic, who in this case is not even a skeptic, the argument quickly falls apart when you do not know the ideology you are attempting to justify.
Excellent. All right. And in rebuttal, Kungfujoe.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little puzzled because I thought I was going to hear a defense of evolution somewhere in there, and it was more like an attacking of my position, um, which makes me kind of, I don't know. I feel like I didn't really. I mean, I'm already for this particular debate. My opponent is not a an atheist. Typically, I debate evolution against atheists because it is a an atheist motivated belief. Evolution is there. There is no reason to believe in what we call macro evolution other than to deny God, which is specifically why it exists. So us Christians, we already believe in what we call adaptation, or what you might refer to as microevolution, where we believe things about the thing change, but the thing itself doesn't actually change. Right, so that's what we believe, and we always get this conflation with evolutionary theorists where they say, "Look, the fruit flies we put in the lab and engineered, they got polka dots. So therefore, fruit flies used to not be flies at one point. That's like a massive leap in logic, and it's not actually science, but that's the best answer we get when we try to ask them to justify these things, right? They want to come at us saying that, well, your belief is hokey pokey and takes like some faith to believe in. But I don't see evolution to be any different as far as you having to just believe things that happened, because these things don't actually, you can't actually pass evolution through the scientific method. That is how you get a valid scientific theory, is you pass it through. It has to be able to pass through the scientific method, and it is falsifiable. Evolution is neither of those things. It can't even make it past step 2 of the scientific method, and it is unfalsifiable. um so the other thing there that he did was he kind of attacked my position as if my position has anything to do with a critique of evolution, right? You could critique evolution from the position of somebody who doesn't believe in a god. It's nonsensical to say that I need to provide X justification for my belief system to do an internal critique of evolution. I don't need to take a position. I could take the position of a learner, a high school, ninth grader or something, just asking questions. And if the questions don't make logical sense, then there's actually no reason I need to adopt them. So I think with that, I'll go ahead and cede the rest of my time, and we can kind of get into it because I have a lot of questions that need answering.
All right, Myta, any response to that?
Nope. I'm eager for the questions.
All right, Joe.
Well, I closed.
Swing away.
So, okay, all right. Y- Well, so you don't have any part of my opening you want to address?
Nope.
Okay. The reason I brought up that you weren't an atheist was because I predicted for this debate, you're not a Christian either, but I predicted that in this debate, which was it made me not really look forward to it much or take it very seriously, because I feel like once I, back you up against the wall of science, you'll need to revert to your whatever your spaghetti monster is. So let me ask you, I guess my first question is, does evolution pass the scientific method?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to take me through the steps?
Sure. What evolutionary theory do you want to start with?
So the one I am against is, if you want to get really specific, is referred to as macroevolution.
Sure. So what you generally would be referring to would be Gould and Eldridge's evolutionary theory, correct? This was the most prevailing theory of macroevolution.
Uh, just when you look up the general definition of what macroevolution is, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. So are you referring to macroevolution as the idea or the circumstances of punctuated equilibrium, or are you looking at macroevolution from a Darwinian perspective?
So macroevolution is simply the theory that we share common ancestry.
Sure. This is something that is generally accepted throughout all what you would call scientific evolutionary theory. However, there are theological evolutionary theorists that actually deny this notion. So, which
Okay,
one
but
do
my
you want to
question,
talk about?
I'm talking about macroevolution.
Okay, so
So macroevolution,
macroevolution, yes, I understand. What I'm asking is macroevolution in what theory? Because macroevolution is an application, it is not an evolutionary theory.
yes, it is. It's an evolutionary theory by definition.
Okay, what evolutionary theory are we talking about? There are multiple evolutionary theorists that use macroevolution.
Macroevolution.
All right,
The
macroevolution through phyletic gradualism, through punctuated equilibrium, through
just the specific basic idea that we all share a common ancestor in species, and what you like to call species.
Okay, so then this would be something different. So what you're referring to would be theological evolutionary theorists, people like Gray, Mivart, etc. Whereas I
What?
reject that notion. Yeah. So
How about you? Maybe you should look it up.
no, I'm familiar with it. So theological
Look up
evolutionary
Google
theory.
macroevolution and read it to me.
You know what? For the sake of argument, I macro evolution. Macroevolution refers to the large scale evolutionary changes occurring above the species level. Okay,
Do you know what
we
that
agree
means?
upon this. Yeah, I'm well familiar with it.
So you tell me really quick, like, what do you think that means?
So, sure, it means that there are certain things that occur above a species level, such as taxa, such as phylum, etc. We can use specific things like what I would refer to as comparative anatomy, genetic drift, or even like DNA and RNA testing to be able to determine whether or not they shared a common ancestor. There are certain evolutionary theorists, as I was going to say before, that disagree with this notion that there is a shared common ancestor, that there are multiple shared common ancestors, however, in which created different sets that led to species, phylum, etc.
So which one are you? Do you believe that um that we share common ancestry with a single, I guess, I don't know, life form at some point? Because that's the typical, like, that's the basic definition of what macroevolution is.
So, sure. And I would say that generally I do agree with this notion, but this notion doesn't fall into one or the other in terms of the scientific evolutionary theorist or the theological evolutionary theorist. The scientific evolutionary theorist posits that originally we came from things like bacteria. There were mutations and deviations that created different species. Those different species branched off to create different phylums.
Right.
Under the theological
Okay.
evolutionary theory, it was Adam and Eve as the derivatives, which came
No,
from
I'm
the
not. We're
original
not.
cell.
I'm not theological. This is not. I'm not talking about theological anything right now. I'm
Okay.
talking about purely the atheistic view of macroevolution, which is by science only, right? We're critiquing evolution by only the borders of science.
So sure, then I guess what I would refer to is Gould and Eldrich's theory of evolution to justify this, which is backed by the scientific method.
Okay, great. So you agree that a Pakicetus, like a wolf-sized, like cow land animal, eventually evolved to be like a whale.
It depends on whether or not you want to define such, because generally speaking, the agreed upon evolutionary theory, even amongst people who believe in punctuated equilibrium, think that water animals came first and mammals came later.
So is that a yes or no?
Well, I disagree with the framing of your question as it's backwards, but yes.
It's well, then you're breaking with evolution, with mainstream evolution then.
Actually, I'm
Because
not.
that's what you are, because they say Pakicetus was the predecessor to the whale.
In some circumstances, they were, but this is referring to morphological homology specifically. Are you familiar with this?
We don't need to for this example.
Actually, we do. It's
No,
very
we don't,
important.
because they simply state that a land-based animal, right, turned into not a land-based animal. That's all that I'm getting at.
Sure. And in this specific circumstance, when we're talking about morphological homology, what happens is generally the understood or accepted concept is that it began with water-based animals, then evolution, evolved into land-based
I'm talking
animals, and
about the
some went back to the water.
Pakicetus. You got to try to lock in here. So I'm talking about something that's already a land-based animal,
Yeah. Okay.
right? Pakicetus.
Nothing.
I used the specific species, right, so that you would know what I'm talking about.
Yes, and in this specific circumstance, I am telling you that there were no land-based animals when Earth had no land.
I'm not I'm not going back that far.
Which I'm telling you, evolutionary theory requires you do such.
Really?
Yes.
For me to ask you a specific question, you're telling me you can't ask me this question.
Well, I'm telling you, you can ask me this question. It just doesn't make sense. It would be like if I asked you
No,
whether or not.
no, that's not up for you. That's not up to you to decide. I'm the one asking the question.
Sure. Has red ever been blue?
Don't ask me a question. Just answer my question.
Well, no, I'm positing to you the example of how your question doesn't make sense.
No, yes, it does. Anybody else I've ever had this conversation with who backs mainstream evolution would automatically just say yes. The Pakicetus was the predecessor to the whale, and you're
It,
having a really hard time right now.
no, I'm not having a hard time. You
You're
posited
like
a
minutes
question
into this, and you're
in
already
which
struggling.
I wouldn't define this as struggling. I
This is a
gave you an
struggle
example
session already.
of how you posited a question that didn't make sense. I rolled it back, agreed with the premise under the framing in which makes sense, and then moved forward.
No, you don't get to change my question. That's not how this works.
Well, no, I understand that's not how this works. I offered a correction.
No thanks. I reject your correction. Can you please answer the question from the way I asked it?
Sure. Then let's go with yes. Now that I've answered your question, can you give me an explanation of when red was blue?
I don't see what what that has to do with this debate.
Well, regardless of if it has pertaining to this debate, I'm asking you a question that is based on a principle.
I don't
Can you
see
just
any
explain
reason
the question?
to answer. I don't know. I don't see any reason to engage with this because it has nothing to do with the debate. I think we're getting out off topic and into the weeds. Only minutes in here, and that shows a lack of confidence on your part.
Well, I don't think it does at all.
I think it does because you're literally like, why are we running from the subject here? Why don't we just stay on topic?
Well, no, I didn't run from the subject at all. I offered you an
Okay,
explanation and
let's
you
get back
rejected
to
it.
why. Okay, so let's get back to the Pakicetus. Now you accept
Sure.
that the Pakicetus is the predecessor to the whale, right? We
Hmm.
already got that established. So take me through the scientific method of how you prove that.
Yeah, sure. You would probably do this through a series of, as I was explaining before, either morphological homology or something like being able to
No, no,
test the
no.
DNA. Or
The scientific method. Are you familiar with the scientific method? What's
I
step
am.
one?
Step
Step
one
one.
isn't it testing? Or sorry,
No.
it's creating a hypothesis, or
No.
whatchamacallit. The scientific method usually starts with a hypothesis. Then you do
No.
research, then you
Nope.
form the hypothesis,
Nope.
experiment,
You're wrong
then you create
already.
a thesis.
No,
Sure, explain me how I'm wrong.
you start with an observation.
Okay.
Okay. So what's the observation?
In this circumstance, it would be of an animal, correct?
What animal?
Pakicetus,
We don't have access to the Pakicetus. They're extinct.
fossil record.
The fossil record, it doesn't have Pakicetus DNA. So what are you looking at with a fossil? How? Okay, you observe a fossil, and how does that get you to a whale?
Through a series, again, there are multiple ways you can do it. Again, morphological
Give me
homology
one.
is one of them. Yeah, morphological homology.
Okay, how would that prove that the Pakicetus is the predecessor to a whale?
Do you know what morphological homology is?
I'm asking you how that would prove it.
I
You don't have to ask me a question with to answer my question. You could just answer my question.
I did, and I don't think you know what my answer is.
No, you didn't. I asked you how would that
Well,
prove
Joe, can you repeat his answer?
that? Yeah, he said anthropomorphical. What'd you say? Anthropology?
No,
Morphology?
morphological homology.
Morphological homology. Okay. Tell me how that would prove that um, it's a whale or it gets you to a whale.
Well, it does. If you know what morphological homology is.
Why? So you're just saying this, and you're not explaining why it's the case.
Oh, okay. Well, I can give you an explanation since you don't seem to know what it is. So
I
morphological
know.
homology. Oh, you know what it is? Then explain it to me.
Go. No, no, no.
No,
I
no, you
want
said you know
I
what it
want
is.
you.
Explain it to me,
Yeah,
Joe.
but I know what it is, so I need you to explain. What I need you to explain is why that explains my question.
Well, the answer is kind of self-evident.
No,
That's
it's
why I'm
not.
asking you if you know what it is. So can you tell me
No,
what
it's not.
morphological homology is,
No,
Joe?
if when you go ahead and you try to justify it, I'll point out why it's not.
Okay,
Go
okay,
ahead.
sure. You know what? I'll bail you out of this one, Joe. So, morphological homology is when you have a series of shared physical features that are inherited through common
No,
evolutionary
hold on.
origin or
Pause really quick.
ancestors.
Let me show you how
Sure.
this is not bailing me out, because I already know what your answer is. So
Hey, look what I can
you're
do.
going to have to explain why I have a preloaded rebuttal to this. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah. So, and again, it in which those evolutionary ancestors or those common ancestors no longer have the same typical usage for those physical features or traits.
Okay, you realize that um, physical similarity doesn't equal genetic similarity, right?
I would tend to agree, but what you're talking about now is something different. Do you know what that differentiation is, Joe?
No, you just explained to me
Well, I
that it
asked you
was
a
kind of like
question. Can you answer that?
okay, tell me the question again.
Yeah, so the differentiation that you're making here in regards to how evolutionary traits are handed down in regards to specific or similar evolutionary traits has a different name than morphological homology that is also within the evolutionary table. Do you know what that is?
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so you don't. Thank you. I will continue. So that is what is referred to as serial homology. Serial homology is the opposite of morphological homology, in which differentiations within similar species do not share a common ancestor, but instead evolved similarly due to due to the necessity of survival. A great example of this would be like how we compare the
Okay,
vertebrae of
this
common
doesn't answer
mammals
my
and the body of
question though.
centipedes.
We're getting out into the weeds. This doesn't answer my basic question. So I guess I'll ask it again.
Sure.
So how do we take it? Okay, wh- when you when you're taking this through the scientific method, how does you observe the fossils, right? That's the observation.
Hmm.
Okay, but you observe the fossils and then you ask a question, right? That's step 2. What's the question about the fossils after you observe them?
So it would be whether or not it has an evolutionary ancestor.
No, we're looking at the fossils. You said with the observation, we start with the fossils, right?
Well, no, the observation. Hold on, I'm confused. You're saying
What's the observation in the scientific method when we're trying to take macroevolution through the scientific method?
whether or not it has an evolutionary ancestor. I already answered that.
No, what is the observation? What are we looking at?
We're looking at, I guess, what you would call physical traits. We are looking at things like bone structures, and we are attempting to extract
The
DNA or
bone structures
RNA,
of what?
the fossil.
Okay, so we're in the observation stage. We're looking at the fossil. It could be it. We just dug up a fossil. It's a random fossil. We have no idea what kind of fossil it is. That's the observation.
Sure. In this
Okay,
hypothetical,
so
yes. Let's move forward.
we dig up a fossil and then we ask a question, right? What question do we ask about the fossil?
Well, I guess the first question, if you, well, again, this is a question that answers itself because the implication of your hypothetical is that we don't know what it is. So the next logical conclusion would be, what is it?
Yeah, so you ask yourself, what is it? And what research would you do to find out what it is?
Yeah, you would look at its comparative structures.
Well, a lot of these things are like found incomplete, so I don't know what
I
structures
agree.
you'd be comparing.
The ones that are.
I don't I don't follow.
Okay, so you said that they're incomplete, which most fossils are. I agree with this notion. However, if they are incomplete, this must imply that there is a complete set of structures that is incomplete. You compare the incomplete structure to another structure of
Mhm.
similar origin or similar like physical traits.
Do you agree that like if you walked into a crime scene, right? And you could make like multiple predictions as to how like the blood got splattered on the wall, but they could all be wrong, right?
Sure.
Okay, so like what if you're up against a competing theory here, which is that similarity is just function.
Well, this is
Like it,
exactly what I described with serial homology, in which you cut me off before I finished my explanation.
no, but you're not engaging. What I'm trying to ask you is your single ancestor theory, right? Is is not actually the only game in town. You're up against a competing theory, which is that everything was just created separately, but it shares. So let's say it had a common creator. Let's say it's not even a god. Let's say it's like an alien race came here and created this whole thing, right?
Sure.
They just used a building block that they liked to make everything because it would be compatible with the atmosphere and the ecosystem. And they just everything was just created individually, and it had within it genes that had they had the potential for small changes within the certain, I guess, what you would call species, but it didn't have the potential to actually jump species to another clade or something like that, right? So that's the thing. That's the opposing, um, like hypothesis that you're going up against. What would be like the symmetry breaker there?
Well, the symmetry breaker would be in this case multiple different, like there are multiple different things that would be symmetry breakers. Like again, they're like one of the most commonly accepted theories, as I've already went over multiple times, is morphological homology. The second one is serial homology, and
That
then
doesn't that
the
look,
third
you
one.
didn't listen to my question because you're
I'm
bringing
answering
that
your
up again.
question.
No, you didn't listen because you're bringing up the serial what is it, homology again, and I'm telling you that the similarity in structures doesn't mean anything to me. It
Yes,
just
and
means,
what I
hey,
was
there's
about
a
to
function that
explain,
works. Yeah.
what I was about to explain before you cut me off, the third one, which you didn't allow me to explain, is divergent evolution, which is more about species with similar parts or structures which evolved independently of each other.
So are you that would go against common ancestry.
Actually, it wouldn't, because the common ancestor can be shared prior to divergent evolution. The problem is because we lack the DNA or RNA to be able to sequence this properly through genetic sequencing, which just to be clear, we can pull from certain fossil records, but it's usually incomplete.
But hold on. You're not listening. If I believe as a Christian that let's say, right? I believe that genetic similarities make sense, and I believe that taxonomical categories like similarity makes sense also. Like that doesn't go against my worldview. I accept that as part of my worldview. I'm so
Sure, but this
so
ties back
yeah.
into what I was talking about before with theological evolutionary theorists, which I believe you have no
I don't need
information
to.
about.
No, that's science. That science fits. That is science that fits into my belief structure, and it doesn't go against it in any way. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Sure, but when we're talking about the scientific method in which justifies a belief structure, you have to prove to me the theological evolutionary theory of one of the
No,
commonly
I don't have
accepted
a
or understood
theological.
systems.
That's not. We already look. We can prove that adaptation happens through the scientific method. We can prove that. We can't prove that macroevolution happens through the scientific method.
I
Because
mean,
you could run in a laboratory, right? You could make those different species of fruit flies, like the fruit fly test, or you could make the single-celled yeast that becomes the multicellular yeast, right? Like those things, I accept they happen because we do them in a lab. Like we can actually see the test happen, we see the experiment, and then we see the result of the experiment, and it's like repeatable. That's the scientific method. We don't do macroevolution in a laboratory.
So, yeah, I would agree. We don't do macroevolution in a laboratory because macroevolution generally under either
So
what
it's
I
not
talked about
science. It
before.
doesn't go through the
Well,
scientific method.
I
That's the
would
scientific method.
well, I can explain this. If you would allow me to just simply continue talking.
You just conceded.
No. I
Yes, you
understand why
did.
you
You
think
said
that.
I understand. Yeah, because you said I understand we can't do macroevolution in a lab. That's the point conceded already. What else can you say?
No. So again, I will explain
Go
how
ahead.
this works. So generally, what you're referring to is punctuated equilibrium, which is the proposition that there are changes that happen drastically over a certain or small period of time relative to evolutionary changes that happen under phyletic gradualism,
That's an
which is
assertion.
originally this assertion. Okay, disprove my assertion.
That's not how this works. You're
That's
the one
exactly how this
claiming
works.
it.
I gave you an
No,
explanation. You posited it
no.
as an assertion
The
and not the
burden of
truth. It's
proof.
up to you. Oh,
No,
of
you're
the burden of proof.
saying
Sure, I can explain it. So when we talk about
it's your
Darwin's
claim.
theory of evolution, yeah, and I will explain it. So when we talk about Darwin's theory of evolution, specifically in how the driving force of evolution requires species to be suited to environments, reproductive systems, etc., offers a system in which the offspring carry down the genes that create deviation over time through imperfect replication. Now, as a
What
result
does
of
that
this,
mean? What does that mean?
it's not my
Imperfect
job to educate you,
replication.
Joe.
No.
So
This you're the one defending evolution tonight. I want you to tell me, what does that mean? What does imperfect replication mean?
sure, are you familiar with replication?
Yeah, I know this is random mutation, right?
Yes, and are you familiar with the word imperfect? Just combine them together. We got there. So when we talk
Yeah,
about
right. No. Wait. Because
wait,
that
what?
makes no sense. The word imperfect makes no sense under the evolutionary theory. What do
No,
you
it
mean
actually
by that?
does.
No, it doesn't. By whose standard are we saying something happened perfectly or imperfectly?
So yes, when we're talking about handing down certain mutations, certain things like chromosomes, traits, etc., these can happen imperfectly. These create
What does
variations
that
or
mean?
what do you mean? What does this mean? It's very simple. Okay, Joe, you have a kid, right? Does that kid have a copy or a replication of your chromosomes in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with animals. Glad we got there. So we move on to the
No,
next
but
system.
the thing is, you're using words that don't make sense under the
No, they make
evolutionary
perfect sense.
theory. No, they don't. No, they don't. There's no judgment. Okay, what is when you say imperfect? What is happening? Like, who's making the judgment?
So, sure, the judgment call is usually made by the people who are evolutionary theorists who propose that an exact system of chromosomes or an exact system of RNA or DNA should be handed down. However, there are circumstances where it is
According to
not.
who? That's
I
not
just
in the
explained that.
evolutionary
Evolution.
theory. No,
Yes, it is.
this. No, it's not. This should be expected, right? How's it
If it's
imperfect if it's in the model of evolution? How is it imperfect? What's
so
imperfect about it?
So again, you're referring to imperfection in regards to a system, not necessarily a structure. When a structure is broken or a sequence is broken, it is referred to as an imperfection when that sequence or system is handed down.
How is that an imperfection when it's evolution happening according to plan?
Well, and this isn't always evolution happening according to plan. But the problem is,
What?
let's take, oh, yeah, so
Who's
sure, let's
judging
take,
that?
well, that's exactly what I was going to ask. What is the plan here, Joe? Who plans
There is
evolution?
Well, I don't believe in. If you're asking me, I don't believe in evolution. That burden
So
is on
once
you,
again, you're
pal.
just making an appeal to ignorance. So within the
It's not an
evolutionary
appeal to
system,
ignorance. I'm asking you. These terms don't make there. There is no. Okay, so are you saying human beings they evolved? That we got here, as in like through a series of errors?
no, it wouldn't necessarily be a series of errors. This is something I talked about before or attempted to before you cut me off, where we talk about divergent evolution, specifically where a series of either chromosomes or a series of RNA or DNA structures that are designed for replication are handed down imperfectly or sequenced improperly.
It's just I'm getting no clarification on this. So imperfect. Okay. Are so humans are the result of a series of imperfect replications, right?
No, humans would be a result of divergent evolution, which can improve it can include imperfect replication.
That's what I
Correct.
mean. That's what I'm. Yes, correct.
Then you should have said
So I'm
that.
right about that. It's the same thing.
It is
If you
not.
extrapolate, it is, dude. If that is logically consistent with what the evolutionary theory is, for me to say that human beings are the result of a series of replication errors, that is correct, dude. You don't have to be so like, debate broy like you're trying too hard here.
I'm not trying at all.
You're trying too hard. You're by not conceding me such a basic like such a basic fact. It's like, wow, dude, you're putting up major effort right now.
I'm just simply
Okay, let's just go
sitting
with
here.
that. Why didn't you just say yes? Just say yes. We are a series of errors.
Well, that's because in this specific circumstance, it wouldn't be an error. An error is implied that something that is designed to have a
Imperfection.
negative outcome.
Imperfection.
It would be an
What's
imperfect
an
sequence.
imperfection then? What's an imperfection then? How's that different from an error?
In this specific case, it would be like something that would otherwise be incomplete or having I guess in this specific circumstance, you would refer to it as having a blemish.
So if you said if like this was like an assembly line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had an imperfectly assembled item, you would say an error occurred within the assembly line, right?
But sure, let's propose now that the error that occurred as a result of that imperfect assembly results in a better product. Is it still an error?
I don't know why I can't just get a yes or no to this question.
Well, I would love a yes or no to my question because it answered
No, you
yours.
don't. No, you didn't answer mine yes or no. I asked you simply if you saw an imperfect product come off the line, you would say that an error occurred on the assembly line, right? In the factory stage, somewhere along the line.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm glad we finally got there, dude. How
Now
fucking
let's add
hard
the
is
context.
is
If that imperfection created a better product as a result, is it still an error?
better is arbitrary.
Sure, let's refer to humans as arbitrary then. Do you think we're better than our common ancestors?
I don't believe in our common ancestors. That's not my view. I'm not an evolutionary person.
Well, sure, but you said earlier that evolution is completely compatible with your worldview, so why not believe in evolution?
No, evolution doesn't have anything as better. Do you believe in devolution?
Well, you posited the notion of better through a sequence that you referred to as errors, where I just made the claim of imperfections or blemishes.
Yeah, right, because you're using the word error. I'm trying to clarify what you mean there, because evolution doesn't use these kinds of words, and if they do, it's a flaw. It's like a contradiction.
It's not a flaw or a contradiction. This is what is referred to as divergent evolution, Joe.
No, because okay, did you know that devolution is not a thing?
Are you talking about I'm assuming you're referring to the theory in which a species is believed to evolve past a certain point and then to devolve back to that point it was at previously.
Correct. Do you know that that's not actually a thing in the evolutionary theory?
I don't know whether or not it would be considered de-evolution, but it would be a natural part of the evolutionary theory.
No, that's not even. No, they don't even believe in that. That's
actually
devolution is not a thing. That's a pop culture reference.
So what you're describing as the theory of de-evolution is actually something that is understood in the evolutionary theory under Cuvier's evolutionary theory.
No, there's no such thing under the modern day evolutionary theory. There's no such thing as de-evolution.
So yes, what I'm telling you is that the terminology that you are using to describe a phenomenon might not exist, but the phenomenon still exists under the evolutionary
they're saying
theory.
The phenomenon doesn't exist.
No, there's absolutely.
I'm telling you that the phenomenon itself does not exist.
No, again, evolutionary theory disagrees with this notion.
Oh, that's you're just wrong there. I'm
I am
just
not.
Okay, all right. If you say so, I'm gonna watch this over again,
Feel
and
free.
I'm going to I'm gonna look this up, and you're gonna see that you're wrong here. There's no such thing as a de-evolution within the theory of evolution. I know, Myta, I've had this debate a bunch of times. I know evolution better than a lot of evolutionary, pro-evolutionary people.
Yeah,
I know
and
what evolution says.
yeah, and that's great. So then you should know that convergent evolution is a thing where a species evolves past a certain point, and then as a result of adapting to its
What
environment,
point?
evolve.
That
It
the
doesn't
point
matter
is
what point.
arbitrary. No, yes, it
No,
does.
it's not. If you would
It's
allow me to
totally
explain.
arbitrary.
All right, well, I'm just going to have to talk over you then, Joe. So, convergent evolution is a specific circumstance in which a species evolves past a certain point in which we have within a fossil record or something otherwise, in which we see the species adapt to a new environment and be more in line with a common ancestor than it is a reflection of its postmodern point self. Do you
Okay, so
disagree
if
or agree with this notion?
I like it makes sense from my point of view, but it doesn't make sense from the evolutionary point of view.
Which is crazy because convergent evolution is accepted within the evolutionary theories. I just explained it to you and you agreed with it.
No, there's no such thing. There is no such thing. It doesn't make quality judgments. Quality judgments are arbitrary.
Quality judgments are arbitrary. This makes no quality
Okay,
judgment.
so de-evolution is a quality judgment.
No, it is not.
By nature, it is.
What you are calling de-evolution is a theory that exists independent of the evolutionary theory, and you are
Okay.
conflating it with something that is known as convergent or parallel evolution in an attempt to devalue your claim and make it sound unreasonable because you didn't know that this was something that previously existed.
Watch this. So if we went back to being like ape-like, right?
You don't believe that
that
we
be-
were apes, so it doesn't matter.
I'm asking you. If we went back to being ape-like, would that be evolving or devolving?
This would just be convergent evolution. It would be evolving.
So I just said if we went backward to a previous stage in our evolution, that would be evolving?
Yes, because again, the evolutionary theory posits that if it was required for us to be able to evolve, to be more adaptable to our environment in order to survive, this would be evolution.
We're under the same environment.
Okay. Under the same environment, then it would be considered an imperfect evolutionary state.
So wait, so you don't believe in devolution then? If we went back to a previous state, that wouldn't be devolving for you.
No.
Okay,
because
so
we would still be capable of survival.
Then why didn't you just say that?
Because that's not what that is, Joe. You're once again conflating two different things.
No, that's what is de-evolution?
De-evolution isn't a thing.
That's what I said, and you disagreed with me.
No, I disagreed with your notion, your failure to understand what de-evolution as a system is and what you described as parallel or convergent evolution.
So I just asked you what it is, and you just said it's not a thing. So is it a thing or is it not a thing?
It's not a thing. What you're referring to is a system known as convergent evolution, not de-evolution. You're conflating the two and their claims that they make as to how evolution works.
So, but I can agree with your translation, but what I'm trying to say is what I think we agree on is there's no such thing as de-evolution, right? This idea, it's a quality, it's a like not subjective, it's an arbitrary idea that something got worse in quality than what it arrived to be, right?
No, because you're making the claim again, worse, which is something that is it is a quality claim in which you are trying to state that the quality claim cannot be there.
We're talking past each other.
No, we're not. You're fundamentally not understanding the claim.
Leith,
you're trying to detach. You're trying to detach a quality claim from a quantitative claim. Go for it.
Okay.
Leith, can you please, like, where we're not tracking right now, because I'm trying so hard and I'm trying to get like the football across the field, but it's not landing and I don't know what's going on
So
here.
what I gather from this is Myta is stating that these are steps within the evolutionary process itself, and they may be moving in one direction or another, but there's still evolution. So what could be considered a de-evolution wouldn't by definition be a de-evolution, but some would categorize it as de-evolution.
But that's what I'm saying. So how is he disagreeing with me?
No, the disagreement is on the fact that you're making a quality claim as to how evolution happens in
No, I'm
regards.
saying the quality claim is a flaw, is an error. Like I am agreeing with you again.
No, you're not, just to be clear.
What?
I understand why you think you are, but I can explain to you why you're not if you can let me talk for 2 minutes without
So,
cutting me off.
Go ahead and
So
clarify.
what you're
Myta.
referring to,
Long time, dude.
what you're referring to is a system in which you are trying to make a quality statement about evolution while simultaneously detaching the quality statement from evolution. When you're talking about comparative evolution specifically or parallel evolution, it is a system in which a specific species evolves to be more reminiscent of a previous iteration of that species because it is required for that species to be able to survive in its new environment. You are positing a hypothetical in which humans would do this, which is not likely to happen considering the fact we don't need to evolve to our environment anymore. The only evolution that we've seen in humanity is a lack of our certain teeth.
Hold on. And the environment doesn't the environment doesn't influence the evolution. You know that, right?
Okay, so you disagree with evolution then?
No.
Yes.
That's natural. The environment is the natural selection part of evolution. It's
Which is
not
Darwin,
what causes.
which is Darwin's
It's not
theory
what
of evolution.
causes the mutation. It's not what causes the random mutations.
I would agree. Random mutations that are happened as a result of, I already explained this to you, improper or imperfect sequencing or blemishes on RNA, DNA, or chromosomes.
I know that, Myta. I know that. What I'm
I know,
trying
I've
to tell
informed you on it
is
twice.
that no, you don't. You're not informing me on anything. Just to be clear, what I'm talking about is adaptation, right? Which is separate from the mutation part. So typically, what the evolutionary theorists tell me is that the body of whatever the organism is produces a random mutation, right? Which is that already is like pretty crazy of a claim because most mutations are either deleterious or they're benign. They're seldom like advantageous is like the most rare. I'm talking under the evolutionary theory, of course, right? So you need enough of these rare mutations in order for this like gene to pass on. And then um sorry, I lost my train of thought.
I believe you.
Yeah, fuck, where was I going with this?
I'm not confident you knew.
I did know. But I just don't see like so when we're looking at like the de-evolution part, let's get back to that, right? Is that I agree with you that putting a quality judgment into evolution is an error, right? That's what I'm saying doesn't exist. It de-evolution as like that theory, right? That something goes backward as far as it like, goes to a previous state that doesn't actually advantage it. That is what I think we're agreeing is not a thing, right?
Yes, I agree
Okay.
that doesn't happen, and it's never happened.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So
And
then it
for
is
some
not
reason
a
you disagreed
claim.
with me.
No, this is not. You proposed a hypothetical in which it did happen, and I told you it would not, and
No.
that was my disagreement.
Okay, no, the hypothetical was to test whether or not you believed in it. And instead I just skipped to asking you the question.
Yes, in which I clarified that what you were describing can happen under convergent evolution, but does not happen.
Okay, fine, I agree. So
All right, sure.
if
Let's
we
move on.
yeah, so if we went back to being like ape-like, this would be this would just be advantageous, right? Any possible mutation going forward would have to be considered advantageous, right?
Define advantageous.
You could go by the dictionary definition of it.
Okay, so sure. Then how does it create an advantageous circumstance for humans for us to be more ape-like?
I'm saying, let's
Well, you just made an
say,
affirmative claim, so you have to justify it.
yeah, let's say we had a nuclear war or something, and all civilization was like brought down to the ground. There was no more electricity, internet, running water, any of that, and everything just became jungles and forests again within the next couple 100 years. And then you fast forward, I don't know, however many thousand years ahead of that, where things like don't come back, right? Everyone's just like primitive. What if it's just more advantageous to be primitive, right? You don't have all these technological advantages. So what if having more hair is an advantage because you could stay warm without having to make clothes or make fire?
Okay, what is the question? That wasn't a question.
You asked me. No, it was an answer to your question. You asked me what would be the advantage of becoming more ape-like again.
Yeah, and you gave me an example and a hypothetical. Do you believe that
Yeah,
this hypothetical would bear out in reality if the
that has
circumstance
nothing to
happened?
do with the hypothetical I posed to you.
Then your hypothetical is just an appeal
It's
to
the
ad
point of
absurdum.
no. And that's the point of a hypothetical. It's to
No.
test logic. Yes.
No, the point of a hypothetical should always be
Yes.
to create an analogous circumstance that in which tests the
No,
crux of an argument.
that's not the point of a hypothetical. The point of a hypothetical is to test logic.
Okay, so in this hypothetical, if the sun got significantly brighter or closer to the earth as a result of some gravitational
No, that's not
anomaly
what
and
I
put us in
said.
a no, I'm giving you a hypothetical. I'm
No.
saying in which a hypothetical is created, and this hypothetical I will use, if the sun becomes significantly brighter or moves closer to the earth, and as a result, all people with fair skin and fairly colored eyes have to become darker, would you accept wanting to have darker skin and darker colored eyes?
What? What does this have to do with anything?
Well, it's just testing logic.
What does this have to do with evolution again?
Well, this is the definition of evolution because we would have to become darker as a species to survive.
That's what you believe. Yeah, I believe you believe that.
Well, no, it's this. Okay, you see how you didn't answer the hypothetical? I tried to test your logic in which
You're
you can't even
operating
put
under
yourself.
yeah, but you're operating under your worldview. I don't believe in your worldview.
Yes, and you were operating under your worldview, correct?
Yeah, so how could I answer your hypothetical from my worldview if I don't believe in it?
Well, that's the problem is you don't believe in anything, it would seem, because the natural evolutionary state that even you believe in regards to microevolution is something that you disagree with.
No.
When it doesn't arrive at the same conclusion that you believe you have arrived at.
No, see, you guys look at microevolution, right? Like the fruit fly example I brought up earlier. And you're like, see, look, something changed about the flies, but they're still flies. Therefore, they used to not be flies. That's like an extrapolation fallacy.
No, it's not the
That's not
extrapolation
science.
fallacy because no, again,
It is.
this is science
That you're
because
making a leap.
I'm not making a leap
Well, you have
because
to let him
Darwin's theory
retort.
of Darwin's theory of evolution in regards to phyletic gradualism specifically posits that minuscule or small changes over time, specifically long periods of time, can happen as a result of mutation or adaptation that will result in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years a species no longer reflecting its ancestors in any way in regards to its traits or even like its physical experience, but will
That's an
only share
assertion.
common
How do you
DNA.
prove that with science? How do you prove that through the scientific method?
Actually, we have proven that through the scientific method. We have extracted fossil DNA through improper genetic sequencing that aligns directly with modern day animals that reflect the same common ancestry.
Have you ever seen a fly turn into not a fly in a laboratory?
Did you even listen to what I said before you responded?
Yeah, none of that is science. That's not science. That's looking at bones. That is perfectly
That's
in alignment
geology.
with my
That's
worldview.
science.
It doesn't no, dude, but just looking
What is
at
geology,
the bones,
Joe?
yeah, that's digging stuff up, dude. What I'm trying to tell you is just looking at bones doesn't get you to so we came from a previous thing. That's an error. That's not science.
No, this is definitionally how this works. We use the geological structures that we find the fossils in. Then we use paleontologists to discover those fossils. We test the improperly genetically sequenced DNA and RNA of those fossils. We make comparative analysis to modern day bone structures and fossil records, and we determine whether or not they have a common evolutionary ancestor.
We all have a common evolutionary ancestor under evolution. That doesn't that doesn't do anything for you.
Actually, it does. It proves evolution.
No. No, it doesn't, because you're saying, look, we came from this thing because look how close we are in DNA. But there is no transitional, like there is no there is no thing we didn't share an ancestor with under
Well,
the
that's not
evolutionary
necessarily
model.
true at all, Joe.
Yes,
Actually,
it
do you
is. That's
it
what
is.
macroevolution says. Yes.
No, because just to be
Yes.
clear,
Common
what you're
ancestry.
okay, so are you familiar with endogenous retroviruses? Yes, I know everything, Myta. Well, I'll explain it to you anyways, Joe. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to lecture you on
Doesn't
your
answer
own
any of my
knowledge.
questions.
So I'm answering your question,
Not one of my
actually.
questions got answered.
Endogenous retroviruses is how we know. Can you tell me what those are?
Tell me how it got us there. Well, how does it get? How does that prove evolution?
If you knew
How
what
does
they
it
were,
prove
you would understand that.
macroevolution?
Yeah, so sure, I can explain it because obviously you know so much that I have to explain these things to you
Was it a
consistently.
virus that turned into not a virus?
No, actually.
Okay, then how does it prove evolution?
So, yeah, like when we're talking about endogenous retroviruses, specifically, you're talking about systems in which you had a previous retrovirus that was attached to a genome and created an imperfection in that genome, which was handed down through common ancestors. When we look at that genome, this only happens in specific places where a common ancestor shared that specific endogenous retrovirus. We can use genetical analysis to determine that it is statistically impossible for the exact same endogenous retrovirus to have a specific scar on DNA in the exact same spot without having an inheritance from a common or shared ancestor.
I don't know how you prove any of that.
I just explained how you prove it.
Well, you asserted it.
No, I didn't exert it. I proved it. So, oh, you want me to give you proof? Sorry. Okay. So, when we talk about like how we have endogenous retroviruses in our DNA, these are carried down specifically through things called pseudogenes. A great example of this is how we know that we are related to some species of great apes and have a common ancestor is because we have dug up great ape DNA. We've dug up great ape fossils, and then we have attempted to sequence DNA from them. That sequenced DNA has the exact same endogenous, and God, I hate that word, and endogenous retrovirus scars on it as we do within our DNA. And we know that this is a shared common ancestor because it is statistically impossible to have the exact same scarring from the exact same retrovirus on that DNA that is stuck specifically within that genome sequence.
I don't know how that proves evolution at all. I don't know how
Are
that
you
gets
listening?
you. Yeah, I'm listening, and I don't see how like how it brings you like from a dog-like creature to a whale, or it gets you from like not a fly to a fly. Like we've never done that in a laboratory, and
And I
whatever
explained to you why we've never done that in a laboratory.
because it takes like billions of years, right?
Well, it wouldn't take billions of years, but it would take a long time as a result of the evolutionary theory. Like, if you're going to go with Darwinian evolutionary theory versus something like Gould and Eldred's evolutionary theory, the problem is that the posits both make different claims as to how these specific things happen. The issue is in our current evolutionary system, they have to be understood as plural. Evolutionary pluralism must exist because these both happen within specific periods of time. Just because we aren't able to replicate it as a result of being able to do genome sequencing to the level in which is required by evolution to create a natural system of macroevolution does not mean that this was
Right.
not done over time. We just need more time.
Hey, no, time doesn't cause anything.
Actually, it does, and I can prove that too if you would
No, it
like.
doesn't.
Oh,
No,
so sure. You just made an
when you
affirmative
take
claim. Let
a
me disprove it. So, like a great example of this would be like the Italian wall lizard. The Italian wall lizard was actually taken from the homeland of Italy over to an island to actually cut down the amount of insect population on that island because it was becoming a nuisance to specific parts of the island dwellers. The issue was after a certain amount of year, the insect population had dwindled so drastically that the Italian wall lizard had actually began to develop specific traits of a different type of lizard. And these traits were as a result of digestive structures that were being formed in their stomachs, which allowed them to better digest plants because the insect population wasn't enough to sustain them. And this happened in only 52 years.
So how does time cause? How did time cause anything there?
So, sure, when you take, again, if you use Darwinian evolutionary theory to be able to determine whether or not the species is capable of surviving in a new climate or a new environment, you can determine that when you begin having a species that is incapable of surviving in that climate, it will begin to prioritize different traits that are best suited to the environment for
Yeah,
survival
okay,
through reproduction.
that's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to get at how does that happen, right? And time doesn't cause that. I'm trying
DNA
to
and
look for
RNA
like
naturally create repetitious structures that, through offspring,
uh
prioritize things that are capable, or sorry, things that make the
how does
species
it
capable of
prioritize?
survival.
How does it know that it needs to does it what is the DNA inside of it saying, "Suit up lads, we got to get ready for this new environment." Like and it tells itself to start changing? How does that work?
No, it doesn't tell itself to start changing at the DNA level. What it does is the RNA, specifically the coding in the RNA and the expression of the DNA, work together to determine whether or not the species would be capable of
How?
survival. And this
How does
isn't
it work
always the case
together?
because, I'm sorry, do I have to explain to you how DNA and RNA work?
No, how does it work to so what does it do what is happening where it's like okay, it's in a new environment and then it starts changing because what starts happening?
Yeah, so a great example of this would be punctuated equilibrium. I talked about this before.
Okay, so what starts happening to make a change? What causes the change, right? It starts going through a random mutation or something like that. What causes that?
Yeah, so I mean, at what point do you want me to start? Do I have to start at the DNA and RNA level? Do I
The
have to start at
cause
the
no, start at tell me what the causal mechanism that's being introduced that begins this change within this creature to adapt to this new environment. Where's
Yeah,
step one?
in this specific circumstance, it would be the creature's inability to survive in the new environment while simultaneously having the necessary genetic structures hidden within its DNA and RNA to be able to produce a new form of that species that is capable of survival.
Hidden within the DNA? What is that? What do you mean? That's
Yep.
something
You
I
remember
believe in.
earlier when I talked about
Yeah.
pseudogenes that were being handed down as a result of
But wait,
incomplete
hold on.
structures that
Wait,
were no
it just
longer needed
changed.
for
Wait, you
survival?
this isn't macroevolution because it was a lizard that changed into a different lizard.
It changed its entire structural system of its stomach and intestines to be able to digest a different
It's still
type
a
of
lizard.
thing.
Still a lizard.
Yeah, yes, I understand it's still a lizard, Joe. I understand the
That's just
Italian wall lizard
adaptation.
is no, this is evolution.
No, that's just adaptation.
So, okay, where do you make the differentiation between adaptation and evolution then?
Macroevolution. I'm specifically talking about I think macroevolution is bullshit.
Yeah,
I think
macroevolution
what
can be summed up by Cuvier and Darwin's explanation of how evolution works.
the, Darwin Darwinism is largely debunked these days. They've substituted with something called neo-Darwinism, I think, where they just took the good ideas and they carved out everything else that they thought was bunk. So they don't even use Darwinism per se anymore.
Yes, but they still use phyletic gradualism, which is a key concept of Darwin's theory, which is still used to this day.
That's just saying that something happened. That doesn't tell me how it happened.
It happens differently in every circumstance, Joe. I already explained how this
Give me
works three
one.
times.
Give me one circumstance.
Yeah, pseudogenes.
No, so like give me one life form, right? Let's say a Pachycetus to a whale, right? So Pachycetus jumping around on the beach, I guess, and it sees some clams and it starts getting happy that it can, get clams. And so it starts playing with the water, and then playing with the water somehow what causes it to become more and aqua like an aquamarine animal. What like give me what is stage one of that transition there?
Yeah, sure. I can give you an example of how this would work, but I promise you,
No
you're going to cut me
examples.
off
No,
60,000
not an
times.
example. I don't want an example. I'm asking you specifically for this case, right? Pack a cetus to a whale. I want step one first of that
Yeah,
process.
that would
What
require an
happens?
example, right?
No, you would just tell me
So
what
okay,
happens
let me
within
show
the
you
life
what that looks
form.
like without an example. It just happened, Joe.
Okay, you don't need to give me an example. Just tell me how it happened.
It did.
How?
It did. I can't give you an example, Joe. You can't say I'm not
Oh,
allowed to
you
give you an
don't just
example and then ask me for an
no.
example.
Give me an explanation, not an example. Just give
An
me an
explanation would
explanation.
require an example.
No, that's not true. If I
How
were
is it not
giving
true,
you
Joe?
an example is me giving you a story, a comparison of something else to make an analogy about the thing we're talking about.
No,
An
that isn't.
explanation would be like, I'm going to read you the instruction manual on how this machine works. Like, that's an explanation.
Yeah, again, an explanation requires an example, does it not?
Give me an example of like an instruction booklet on how to put a bed together or something, how it gives you an example instead of just instructions.
I already told you what the instructions are. You rejected this. Then you asked me to
All
give
right, go
you.
ahead. Do
So
what you need
again,
to.
I'm just to confirm this. Do you even know what an example is in this circumstance?
I just explained it earlier. An example would be like giving an analogy to something that is not the thing in question, but giving kind of like an analogy to how you would address the thing in question. That's what I typically colloquially understand an example to be.
Yes, and if I'm explaining to you a multi-tiered process like building a table for your own example, you would have to use a series of steps that lead up to the final product. When you open an IKEA table manual, it doesn't show the parts and then the complete table. It gives you examples in between to allow you to have instructions that lead to that endpoint. This is what I would need to do. I would need to give you an example of how this would evolve in this specific way.
Right, go ahead. Give me step one.
Step one would likely be, and I think science backs me up here when it claims this, is that there would be additional webbing or reduction in hair as a result of becoming a more water based species.
No, no. What causes that?
I already explained that to you, Joe. You're behind.
No, you didn't. I'm asking, that's the only thing I'm asking for here. What causes this physical change to happen?
Change in environment.
That's wait. You already accepted that's not true. So
I did
wait,
not.
what is okay? How does changing the environment change the species?
So, sure. And again, I will appeal specifically to Darwinian and Cuvier's theory of evolution as to how reproductive systems use sequences that are imperfect as a result of pseudogenes within DNA and RNA that instruct the species to hand down things through natural selection that make those species best suited for their environment when
How does that
environmental changes
happen?
happen.
How does that process happen?
Already explained it to you, Joe. You're still behind.
No, no, you all you did was say this it's decided by these systems, but I want to know how it's decided by those systems. Who's deciding that these like what is the causal mechanism that is influencing changes to happen within the the body of the thing?
Oh, yeah. So again, it would be the environment of the thing. Let's take this thing like, we'll say specific thing, right? The specific thing has been introduced to a new environment in which it requires changes to its body or structures to be able to survive. Some species will die off as a result of not having the necessary pseudogenes or necessary sequences within their genetic makeup as a result of their DNA or RNA not having a common
Hold on.
ancestor or
That part
recess gene to be able to
I needed
complete.
clarification on that part because
Okay.
if we all shared a common ancestor, how do you then like lose the ability to readjust to any environment that there are life today?
Well, see, the simple answer to that, Joe, is that when you talk about how you have these pseudogenes that are recessed so far as a result of not being needed, as it, like through evolutionary systems, and the species no longer requiring it, they can't actually fall back along those genes because there's not enough of a genetic sequence or a genome sequence for the DNA or RNA to be able to rely on over generations to evolve to fit that environment.
Well, there's no such thing as need under evolution.
I mean, yeah, you could argue that because some species will die off. But if we're talking about a species that requires survival, which is, again, required by your hypothetical, need has to be used here.
Well, no, because there's
Yes, just to be clear.
nothing is deciding that it needs anything. It's just happening.
I know this fundamentally, again, unless you want to change your hypothetical, this fundamentally disagrees with the hypothetical you gave.
Well, here the problem here is I'm asking what causes a random mutation that causes a drift away from like a clade, right? Away from like one clade of things into a completely other clade of things. You're not answering that question. You're telling me what happens when adaptation happens. I'm not asking about adaptation. I'm asking what causes the mutations needed for this land-based animal to become a sea creature.
Well, yes. And again, just to be clear, the only reason I wasn't answering that question is because it wasn't the question that you asked before. Now, if you want me to answer that question, we can go forward with that. And you can agree that your hypothetical was nonsensical.
No, that's always the question I've been trying to get at, but okay.
You might have been trying, but you weren't successfully doing so. So let's move on to that
Yeah,
question.
yes,
So
please.
that question, when you're talking about how this works, is again, my answer would be there would be a pseudogene that was so drastically hidden in regards to how the RNA, or sorry, in regards to the evolutionary traits that are needed for that animal, is they would die out if the RNA or DNA lacked the necessary ability to be able to access the genetic or genome structures that would result in evolution or adaptation, in this case, whatever word you want to use, to happen before the species dies out, creating an imperfect evolutionary cycle. However, if there was a common ancestor that was not so far back or so far recessed that the genetic structures or genome structures still had the availability of reproduction from the DNA or RNA, which was recessed, they could continue to evolve to be able to fit survival in that specific circumstance.
No, but that's okay. You're saying that they evolved. I'm asking how that. What is step one of that process? Like it goes from. Let's use. Would you agree that? But maybe we could go more granular. Would you agree that something, some type of limb or appendage? Let's go with like the penis, right? Would you say that natural selection dictates that the penis would have had to be useful from the very beginning of its form, a little nub, right? And to what it finally gets into, like turns into, right?
No, actually, I wouldn't agree with this notion because we see it consistently throughout the animal kingdom that cloacas are actually very common for reproduction. So
Hold on, that's not what I asked. I'm
so I
asking you,
disagreed. No, I disagreed, and then I gave an explanation.
what did you? No, no, no. But you're not responding to the question I'm asking you.
No, I did. I
Would
disagreed
you?
with it.
What was my question?
Whether or not the penis, by its nature or its structure, would be required to be effective for the sake of reproduction. I said no, and then I gave you an
No,
explanation
no,
why.
no. Useful. It would have to be useful to the life form in order for natural selection to keep it around.
No, there could be deviations that existed throughout that, like throughout the evolutionary cycle that resulted in larger, smaller, or more ineffective. We are seeing this with pandas right now.
So wait, I'm confused. You're
I know
saying
you are.
that no, no, but this doesn't make any sense. You're saying that we could like a life form could exist for millions of years with an appendage that doesn't do anything and it takes up calories and uses like energy to exist and is created over and over again and isn't naturally selected against.
No, I'm not saying that specific circumstance is required, but that wasn't outlined within your
That's what
hypothetical.
I'm
I'm saying
asking. No, that
no, it was
was.
not
I'm
at all
asking
what
you.
you were
Yes, it was.
asking.
Yes, I was, dude. I asked you. Well, maybe I have to break it down into smaller, like smaller language for you. Like I'm asking you if you have a useless appendage, right? It's useless. Is natural selection going to let you keep that thing for millions of years?
No,
You little nub.
it generally wouldn't, but in this specific circumstance, the penis does
Okay.
have a use, and outside of that use,
No.
the
What are you gonna
okay,
do with a little nub, bro?
well, okay, okay, let me ask you this: what does a bird do with a
What are you gonna
cloaca,
do with a
Joe?
nubby, little nubby?
What does a bird do with a cloaca?
I'm not. This is not a cloaca, dude. You have a nub. What are you
Okay,
gonna do with that thing?
I can do a lot with
Leaf,
a
what are
nub.
you? What? Hey, do a little Leaf, little moderation. Pay attention. Lock in, Leaf. Lock in. Okay. What are you gonna do with a nubby, Myta?
What am I
Yeah,
moderating in
Doesn't do anything.
this?
You wanted this.
no, I'm telling you whether or not, like, to call
Well,
into question the effectiveness of the device that is used for replication or for like procreating. That device, if it is still capable of procreating, no matter how ineffective, is still
Okay.
useful.
All right. So Myta, why would the hole get deeper and the nub get bigger? Why? What if a cloaca is advantageous already? Why would that change?
Well, again, it depends on whether or not they have a common ancestor, and it depends on whether or not there were certain
No,
genetic
that's not the
deviations that
question I asked
happen.
you, dude. Answer the
I
question I
answered
asked
it.
you. No, I asked you, why would, if a cloaca was so cool and worked so well for millions of years, why would you like go from a nub to a shaft and then you go like from a dimple to like a deeper hole? Why would you do that? Why would that happen if the thing you're using is already working? Why?
Because in this specific circumstance, Joe, that's not what happened under your hypothetical.
Bro, just can't answer a question. What if okay, at one point humans didn't have a penis, right?
It's up for debate. We don't have genetic. We literally don't have genetic sequencing
Common
that could tell us
ancestor
that.
theory. Common ancestor theory states that we weren't always even hominid, we were something else. Do
Sure,
you
but when you're
believe that
talking about a human, you're talking about Homo erectus, no? Or later?
it doesn't matter because
Well,
common
yes, it
ancestry
does.
says if you go back far enough, we share a common ancestor. Therefore, and if that common ancestor going back enough is bacteria, then no, nobody has a penis at that point.
Sure. And in this specific circumstance, I would make an appeal to the fact that there are certain genetic deviations that can happen in regards to replication or specifically procreation devices that may have stuck independent of whether or not it was
But
completely
it's not
useful.
advantageous. What we if like I'm simply asking you this and you're not answering. I don't know why you're not answering this, but I'm asking you, why would it go if it already worked for millions of years one way? Why would you go from your nub or whatever to something else? Why?
Yeah. And the simple answer to that would be, as I said before, improper genome sequencing or genes being handed down that were potentially damaged or had some blemishes on
An
them that
error.
resulted in a deviation.
So an error, basically.
I mean, you could argue that it's an error, sure.
Okay, so is your penis an error?
I mean, sure, why not? Maybe I
Is your
was meant to
brain
be
an
a girl.
error?
It might have been, Joe. We don't know. I feel like some
Your
people's
so
brains are definitely
your
errors, so I'm
brain
not
your
ruling
brain
it
is
out.
you don't have to believe that as from my position, but you do, right? That your brain is an error?
No, I don't have to believe that the brain is an error.
Wait, hold on. The random mutations it took us to get here are a series of errors and malfunctions and things that didn't go right or according to plan, according to what you just said. And you admitted that, yeah, my penis is probably a product of a series of errors, but your brain isn't?
No, I said it could be, and this is why I say that it could be,
No,
because
yeah, right. You have
when
to
you
grant me
talk
that.
yeah, it could be, and I grant you that. And the
That's right.
problem is, I don't grant the idea that the brain could be, because the brain is the system that is required, very
No, but
similar to a nucleus in a cell that transfers information to the rest of the cell or
no,
to the
but
body. So, in this
you
specific
just
circumstance, a brain cannot be an error. However, an
no.
applicator for reproduction can be a result of an error, as its current form does not reflect what is necessary for reproduction.
No, it's you still have to logically grant me, and you did, that it could be an error,
Sure.
and therefore there's no reason, there's no way you can rebuttal against that. So I could say your own thinking is an error.
No. What are you two? What are
Yes.
you talking about?
No, if you grant that your brain is the product of a series in error, therefore your very own brain is an error, then the products of your brain are also errors, right? Your very own thinking is an error.
No, this wouldn't be at all the case. You could
What?
argue that the structure of the brain may be as a result of certain types of errors, but this would literally just posit a theory in which the brain could be more complex and actually more efficient in nature. It wouldn't be that this is something that would be an error by definition, because we lack the ability to prove as a result of fossil records, since the brain doesn't fossilize, that the brain was ever in a place where it could have been more evolved or more efficient than it currently is.
That's a value judgment that's totally arbitrary, and
It's
science
actually not
and
arbitrary, because
evolution, it
the
is.
brain specifically relies on the idea of communicating information to the body through the nervous system to be able to allow us to continue to survive. If you wanted to make an arbitrary value statement as to how it works, then you could argue that certain brains with more ability to be able to move information through it would be
Mhm.
better than ours. But the problem
Is
with this value statement is you hold humans to a higher degree than animals.
I think you do.
No, I
Does
agree that animals are humans. That therefore a
hold
value
on,
statement
wait.
is
Well,
not
let
made.
me test. Can I test that?
Did you mean to
Do
say
you
that?
think
Sure.
oh shit.
Did you mean to
Uh-oh.
say that, Myta?
What did I say?
That animals are humans,
Yeah.
not the other way around? Just
Well,
making sure.
wait, animals are humans or humans are animals? I consider them
You
synonymous.
said the
Okay,
first thing.
cool enough.
Wow. Okay. So is Leith an ape?
Is anybody an ape, Joe?
I just asked you that question.
If everybody is a descendant of an animal, then we would all be great apes. They're descendants of great apes. Everybody
So is
would,
Leith
Joe.
an ape?
Is Charlie Kirk an ape?
Is Leith an ape? No, I asked you first.
No, Lethe's not an
A
ape.
simple
We're
yes or
descendants
no.
of great apes.
So
There's a
that
difference.
means that his grandparents at some point were an ape.
And yours were too, Joe.
No, I don't
And
believe
mine
that.
were
I don't have
too.
to believe that.
And
I
if
don't
you
have to.
choose not to
Okay, look.
believe that, it doesn't matter.
Let me see. You think I put I think you're the one who actually puts humans into a special category.
I do not.
So well, let's test that. Do you think objective truth is necessary for survival?
Define objective truth.
In virtue of your a priori senses, I guess. Brute
Who
reality.
defines a priori sensize? Because just to be clear, if you're going to appeal to Kantian theory here, it rejects the notion that you're about to make on its face.
Okay, how about, sorry, forget the word objective. How about just truth, the notion of truth itself?
What is truth?
Truth is, I guess, just a brute fact of the matter.
So then it would be objective. You just changed the language, not the definition.
Well, I don't use the same word to define itself, if that's
It doesn't. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. If you use a colloquial term to define something else, it doesn't change the fact that the definition that you are using still appeals to the original term.
Well, no. Well, you asked me what one thing meant, and I was like, well,
and then you went back on it and changed it.
Of, if you don't, so do you believe, like, if I say Leith is a Caucasian man, right? Is there a truth value or a falseness value to that statement?
I don't know. Ask him.
No, I'm asking you from your perspective.
How am I supposed to know what Lethe is?
Well, just look at him.
I'm looking at him right now.
Is he a Caucasian man?
Lethe, do you have any Caucasian in you, bud?
No, I'm asking
specifically
you,
Dutch. Yes.
There you go. He is.
Is he a 100% Caucasian man of specifically only European descent?
Well, he just said that he's not. You answered your own question. He said that he has some, not all.
For you, he answered, "Is Shaq a Caucasian man?"
I don't know. Ask him.
Is he like a 95% Caucasian man?
I don't know. Ask him.
Are you a man?
I don't know. Ask me.
I asked you.
Okay. Well, in this specific circumstance, I would say yes, I am.
What is that true?
I would generally say it would be a truth statement, yes.
Okay, so what makes it a truth statement?
Oh, so we want to get philosophical with it. I would say that me as an actor is able to determine and make a value claim on a judgment of knowledge based on whether or not my perceptions are usually or seemingly accurate. In this specific circumstance, I would say I used priori knowledge to stumble upon the a priori knowledge fact that there are specific qualifiers that make me a man.
Oh, so your belief in everything is just faith based.
No, actually, yours is.
No, yours is.
This isn't how that works at all, Joe.
It actually is because you have to have faith in your a priori senses in order to believe that the reality you engage with is like the true reality.
Not at all. Can you give me an example of how you prove a priori knowledge without priori knowledge?
No, I'm saying
No,
you
answer the question, Joe.
hmm? I'm
Answer the
saying you
question.
have
How
to
do
have
you prove a priori knowledge without priori knowledge?
I can't prove that.
Well, that's because you have a faith-based system.
No, well so do you. You can't
No, I
you
don't.
can't prove you can't prove that you're experiencing reality right now.
You can use a series of deductions to determine whether or not what you believe is the perceived reality is something that is actually
No, that's
happening.
subjective. That's not objective reality.
Sure, but under your system, you have a subjective reality as well.
I'm asking you about yours. This has nothing to do with my system.
Well, certainly your criticism of my system must be one that is solved in your own system, does it not?
No, I don't need to do that. I could
Then
solve
this
it
is just a
under its
logical,
own
like
merit.
this is literally just a logical reduction. It's ad reductio. It's an infinite regression. If
I
you're
don't know.
proposing, if you're proposing that I must believe in a system or I must admit a flaw in my system, you must posit that your system attempts to rectify or solve
No,
this flaw in my system.
no faith. I admit that my system is faith based. I'm
Which
just
is
saying that
ironic. You
yours is
just denied
also.
that statement.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did 3 times.
No, I didn't. No, I never denied that my position is faith based. That my personal worldview is faith based. Never denied that once.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you don't deny that now. So, what is your
I
claim
don't.
about my
Never
system
did.
then?
That it's also faith based because you can't prove that you're living in objective reality right now. You could be in a
Uh,
dream. I'm a product of your brain. I'm not actually here.
Well, yeah, it's again, when we talk about whether or not that's actually a claim, it is exists within the possibility. Because again, when you talk about systems that use priori and a priori knowledge, impossible is something that generally is not accepted. So what you do is you used posteriori knowledge to determine whether or not you have empirical evidence to determine an experience based in whether or not it is likely. I think that it is probable that you exist. I think it is probable that I exist. Then I can determine that this is probably some realm within existence. A
Probable.
priori knowledge, which
Probable,
is
right. That
justified
means you have
by
faith.
priori.
No,
No,
just
you can have a
you use the
probability
term
without faith.
probable. That means that you're having faith in what you can't prove, right? So you're using probability in replacement of proof because you have none. You need to use probability, which is faith based. It's
No,
an axiom.
probability is not faith based.
You have to begin with an axiomatical assumption from the beginning of your worldview.
No,
No?
no,
No, that's not possible. You
no, it is
cannot
possible.
have
You
a
just don't
worldview
understand it.
without an axiom,
Yeah,
without a
you can
core
have. No,
axiom.
I agree. You cannot have a worldview without an axiom. I'm positing
Right.
that what you are saying is fundamentally flawed in its logic. And let me explain
It's
why.
not.
So, when you talk about probability, I'm referring to a mathematical and logical framework that exists within a formula, not something that exists within faith. You can use priori knowledge to justify a priori knowledge, like an example of humanity had to stumble upon mathematics, which mathematics are a priori knowledge because there's something that is a universal truth independent of what the translation, understanding, or perception of it is, will always rely on the same outcome. 1 + 1 will always equal 2, no matter the translation, no matter how it's written, spoken, or understood. It will only lead to a conclusion where 1 + 1 equals 2. Priori knowledge of a priori knowledge and posteriori knowledge specifically posits that you can make a series of inductions based on whether or not the method of justification is true. And in this circumstance, through empiricism, I can determine that it is.
That's all subjective. That's
No, it's
all
not.
that's you're using the illusion world around you to create a standard of proof for the illusion around you. That's not how that works. You have to have faith that you're even experiencing like reality at all. You could be in a pod right now and you can't get out of it unless you had some kind of faith in God. That's the only way out.
No, that's not how that works at all. In fact, I can show you the flaw in
Okay.
your logic because you can just make a
Credulousness.
claim. No, it's not credulous because you can make a claim to the probability of something happening. You can argue that it is possible that that might be the reality of circumstance, but you would have to use a series of deductions to determine whether or not it is the most likely. This is the law of contradiction. This is logic
Occam's
101.
razor favors my side.
Yeah, Occam's razor is also a logical paradox. Nothing to say?
And
so your
so
entire
what?
ideology is paradoxical.
What do you mean? I'm just saying, Occam's razor leans more towards my side being true than all the things you need to assume for your side to be true.
Well, that's
Right?
crazy because
So
all
it's
of your
just-
things are assumptions as well, unless you claim to be agnostic theist.
No, your things are assumptions as well. You have to start with an axiom that is an assumption, a series of assumptions that you begin and you assume to be true from the beginning.
In which you use transcendental truths to be able to determine a logical process based.
Transcendental, right? You have to appeal to transcendent. Yeah, exactly, right. So
Transcendentalism can be compatible with a priori knowledge.
See, I already know that we're getting off the path here. Let's go back to evolution.
Yeah, I was going to
Hey,
ask the
guys.
same, but if you want to continue on this path, by all means, it is
How
very
convenient.
easy.
Joe brings up an
'cause I-
argument and then abandons it. Let's go back to evolution, Joe.
No, but well, here, like, just
No,
simply,
come
like,
on.
we're going to go. Yeah, we're going back to the evolution. So if you're going under the science-based, model, you don't actually need something like truth to survive. You could survive on a lie, right? Like you could. Lying and believing in a lie could actually be very beneficial for your survival and the passing on of your offspring, right?
Sure, I don't disagree with this notion.
Okay. What would be, since you don't place humanity in any kind of special place, what would be wrong with like one race of humans subjugating another race of humans? Like would there be any way for you to like possibly moralize that? If
Yes,
that's
the
just, like,
categorical
nature?
imperative.
But it's just nature working itself out.
Disagree with that fundamentally. The categorical imperative disproves this.
I don't see how. I think that I don't.
So you
that
don't know
seems
what the
like a
categorical
special-
imperative is then?
It sounds like special pleading because
It's actually the
you don't
exact opposite of
assign-
special pleading because you can use the categorical imperative to justify certain actions independent of whether or not they're done by a human.
How are Yeah, how do you justify?
What you're doing is special pleading, actually, because you're putting humans in
No.
a completely different category than everything else that
No,
exists.
I'm not.
The chaos
actually.
theory
I'm
of the
saying that
universe actually
killing-
fundamentally disagrees with this.
No, hold on. I'm saying that animals killing each other, right? For combat, for mating, for survival, to eat, that's perfectly normal. And we come from that world. So us doing it, us killing each other over resources, right? And land and stuff like that is also perfectly normal.
So cool. If someone
we
walked into your
evolved to
house
do
right
that.
now and shot your entire family and you, that'd be okay?
I'm not an evolutionary theorist. This is under your view.
Wait,
It's
no,
your
you
view
just
that you have to justify.
specified that under this specific circumstance it fits within your view.
Theorist, sir.
It doesn't have
No,
to
it
apply to
doesn't.
evolution. Morals
yes,
are
it
completely
does.
independent of such.
No, I don't believe that. Sorry, it's not a part of my
Wait,
world.
do you believe morals are tied to evolution?
No, I don't believe in evolution at all.
Okay, so then you
So
don't
why
believe
are
in
you
morals at
asking-
all. Because I just asked you
No,
a
I
moral
believe
question and you tied it into evolution.
I believe in morals, but my morality comes from my Christian faith. Okay,
Sure,
that's
and
where
mine
my
comes from the
morality
categorical imperative.
Well, that doesn't explain anything to me.
It does.
That doesn't.
Well, just
no, it
because
doesn't.
you're ignorant
No, it
to it doesn't mean that you get to
I
say
don't-
it just doesn't do
I
anything.
asked you if I ask you how, and you just tell me the thing, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what that is, and you're just like, oh, well, you're just an idiot. Then that's not like, okay, dude, that's like bad faith tactics. Like you could just tell me what it is. I'm telling you, yeah, I don't know what
I'm
that is.
trying to
It's
tell
not
you
a
what it is,
dunk.
but you keep going back
Go
to
ahead and tell
evolution.
me. No,
Okay.
I'm telling you, how does your imperative work with evolution to justify a type of moral judgment on humanity and make it like not seem like a special pleading from the rest of the animal kingdom?
Yeah, in this specific circumstance, you could just make the claim as to how Kant's theory of perception, specifically within the categorical imperative, would create certain exceptions for the ability to determine whether or not someone is creating an action or a circumstance. Then you would just use the deontological approach to determine whether or not it was prioritizing rational or moral duty over evolutionary impulse or
Moral,
survival.
you're begging the question. You're
No, it's
begging the
not.
question. Moral duty, you're just inserting morals in there. I don't know what's moral under the, like, I don't accept, there's no such thing as morality under evolution. That morality is
is.
not, no, evolution is not truth apt. Evolution is not morally apt.
So,
There's
okay,
no
well,
morality.
if you're going to make the claim that evolution makes no claim as to how morals exist or their application, then yes. The problem is you're relying on a system in which conflates the two, in which you can use a system to determine how evolution fits within a moral principle.
No, I'm saying you would have to reject morals altogether if you were
Disagree.
to believe in evolution. No, well,
No.
okay, go ahead and justify how you how would you justify morals under evolution if evolution doesn't justify morals?
What are you? Okay, I'll try my best to decipher that nonsense.
You
So
don't need to be a moral actor to pass your genes on and become. Look how many evil people there are in the world who are dirty rich, right? They get super, like, they're able to have a bunch of kids and pass their genes on. That's evolution happening, right? And they are the most, like, immoral people on earth.
Yeah, I agree.
Morality and evolution don't have anything to do with each other.
Yes, and this is why in this specific circumstance, the moral principles that I adhere to don't have to be based in the evolutionary principle. They can be completely independent of it.
Oh, special pleading.
This is not special pleading. You just admitted
Special
that they don't
pleading.
have.
No.
You just admitted that there's no connection between the evolutionary principle and the morals.
Every single time we get
This is
here,
not special pleading.
They make this very same argument, this very same special pleading argument every single time. Every
Joe,
time,
do you know what
Myta,
special pleading is?
Yeah, that's what you're doing. I don't need to align my personal moral system with evolution. Yeah, that's what everybody does when we get here, Myta. You just fell in the tiger pit. Congratulations.
Except the tiger pit is full of inflatable balloon toys. The problem with special pleading is that you don't realize that it's a post-rationalization of an exception that is not being made here.
You're not, okay, why? Okay, so now you need to justify to me how evolution justifies the existence of morality when morality is not a product of evolution.
T-minus 20 minutes. Do your thing.
Yep. In this specific circumstance, I can make an appeal to the exact same thing I explained earlier on how we used priori knowledge to apply a priori knowledge in a specific circumstance for posteriori knowledge and how the claim applies specifically to us post being able to figure that out.
And take over the entire government and just use their resources and everything to my advantage. Why would that be wrong?
That would be wrong. Well, again, under your framework, I don't think it would be, but under my framework, we're not
doing my framework. I'm asking you under the evolutionary framework, if I just wanted to do that because it benefited
okay, Joe, then let me explain to you. If you evolved into a tank, then go for it, because that's what tanks were designed for. But as of right now, you are a human. You are not designed for taking and exploiting populations.
That's special pleading.
No, it's not. Okay,
yes,
Joe, can you show me where you evolve into a tank then? When do humans evolve into F-35 fighter jets?
I don't believe in evolution, dude. Like you can't. You gotta like keep up here. You're not doing a good defense of the worldview you came here to defend tonight.
Because the logic you were using doesn't make any sense.
I know to you. I know you're not tracking right now. I know you're.
What do you mean I'm not tracking? Okay, then ask me this. Ask me this. What moral principle does evolution create in my system?
None. Zero.
That's because they're entirely disconnected from each other. The philosophical idea of priori and a priori knowledge and posteriori knowledge do not apply to each other.
No, they don't come separately from each other.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. How do you get to philosophy without evolution?
Well, that's the problem, Joe. Once you get to philosophy in evolution, you're stumbling upon a priori knowledge using priori knowledge.
You have to evolve your brain to a certain
size
Joe. Or whatever.
Okay.
Before you could do philosophy.
Yep.
So what do you mean they're separate from each other, dude? Don't gaslight me.
And in this specific circumstance, do you use priori knowledge to stumble upon a priori knowledge, or do you not?
Don't run away from the question. I'm not
running away from the question. I'm telling you how the question happens.
I'm telling you that there's no more morality is not accounted for under the evolutionary model. So for you to account for it and say that it comes from something else, that is one, not in line with evolution,
Actually, it
and
is.
two, special pleading.
It is
Yes.
not special
No.
pleading.
Where does it come from if not from nature, Myta? If
It
it didn't
doesn't
come
come
from
from nature.
it doesn't come from nature. So our reasoning doesn't come from nature.
No, it does not. Reasoning
How
is
do you
something that develops independently of the nature of the world and the nature of, in specifically, like the laws of the universe. The universe.
So you
Okay, tell me.
can't.
Okay,
Okay,
wait,
so
hold
you
on.
admit it. So you agree with me. You can't get to these metaphysicals through evolution.
Because they are independent of each other.
Yes or no? You agree with me, right? Yes, you agree
can't-
that you can't get to these metaphysicals through evolution.
Yes, I
These
cannot
things
use the
don't exist.
evolutionary. I cannot use the evolutionary theory to prove metaphysical claims.
Great, we got there. So now, under evolution, pay attention now.
Yep.
Under
I'm paying
evolution,
attention.
why would it racism be wrong?
This is evolution makes no claim as to morality.
Thank you. Yes, we agree. We finally got there. So if you're an atheist who believes in evolution,
I'm not an
then
atheist.
You can't. I'm not saying. I'm saying. I'm asking you.
So
a
who
question,
are you debating
right?
against, Joe? Are they in the room with us right now?
I'm asking you a question, Myta. I'm asking you a question. If you are an atheist, not saying you, I'm saying if there's a person out there who's an atheist.
Okay, well, let's cut out the hypothetical. Ask me then.
Stop. No, hold on. You're not an atheist.
Yeah,
right?
okay, so why are you debating the pretend atheists? Are they in the room with you, Joe? Do we need to call somebody?
Yes, dude, I'm asking you a question.
We do? Okay, I'm going to get on the phone right now.
This is what I'm against. I'm going to give you the reason why I'm asking you this, right?
Okay.
Because when I debate against evolution, it's typically against atheists. And the reason why I debate against evolution is because it is the atheist tool to try to weaponize against the belief in a God. That's what I truly believe evolution is. I believe it's a bullshit fill-in story. I understand that. Myta, I understand that. What I'm trying to do is defeat evolution under its own merits, which you don't hold fully, right? You use evolution plus something else that fills in the gap for the parts where it can't be explained by evolution itself, right? Under its own merits, under the scientific theory of evolution.
No, I'm talking about the scientific. No, the scientific theory of evolution can stand on its own through evolutionary pluralism. I literally brought this up earlier.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for morality, right? Me and you are talking about morality right now. We both agree that you need something else for morality, that you can't get morality from evolution alone. Just yes or no. From the atheist perspective of evolution, you can't account for morality.
No, I think you can.
Through the atheist framework.
Yes. Through the atheist framework, you can account for through the categorical imperative. It applies across all theological belief systems.
But that's
lack thereof.
That's just arbitrary.
No, it's not.
What if you told me the category like let's say I had all the power, right? I had all the power, and I'm like,
more hypotheticals, Joe. Crazy.
Hypotheticals are perfectly logically consistent with testing logic, right? Like they're fine tools to use in a debate, especially. So hypothetical, I'm dictator, right? I became the Orthodox king of America, the kingdom of America, right? And I'm now saying, you know what? Mexico and South America, they're great people and everything, but their government's a little too dirty. I don't really expect them to run what they have there correctly. I think they could use their resources in a better way to create better lives for their citizens. So I'm going to go ahead and take that shit over. And if there's any resistance, well, too bad for them, right? Like, what would be wrong with that? And you'd give me the categorical imperative, and I say, cool, I still want to invade down there.
Yes, that would be the logical conclusion of your hypothetical. I don't know why I needed to answer that because it presupposed itself. So let me ask you a hypothetical then, since I went with yours. All right? Oh, he's dead.
You know what? Fuck that.
Hold up, Joe. You're robot. Hold up, Joe. You're roboting.
to do what's good.
Hold up, Joe.
bleeding
You're
for
roboting. Nobody
me
can
to
hear you.
respect some other culture or whatever. Oh,
You were roboting that whole time.
maybe.
Getting there.
Oh,
You're catching up with yourself.
We're coming back. We're
The-
coming back.
The Langaloos got
okay.
him.
Yeah, I think I probably caught some lag. Damn, it's sad that I got that joke. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't see how you get some kind of objective standard of morality, like
You don't
by
need an objective
killing,
standard of morality. It's
murder.
relative.
Wait, well, hold on. Is there a place where murder is not a justified, like murder is kind of like a universal concept, isn't it?
No. Well, yes, murder is a universal concept under the idea that it is a malicious killing of another human being.
So that's a universal moral concept.
Yes.
Right. So but the thing is, if an animal just wanted to kill another animal to eat it or take its stuff or eat its babies or whatever, like it's just doing that to survive, right? So what if that, that the murder, like let's say, somebody killed someone else to take their wallet, right? That's a murder. It's not justified, but in their mind, they're saying it is justified. I took the wallet because I needed money to survive.
Well, that just proves moral relativism, because if somebody exists under an objective standard of what is and isn't and makes an ought claim as to how society ought to be, by definition, defying that would prove that there is no objective standard, would it, Joe?
Again, I'm asking simply under your worldview. It's an internal critique of this atheistic view of evolution
That I don't hold.
right?
You're
Well,
asking me
then-
for my worldview on a position I do not hold,
No,
Joe,
I'm not.
just to be clear.
No, I'm not asking you for your worldview. I'm asking for the atheistic science only, right? Science itself, there is no morality in science.
Well, no, the problem is again, you can, yes, again, I
What?
agree with this. I'll agree with you, Joe.
Yeah.
Let me explain here. I've let you talk for 20 minutes. Science and philosophy attempt to do two different things and have two different applications to the same questions. The philosophical side of ideology attempts to make a system in which we prove true
this.
specific things like moral claims, where science attempts to prove things that are pre-existing or understood.
I know that, Myta.
You're
I know
asking me
that.
to prove a moral claim from a scientific standpoint, which is impossible.
Yes. I agree with you. You could have just said that earlier. You could have just said, no, Joe, I can't do that because it's impossible, because science doesn't make or offer any kind of moral claims.
And when I did that specifically in regards to evolution, you
didn't.
said no.
No, you didn't do that.
Yes,
You didn't
I
do
did that
'cause
exact thing.
I wouldn't have to ask you again if you had asked, if you had
I
answered that
specifically
earlier.
said evolution does not make any moral claims, and you
Okay,
said
great.
it does.
Then you should, okay, look, then you should agree with me when I say that under the evolutionary model, strictly under the evolutionary model, not Myta's model, right?
Okay.
The scientific evolutionary model, under that model, there is nothing wrong with racism.
So, under this specific model in which you create nonsensicality, yes, there is no
it's not
No,
nonsense, because
it is
racism
not.
still
Okay.
exists.
Let me explain to you what you're doing here, Joe. You're begging the question by trying
Dude.
to no, you're begging the question. Let me ask you a hypothetical then. In your Bible, it says that you ought to participate in Lent. Where does it say
This
that you should
isn't
not kill all
about-
white people?
This isn't about.
No, answer my
This
question.
isn't about my view. No, that's not the
Where
topic. The
does it
topic
say
is evolution.
Where
It's evolution,
in the
dude.
where in the Lenten ceremony
That's
does
not
it
the
say I
prompt.
ought not kill all white people?
That's not the prompt. You're crashing out right now. You can't.
No,
handle
I'm
the
not
prompt 'cause
crashing
you're
out.
losing on the prompt.
This isn't the
You
prompt
can't defend
either.
the prompt. Yeah, you can't defend the prompt. I know it's not. You're trying to get away
Show
from
me,
the prompt right now.
show me where in
You're
the prompt
crashing out on
The prompt is almost
Show me
over
because of
anyway.
Theology.
Joe,
You're about
show
to get.
me,
Yeah.
show me
You're
where in
running
the prompt.
from defending evolution so hard right now, dude.
No,
this is really
Joe.
not a good look for you.
Joe, show me where in the prompt there's any moral claim.
I told.
Where's there
no,
any moral claim in the prompt,
I
Joe?
didn't say that, dude.
So you're not arguing the prompt either. So why are
I'm
you
not
running away from the prompt?
I'm not arguing. No, I'm saying that.
No,
if
that's
you
exactly what
accept-
you're doing.
The prompt is that evolution is not supported by the science, and it's not even supported by philosophy, right? Because you would need to make a special pleading error.
Where does
in
it
order
say
to
philosophy in the
plead-
prompt, Joe?
I'm saying philosophy
So why are you running from the
isn't even
prompt?
applicable. If you believe in evolution, right? It's an if then
Yep.
statement, right? It's if
Correct.
Socrates is a man, then Socrates is immortal, right? I'm saying if you believe in evolution as an atheist, then you have to believe that there is nothing what we call morally wrong with racism, right?
All right.
Morals
When you're
don't
done
even
shadow
exist
boxing, can
because
we apply
hold
my
on, stop.
ideology to that?
You see, you're interrupting me. Now I didn't even land
Because
the
you're
plane
shadow
yet.
boxing.
No, I'm not saying no, I'm telling you it's not shadow boxing because whether or not this has
Okay,
to
how
do
is it
with you,
applicable to me?
stop, dude, stop. It's
Now
not.
you're the one
What
crashing out.
stop because you keep interrupting me. Can you just
Because you
stop
keep
interrupting me?
applying
Stop
All right.
interrupting me.
illogical
Stop
means to
interrupting
this.
All
me.
right, Myta,
Stop interrupting me.
let him say what
Just
he's
let
gonna
me
say because
finish
this
All
is
my
right.
pretty
damn
much over.
statement.
This is gonna
Fuck.
be
Go
the
for it.
last 2 points. Last two
So
points
so
before
goddamn Dave.
closings.
It doesn't fucking matter that it's not your position because the position I want to kill tonight is the atheistic position in evolution, which is that that you can get somehow morality, right? You can somehow justify morality and rights and all these moral claims, but if you believe in evolution, you can't actually believe in those things. Those things aren't real. Those things aren't justified under the scientific view. And it doesn't matter that you don't believe in that. That's the dunk I'm going to make on all the atheists right now. All you atheists, you don't have truth and you don't have morality. You can't say racism's wrong. You can't say slavery's wrong. You can't say none of that shit's wrong. That's all I'm trying to say.
All right. Well, would I congratulate you on finishing that sentence and that rant. Are the people you're debating in the room with us tonight?
Are they probably in the chat? Yeah. Well, not no. The people I'm debating, no, but the people that disagree with me are probably watching in the future or in the chat right now.
Okay, so then what's the point in debating the people who aren't here?
Well, so the prompt was you had to defend evolution under the science, and I know this is like something indefensible under science, right? We already got there, but if you want to go to like another reason, I mean, let's see. There are so many like ways to like okay, so you already conceded to me that it doesn't get through the scientific method because you can't do it in a lab. Um and then you haven't provided like like I asked for the steps of the mutations and I didn't get any of those. I didn't get like what causes the mutation. You gave me adaptation instead. I was trying to ask for like the what is the random mutation that causes something like a penis to happen? And then I tried to get to like that example of how does natural selection allow for an appendage that doesn't do anything? Like you would have to say that the appendage that is growing out has to have a use every step of the way, right?
Yeah, you could argue that an applicator would need a use, but like to argue
Mm-hmm.
the qualifications of that applicator is arbitrary.
So do the random, let's say you got a population, right? You got a population of species that are going from um like penis to no penis, like no penis to penis, right?
Mhm.
Does the random mutation, does it happen at the individual level or at the population level?
Well, again, it depends on whether or not you have a specific population. Because again, when you look at
I began with a specific population. I'm saying
okay,
in the
is that
hypothetical, you have a
population?
specific population of life forms, right? They're all in
Okay.
one
Yep.
clade or something, right? They have they're going from reproducing in-house asexually to outhouse, but sexually. And so like what is the process like first of all, what would even be the advantage of that, right? If you're
I
already
can
doing it
explain that.
in-house. Yeah, but so
And
look at
once
all
he
the
explains it, that will be
disadvantages.
the
You
end
now
before closings.
Yep. Yeah. So do you want? No, go ahead and finish, Joe.
Yeah, I was gonna say like you have to fight for mates now. Now there's like extra combat involved, which evolve. Now you need to develop more weapons and mass, I guess, to do combat. Like that's what the natural selection is going to favor. Like you're going to get like bigger and stronger as life goes along, because now you have to combat for mates. You have to make all these adjustments and engage with all this extra danger going reproduction asexually to sexually. So to say that evolution favors advantages going into the future with time doesn't seem to make sense, because those don't seem to be survival advantages.
Okay, so in this specific circumstance, the application for how evolution would appeal to this is when we go, and this is just off the top of my head, when we went from low cell organisms to more complex cell organisms as a result of the fact that internal or otherwise like non-sexual or asexual reproduction would no longer be viable for us as we got more complex. We would need to have a version of I guess what you would call an
Wait,
applicator or a
why?
penis.
Why would that not why would getting more complex necessitate sexual reproduction?
In most circumstances, there are not single cell organisms that do like what you would call outhouse sexual reproduction. Can you give
No,
me an example of one?
I'm saying we went from, bacteria, right? Is what
Yep.
macroevolution says. You went from bacteria to things that now produce sexually with like a penis and a vagina, right? Like that's
Yep.
what we're at now. I'm saying
Or a cloaca.
what would be the advantage of going from asexually producing to sexually producing? And when I introduced all these other like risk factors, and there's this extra
And you cut
calorie
me off before
usage.
I finished my explanation. Did you
Well,
not?
you got to be a little more like pithy, dude. You can't spend so much time saying nothing.
You just spent 7 minutes talking. I have a timer.
But I say everything like, no,
And you
that's
cut me
not
off at
possible.
1 minute
Seven
and 30
minutes?
seconds.
All right. Well, we're going to call that into closings. And since Mida started the party, I will let Joe end the party. Go ahead, Mida. 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Yeah, so to sort of explain what I was talking about prior to being interrupted, this actually applies to Gould and Eldred's theory of evolution, in which they posit that an idea of punctuated equilibrium in specific cases allows a species to have little or no change or variation for long periods of time. However, if a small percentage of that species are deviated away from their horde or their clique or whatever it wants to be called, they undergo differing conditions. Then, as a result of that, the evolutionary traits begin happening at an alarmingly faster rate through the adaptation. This is compatible with previous ideologies of evolutionary theorists through what is called evolutionary pluralism. But I will end on saying the idea or the concept that evolution doesn't exist when Joe has already admitted that evolution is fundamentally compatible with not only his, but my worldview in both a theistic and an atheistic system, while simultaneously completely ignoring how science and philosophy have different applications and how they make methods or methodology in reflection to not only humanity, but how humanity stumbles upon a priori knowledge through a priori actor is alarming, to say the least. And I will end by saying that I truly don't know. Like, I think my opening statement summed it up best. Ignorance is not like a criticism of a system, and not understanding a system is not a criticism of it either. And I'll concede the rest of my time.
Damn, in 1 minute. Well played. Joe, you're closing.
Yeah, I don't know. I did like the same thing. Like the same thing happens every time I debate like an evolutionary proponent, I guess, is they always fall into this trap of like they can't actually account for things like truth and morality, because if everything is a development of nature, then so is our brain, so is our thinking, and our so-called morality is just kind of like this illusion given to us by nature. That's what you would have to believe, as like an atheist who believes in evolution. And then you're like, well, yeah, but we use evaluations to evaluate whether or not something is good or not. Okay, so you use just a unfolding process in space time. You use chemicals to like special chemicals to like analyze other chemicals that are making chemical judgments, right? Like it's just dominoes all the way back. So these things don't actually exist in their worldview. It's all an illusion. You could believe in lies and racism and get along just fine on the evolutionary tree. Um, After the before that, like every time I would ask him a question, instead of just saying yes or no, he would basically filibuster the debate by giving a very like long-winded and what he tried to make sound like an intelligible response when it was really just a lot of words that said absolutely nothing. So it's a brilliant like debate bro tactic that people use where they don't actually have answers to the questions you're asking them, so they just filibuster, and then when you interrupt them, they get upset, and they try to call you bad faith for calling them out on what they're doing and by restating the question. um, and so that's like one tactic that he kept doing tonight, unfortunately, which kind of like moved the conversation at a snail's pace. I was trying to get to like, well, how do you explain things like error, right? Like he just told me earlier that, oh, no, Joe, de-evolution doesn't exist, right? There's no such thing as de-evolution. I agree. So why are we using judgments like error when we're trying to explain the process that creates random mutation? Why are we giving a quality judgment to the process of what's happening? Who's giving this judgment, right? Science doesn't have those judgments, right? I just went through why science doesn't even account for morality. So it doesn't actually decide whether something is working correctly or not. If you just saw somebody with like an incorrect, their heart isn't working correctly, what you need to say by correctly there, if I believe in intelligible design, what they believe in what's called I guess regularity, or what they comparative, like they decide something's working in comparison with the majority of something. But that's not actually logical under the evolutionary model, because for something to be working differently, you couldn't say that was wrong. You couldn't actually say that was an error, right? Because if it's accepted within the under the evolutionary model that things are supposed to randomly mutate and things are supposed to change, there is not actually anything wrong or anything erroneous happening. It's just happening. And so that's why you catch them making this mistake whenever they try to describe the random mutations to you, right? They slip up and they start using these terms when they are not applicable under the worldview. And he walked into that one pretty easily. And so even though he tried to use like filibustering to try to like give long-winded explanations, let me tell you guys something, right? Um, just a side note, a indicator of intelligence is not that you could say a lot of things in a long time. Intelligence is being able to communicate the entirety of your message in the shortest amount of breath possible. So this is just some kind of like trick for people who aren't really like confident in their own intelligence. It's just to sound more intelligent. So don't fall for it, guys.
All right. And there we have it. So, any questions? Anybody want to hop in the Discord? We are going to open now. And for the most part, we trailed off pretty far from evolution in itself when we got into questions that science itself doesn't posit
It's your
answers
fault.
for. No, not my fault at all. Not my fault in any way, shape, or
Moderator.
form.
Moderator's job.
Well, to be fair, you're the one that drug us down that direction.
I'm not the moderator.
I'm supposed to keep you from doing things you don't want to do.
Yes, that's the no, you're supposed to keep us on topic. That is the job of the moderator.
I mean,
You know something that's ironic? You talked about how people who say a lot of words are actually really dumb, but your argument, your final closing statement was 5 times longer than mine.
That's fine. I had a lot to say. It doesn't make my explanation of any one thing long-winded.
all right.
See how
So
pithy that was?
Sure.
doesn't look like we have any questions.
Of course not.
Checking.
Myta, do you believe in dinosaurs?
Sure.
Really? Why?
Yeah.
Dinosaurs are fake and gay.
Well, I'm fake and gay, so like,
But the
you know,
dinosaurs can't. How do they have sex, dude, with the big ass tails?
same way alligators do.
No, alligators' tails aren't that big, and they can go belly to belly.
In many circumstances, alligators' tails are longer than their body segments.
No, not as big and not as thick. A brontosaurus, right? Can you picture that thing, like, like doing its thing? Like it doesn't look possible to me. T-Rex, man, look at T-Rex. How's that thing supposed to do? It can't even kneel down without falling forward.
I mean, you do realize that it's entirely possible, as the argument you made before. Dinosaurs, just like many animals, had larger genitalia, which were capable of reaching into places that would be harder to get to.
Well, I have a better explanation. Those and it's actually the simple one. Those are actually just dragons, sir.
I have an alternative explanation and a question. Can you explain why the Malayan tapir's penis is longer than its body?
I don't even know what that is.
Imagine my surprise.
Yeah, no, that's the donkey. Yeah, it's like the not so erudite like pop quiz debate style. Like, oh, have you ever read this book? And you're like, no, I haven't. Oh, well, that's okay, sweetie. I'll explain it to you. Right, nice, good job, bro.
I don't need to explain it to you. I know why it happens.
Good job, bro. Okay, great job. Yeah, well, but if I just said dinosaurs are actually dragons, I mean, what would be? How would you disprove that?
I mean, a dragon is literally just described as a flying reptile, so some dinosaurs were dragons.
No, not all dragons fly.
A dragon that doesn't fly is a worm.
No.
Okay, then a dragon that doesn't fly is not a worm, it's just a lizard.
No.
A dragon specifically has to fly by definition.
Doesn't. A dragon
does.
does not have to fly.
Are we
No?
about to pull up
It-
definition for dragon?
Go for it.
Go for it, yeah. It's going to say, when it says wings, when it says any description of wings, it's going to say
So-
typically.
A
Yeah, you're
dragon
gonna have-
is a mythical reptile often depicted breathing fire and guarding treasures in Western lore, representing evil or chaos. Doesn't mention that it has the fly. Let's find a better definition.
It can
That's
be
right.
wingless, and it can also not fly, but a dragon that cannot fly is a worm or a wyvern.
So,
be
archaic,
clear.
huge
I don't know, I
serpent,
think they still call
two
it a dragon. Yep,
mythical
huge serpent,
animal,
yep.
usually represented as monstrous winged, scaly serpent or saurian with crested head or enormous claws.
There you go. Saurian, yep. Right, correct. So any of those things that people are calling, I just think that they're doing stolen valor on dragons because there was no such word as dinosaur until the 1800s.
Sure, if you want to argue that some dinosaurs are worms or wyverns, I agree with that, because a worm or a wyvern
it's
is just a flightless
If it
dragon.
falls under a category dragon, might as well be a dragon. That's what they thought they always were.
Sure, why not? Colloquial terms apply all the time, Joe. This is why relativism
Right.
is true and not
I know.
objectivism, or they'd always be
Dinosaurs are
called
fake and
dragons and
gay.
not dinosaurs.
They have been up until the 1800s, actually.
They actually weren't, just to be clear.
They actually were. You could look at that up.
All right, I'll look it up because I know you're
Yeah.
incorrect.
No, the term dinosaur wasn't invented till the 1800s.
I mean, we can go to the Oxford.
It literally says here the term dinosaur was coined in 1842 by British paleontologist Sir Richard Owens, derived from the Greek words terrible lizard and sauros, which were lizard or reptiles. So they were literally
Right.
just called dinosaurs in a different language prior
No,
to that.
no, that's a combination of two words put together. That's not the same thing. It's like if a weed whacker, right? A weed is this thing that grows out of the ground, and a whacker is whatever a whacker is, right? You put those things together, you got a weed whacker. That doesn't mean it's the same thing as the weed or it's the same thing as the whacker. It's a compound word, dude.
Yeah, you can literally look up the term Dinosaurus, which is what it originated from in
Yeah,
its
it's a
original
made-up word.
terminology.
No, that's not an original terminology. It's a combination
came
of
prior?
two words. It's a combination of two words. Dinosaur is not a translation of an older word. It's a combination of two words that was put together in the 1800s.
Yeah, there were two words that were put together in the
Yes,
early
thank you.
1800s, dinosaurs
That's
and
right.
sauros. in
So
which they
what I said
created
was
dinosaur.
yeah, so what I said was correct, that the term dinosaur didn't exist before the 1800s. Dude, you're so pedantic.
I don't
All
know.
right.
What do you want me to
You're
say here?
All
absurdly
right.
pedantic, sir.
Pulling Testy into the room. He has some questions.
Testy?
Testicle
No
Johnson,
fucking way.
how are you, sir?
Hey, haven't talked to him in a
The
while.
Testicle Johnson?
The
Hey, what's
one
up?
and only.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
just
fucking
here to hang out, you know. I'm not convincing anybody of anything. I just I only and also I will admit I only listened to maybe like 20 minutes of that at the end, 30 minutes. So, yeah. But sorry, you can continue on. There is a conspiracy theory that dinosaurs were like proliferated by Disney because they were the ones that made them popular in media. And like
damn.
there is some fringe conspiracies, like some fun rabbit holes to go down about dinosaurs.
The main one is that they were created by the Royal Society in the 1800s.
Yes, because the first museum they didn't. I think it was that they didn't have the completed skull or something, but they presented a full dinosaur fossil. When in reality,
Yeah.
I think it was like part of the tail and some of the legs,
Right.
and so people took that and they were like, well, they just made it up. They just because it was like
Yeah, they
plaster.
filled in
And
gaps too, right?
Yeah,
No, there's
yeah.
God of the gaps. There's the fossils of the gaps too, where they made the fake fill-in fossils to make the rest of the bones and the skeleton make sense.
So we
Yeah,
have a
which there.
question in the
Oh,
chat. Joe, do you think the first time anyone referred to a dinosaur was in the 1800s, or if they were referred to previously, like for hundreds or thousands of years?
No, they probably called it like different things, but I'm saying the term dinosaur was coined in the 1800s.
So the thing about the dragons is interesting because there are something like great serpents or something referenced in the Bible, right? And I think older religious texts as well. And so
Well, every ancient culture actually has some kind
yes,
of version of a dragon.
that's what I was
Yeah.
going to bring up. So like China, I mean, people think of dragons, but they had their own depictions of dragons. Medieval ages, they looked more like even medieval paintings. They look more like sort of lizards and stuff, not really like the traditional thing we think of medieval dragons.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, that's when they like got wings and could breathe fire and all these. But originally they were just kind of depicted as like big ass lizards.
Right.
Like a Komodo dragon to me is a fucking dinosaur though. Like
I could look at dragons as a type of like a dog, right? Like dogs have all these different breeds. They vary in size and look and stuff like that. And there could just be different kinds of like there can be different kinds of dog, there could be different kinds of dragons with varying characteristics, but they have like some universal characteristics like being large and reptile like.
Yeah. Which at least doesn't that lend credence to the fact that there were at least some evidence of giant like lizards at some point? If
Sure,
it's like
but
all these references throughout history.
But Joe just doesn't like that they call them dinosaurs.
Yeah, it just doesn't. You don't. It
no,
sounds like
no,
more
no.
like you don't like the terminology.
No, it's just that I think that they formed these like fake creatures from just guessing the bones together, and that's why when you try to like get the two Triceratops toys and you try to like demonstrate how they make sex, like you can't do it, right?
Can you do it
Because
with
they're
birds?
like anatomically. Yeah, birds do. They have like a cloaca, right? And they do like
Yeah.
a
Most
cloacal
have a
kiss, and
cloaca.
then yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The
So
omni
this
hole.
doesn't work with like 30-ton animals where if
No,
one
but
gets on top of the other, you're still gonna like get crushed.
well, hear me
Like
out though. If you were to just take the skeleton of any animal, it would be very difficult to try and like give a like postulate how they mate. Like birds as well, especially like they have such large like rib cages, like that and obviously there's no like penis or vagina that would be like visible. You could see like, well, this is probably their pelvis, right? So like I feel like that is like there's a nugget of a criticism there. I agree with you. It's not like easily explainable all the time, but I feel like if you look at modern skeletons as well, it's also extremely difficult just to tell if you had no
I
idea
don't
or you've
know,
never.
because
Yes.
the modern skeleton would be able to. If we looked at modern skeletons of other things that were like the dinosaurs, and we just said, "Ha, they did it that way," right? We could have just solved it that easy. But the thing is, if you look at like the tail on a brontosaurus or like a T-Rex or something, and you're wondering, if they do it like this dude's got to have a unit that can fucking get around that tail somehow. Like it's gonna look.
Well,
It just
we have
doesn't seem to.
examples.
Yeah.
We have example. Like, what about like lizards and things, right? Like there are like even fish,
Alligators.
right? There's things where yeah, you brought up alligators. There's other things like fish where the what is it? The female will lay the eggs, and then the male fish will just like jizz all over them.
Ferment
I'm
them.
just like
Yeah.
there's
That's
multiple
not
ways.
how they.
I
That's not how
I
they theorize that dinosaurs did it, though. They think they that they produce sexually, like and that
Which,
they
just
had
to
a
be clear,
phallus, and yeah.
is possible because, again, if you look at the Malayan tapir, the Malayan tapir's penis is as long as its central body segment to be able to allow for its
Mhm.
awkward body shape to be able to mate.
I just think that the design, like the general design of most like dragons that I see, like the ones that seem to like align across ancient cultures and stuff like that, that seems a lot more imaginable for like procreating than some of these gargantuan like tail. Like, let me see if I could send. There's this. I think
I
I
know what
sent
dinosaurs
this
look like,
before.
Joe. You could just like
No, I
describe.
know, but it's like hold on. It's like a specific
Joe, do you think all dinosaurs ever hatched at the same time, lived one lifespan, and all died together, or if you believe some managed to procreate and existed past a single generation?
no, I mean I just I don't believe in them at all. Like I just believe that they were kind of made up, right? Like I think something
But you believe
it,
dragons are real.
well, actually, there's more accounting of dragons, right? Like there's more accounting of dragons across cultures who have never known each other. And that's the one thing, like I'm like agnostic on dragons, right? But it seems like dragons have more evidence to them than a dinosaur. Like they seem to make more sense logically and with through the way that they are represented across ancient cultures who never knew each other.
Is a pterodactyl
Look,
a dragon, Joe?
I don't know what a pterodactyl is. Like I think like there could be a
Imagine my
big
surprise.
flying. No, well, what's a how
Holy
could that be a
shit.
no, a pterodactyl could why couldn't a pterodactyl be a dragon?
It could be because a dragon is just a
Okay,
flying
right.
reptile. That's what a pterodactyl
Sure.
was.
Right. So what would make it a pterodactyl versus a dragon?
The name. It's just a colloquial term.
That's all? The
right.
name?
Like
Yes.
I'll admit the naming was clumsy, especially as these things were being discovered, right? It was kind of like the Wild West. It's like, everyone wanted to name a dinosaur and like discover these things. And there are even issues where they have what do you call it? Like worked certain skeletal structures, and they're like, no, this one it is kind of best guess in some cases. Like they have such incomplete models, and then they find more complete pieces, and then they
But
start
the
to.
way
So,
that
I'm saying it's not an
Please,
exact.
can you
What-
pull that picture
but-
up really quick? The one that I
So
DM'd you?
let's not talk over each other. I know this dog pile is already
Well, I feel like it's not really a dogpile. It's a respectful exploration of this idea.
Well, just to be clear, if you want to
the
argue
last
the
is otherwise, but
if you want to argue the colloquial term used to describe ancient reptiles, if they are flying dragons, some of them can be dinosaurs. If they don't fly, some of them can be worms or wyverns. I'm perfectly fine with calling them that. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and die on the hill that it has to be called a dinosaur.
Also,
Joe,
I wanted to throw
wait, I have
one.
a question. I have a question for Joe.
Sure.
Joe, do you think dragons were called dragons in ancient China?
I'm going to say that there was a language difference, but it would be kind of like a colloquial term.
So were they actually dragons?
webcam.
They were like, by all intents and purposes, dragons. Yeah.
That's
How are
No,
they,
they
the
were
same
actually
dragon?
Xianlong.
Can be, yeah. If there can be different species of dinosaur, why can't there be different species of dragons?
No, I believe that. I said that before you got in here.
He just doesn't believe dinosaurs are real.
So this is the picture
So
he wanted
do you think
to be
it's
brought
out
up.
of the? Do you think it's out of the realm of possibility? Different cultures over thousands of years discovered dragon fossils or dinosaur fossils and just made up stories about like ancient monsters.
I'm just
Because
saying
Chinese
that,
dragons don't necessarily they don't have wings. They're just long serpents.
They're
Yeah, I know.
wyverns.
I know that. I said that earlier too.
So wait, that's
I
a
said you don't
question for you,
necessarily
Joe.
need to.
If you believe that dragons are more credible than dinosaurs, can you explain how a Chinese dragon flew without wings?
I didn't say that all dragons flew. I don't believe that that's a qualifier.
But the Chinese
then it
dragon
wasn't-
flew without
Yeah,
wings.
the
Wow,
Chinese
fun.
dragon
Anyone-
flew without wings.
sorry.
maybe
How
I
did
don't
it
know.
fly without wings?
So you believe that
Uh,
gravity is like something that we just should throw caution to the wind to as
I
well.
don't know what. No, I don't know what type of manipulation over gravity it could have had.
Manipulation.
Do you believe that that a reptile can manipulate gravity?
I don't know that it was necessarily a reptile. It could have been some kind of like
The
something
mythos
else.
for
And
Eastern dragons were usually that they had magical powers to where they could ride the wind waves with their magical scales. That was the mythos behind it, which is why the idea of dragons in general is just a stupid thought process. If you want to be pedantic and go with calling dinosaurs dragons because you want to hold on to your archaic belief system, cool, have that. But
at
like,
least they could. Yeah, no, there's no one can argue against it.
because
It's just a colloquial term. Yeah,
No,
you're
only
asking.
only the Chinese dragons apparently had those magical abilities. The European dragons needed wings. Only the
They
Chinese
could also
dragons that could
breathe
fly.
fire.
It's fine with me. The
Oh, speaking of which,
characterization.
I said it in the chat, by the way. Those depictions of medieval dragons, people slaying dragons. A lot of speculation. It's a mixture of speculation, but also a little bit of evidence that those were just early ancestors of like what are currently Komodo dragons or monitor lizards. With certain writings by different knights and or holy men having dealt with them, speaking of their bite, the poison that they had, and there's speculation that the fire you see in the murals of those quote dragons was just their forked tongue whipping around, and over years and years, because of misunderstandings from future generations that were looking at those old murals, they kept thinking, "Oh, that's obviously fire." You know, kind of like how morons will read a 2,000-year-old book and think that their belief system is real because an old 2,000-year-old book said so.
I would also like to
So low
point out
tier.
how there were like people in the medieval era that actually dug
I'm
up
pretty high tier. I'm
crocodilian.
doing really good at this game, by the way.
You're
The-
super
Y'all should
low
tune
tier.
in.
There were
Well, can I-
crocodilian
Oh,
skeletons and fossils that were dug up in Europe as a result of the fact that, like millions of years ago, there were actually crocodilians that lived there, which actually spawned a lot of the theories or ideas that there were dragons because they didn't know what they were looking.
And wait, just to build off of Myta's point there, and because I think what's it? I'm like Occam's razoring this because to kind of what he said in all of these ancient I guess regions where you see these depictions, in modern times like they are sites as well where they have found dinosaur fossils. So like at the very least there's some sort of basis. It's if it happened in a region where fossils have never been found and somehow they had this myth of dragons, I feel like that would be probably more point to evidence that like okay maybe there's something else going on here. But when those two things line
Also,
up, like the archaeological evidence and then also where these myths kind of originated, like they do tend to line up, right? So
also to test
What was the
a lot
study
of
of bones
wait,
again?
wait,
Not
talking.
archaeology. Sorry, my bad.
You're roboting.
Oh, I'm rolling. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Am I stopping?
Yeah, did you guys
Wait till
hear
you get
that?
selected. So
Am I still roboting?
No,
Testing.
you're
there you
good.
go. You're better.
Okay.
You're good now.
I was just going to add to Testy's point was that a lot of dinosaurs had feathers as well, so maybe the impressions on the rock nearby. So,
Yeah, but
Oh yeah,
they had feathers, they could
Hey,
fly.
dragons could
more
have
evidence,
feathers
and that's
too.
actually more evidence towards evolution, but that he won't believe because
Dragons can also
reason.
have feathers.
Yeah, but again, the reason why people say that the modern chicken is the closest relative to T-Rexes is because of that idea about quote dragons, as you call them, but dinosaurs.
There's no science that
feathers.
proves that.
There
There's
is.
no. We just got through. Not there's. You
No, there
can't
is.
actually
It's,
do that in a
if
lab.
you, actually, it has been done in the lab. There's the
No.
at least understanding
You
of
made a
why
chicken into not a chicken?
something. The reason as to why scales turned into feathers. There is a mutation that happened. That
How?
the same. I'm trying to say it now. Jesus Christ. The same. God, what is it? I think the scales and feathers have
Keratin.
similar. Yeah, keratin. Thank you. They have similar stuff in there, like keratin, and a slight mutation switched on. So
How did the mutation
scales started
happen?
growing into
How did it
feathers.
switch on? How did a slight mutation switch on?
Well, mutations can happen.
Hold
for
on,
some-
let him answer really
Sure,
quick.
Mutations,
sorry.
mutations over an entire population can.
No, how does
one
mutation
I am
happen?
let
Gotta
me
let him
say
answer.
it.
Gotta let him
No,
answer.
you're not answering. You're not
Mutate.
answering.
I am answering it. You're
No,
just
you're
a
not.
moron who doesn't want to listen.
You're not answering.
The way that the way that it's supposed to work is that in an entire population, a mutation will happen within that population, possibly to one or two families of one or two types of families, or or whatever generations, where a mutation will happen, quote, randomly, and then as time goes on, that mutation will be advantageous
That's the
to
question
the
I'm asking.
populace.
How does it
And
happen
because it's
randomly?
advantageous, a mutation happens.
How?
Mutations just
How does it
happen.
happen? They just
How
happen.
does cancer happen? How does cancer
just
happen?
They
How
just
does cancer
happen.
happen? How does
Cancer
cancer
has
happen?
cause.
Joe,
No,
Joe,
dude, you
here's
just
how
said it just happens.
How does cancer
right?
happen?
Joe,
Answer
You
that.
said it
wait,
just
No, answer
happens.
how does cancer
Okay,
happen.
whoa, one at a time. So who has?
Give a better
Environmental
answer than what I
factors.
did for how does
Joe.
cancer happen.
I think it's due to environmental factors.
Yeah.
There you go,
Like,
fucknut.
it could be.
No, but how does it
no,
cause
so-
a random
Christ.
mutation if we're always
So,
exposed
Joe-
to the environment?
environmental factors.
No,
How?
Okay.
Tell me how that happens. Tell me the process of how it happens.
Joe, here's your answer. The way mutations happen are just improper biological sequencing. So they're not
Improper according
fatal.
to who? How? There's nothing. What's
improper
improper?
because a proper biological sequence would be that your cells get exactly replicated
There
into
is
your
no
kin.
proper biological sequence.
No, can
Exactly, because there's
Sorry,
there's
I
like trillions. Sorry, there's like
finish up, please.
quadrillions of reactions happening. Any one of them can go wrong, and if any one of them goes wrong, it's no longer
There's
perfect.
no wrong. There is no,
No, but
such
let me-
thing
wait,
as
I
wrong.
It's
wanna-
wrong.
The
It's wrong.
evolutionary-
It's wrong compared to what it's supposed to replicate. It cannot replicate something.
No, there's no supposed to replicate anything. There's
No, there is.
If
No,
everything
Joe.
is in flux, if
But
any,
Joe,
ev-
are
is
you-
every,
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, man.
No.
Go ahead.
if everything is in flux,
please
right?
go ahead.
Like if you find a fossil, there's no such thing as a non-transitional fossil, right?
No, we're not
Everything's
talking
in
about
transition.
transitional fossils. We're not talking. What
I'm
we are
giving an
saying is-
example.
What I'm saying is, yeah.
Can you do it without an
you-
example?
about
Yeah,
genes, not
exactly. I was gonna
fossils.
say, can you give?
I'm saying,
I want to make a real quick point, if I may. Like
Go
maybe
ahead,
I can
sorry,
illustrate
Dusty.
this. Well, if you're familiar with like how humans age, for example, right? Like that is DNA replication, and to my understanding, which is I'll admit a layman's understanding, maybe somebody can explain it better. But that sequencing, where does it take like is it 7 years or something for all the cells in your body to like be replaced, something like that? Maybe it's.
Wait, I
that's
actually
an old
explained
myth.
this
They
in our
actually
debate.
made that up.
Sure.
That's actually not true. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
cells
but I'll just
ship a
I'll land
themselves.
the plane then. I will. You can fact check me. That's fine. But what I'm saying is
Our
that
cells ship a thesis themselves, yeah.
sure,
basically.
yeah, the reason we age and because our organs and certain functions break down as we get older is because of mutations. Because those like you can't have a perfect copy of a copy type of thing, and so the DNA degrades over time, right? So I feel like that's just a very naturalistic and like also intuitive way of understanding. And then when you're thinking, well, if that happens, where these things will degrade just by the process of time and age, then mutations seem like they would be actually quite common, right?
Seems like. See how you had to use
But-
that
but
word
no, but-
there. So here's.
But well, I'm
I
saying we
love how
age.
you go
It's the
for,
fact
like,
that we
words
age.
that are
We
just
see that we get
English.
older.
Shut up,
So
dude, you
why do
suck.
we get old, right? Like that would be
Well,
the
no,
question I put
see,
to you.
Well, that's the thing is like we have access to
Thing is
the
that-
human body and the process of aging, right? We have access to that. But when we don't have access to this process, which I'm calling macroevolution, we don't actually have access to that process. We find things and then you arbitrarily say that because it matches some kind of arbitrary criteria for either genetic or structural similarity, that must be a previous ancestor. But that's a unfalsifiable claim. So what I would ask
Joe-
hold on. What I would ask an evolutionary proponent
You're up next,
is
Zephyr.
how would you falsify evolution? How would you falsify macroevolution specifically?
Well, I'd just like to point
You
out
have
we
to
went from
understand
micro
what that
to
means
macro.
before
I'll
us to
engage
tell
with
you
it,
Well,
but
that.
who
we
wants
did
to
switch
engage
from
with
micro
it?
to macro. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
So
no, I've
here's,
always
here's the way you
I've always
falsify
been
macro.
against
Okay,
macro.
here you go, Joe.
So here's
Zephyr,
Because you don't know how to take more than 2 steps without losing your fucking head.
chill.
So
Zephyr.
here's how you falsify macroevolution. Based on your worldview, the basic understanding of macroevolution, which is like completely nonsensical. But based on that, the way you would falsify macroevolution is to find a fossil, or actually, it won't just be one fossil because it's a theory. So you would need overwhelming amounts of evidence to disprove a theory of organisms that don't fit into the evolutionary tree,
So
either through fossil records or through
unfalsifiable-
real.
Yeah,
No, it's
so
not. It's not
that's
unfalsifiable. Even if you
unfalsifiable.
find one, that would put it into question. But because
No,
it's a theory,
that's-
you would need multiple evidence.
That I don't need. I wouldn't need. See, that doesn't exist under my worldview either, because even if this was a universe created by
How is
an
it
alien,
unfalsifiable? Tell me, how is it
because
unfalsifiable? The argument that I gave, how is it not a
because
proof
the
against
thing
evolution?
because you can't prove a negative. This thing.
No, I just
can't
proved a negative. I
possibly-
said you find a fossil or you find an organism that does
That-
not fit into the evolutionary tree as defined by the theory of evolution.
So you find in order
Yes, you would have to find an organism.
Hold on,
that,
dude.
yes.
Stop. Hold on. So you would have to find something that is unfalsifiable.
Yes, that is how evidence
right?
works.
No.
No, that is
No, but the
falsifiable.
evidence-
That's
if
not
you
what he's
find
saying.
if you find an organism that does not fit into the evolutionary tree, that would be a case against the theory of evolution.
That would not. Okay, so how would it not fit into the evolutionary tree?
Maybe it's
doesn't have
completely
any
opposite of
connection.
DNA sequencing. Maybe its replication process is
I can
completely
give you an
different. Maybe
example
it's
of that,
like
actually.
does not even
So
have
hold
DNA
on, hold
in
on.
it.
Not. You can't all speak at the same time.
It can-
So like, what
yeah.
would be?
Maybe
what
it
would
does
be
not
the
have
final-
DNA. Maybe it does not replicate using DNA. Maybe it's completely like an animal that's so absurd that has no like so many weird appendages that it just does not fit
We have
into the
So-
conventional model of
so
the theory of
still
evolution.
have
It
the-
sounds like
we
you're
still have the
describing an
idea
animal that
behind
can't
Luca.
even exist in
We
this
still have the
environment.
idea
Wait, why are you
behind
saying it can't
Luca.
even exist? If evolution is untrue, then that animal should exist, right?
No,
Yes.
I don't believe that. That's not my. I
But it's
think
the
that
the pressure is
every
on you.
sentence-
believe, it
onus
matters
is
on
on
what
you
the
to
actual-
No,
find that evidence.
I don't.
The onus
reject
is on you to
that.
find that evidence.
Yeah,
No, no, I
if you
don't
have
need.
to-
That's
we have
not
to
my
establish
claim.
that your what you believe has zero weight. So
No, that's not
let's
the.
start,
That's
let's
not the
start with
prompt
that
tonight.
basis.
That's
Your
not the
claim
prompt.
has
Actually,
zero weight.
that's not the prompt tonight. Actually,
Do you? Well, we're not really in the prompt anymore, are we? Do you believe in the scientific method? Do you believe in?
Yes,
the
I
scientific-
do.
No, he
Okay,
doesn't.
No, he
so
doesn't.
how does the scientific method operate?
It's like a series of steps.
What are the steps?
So,
Jazz?
like babies crawling, and
Like
then
you
they
begin
start
with
walking?
an observation, right? And then you
Yeah.
ask a question about what you're observing, and then you would, I guess, like come up with some research as to like how to describe what the thing is you're observing, like what's causing it, right? And so you would have to hypothesize, come up with a hypothesis. And then what you would have to do next, which you can't do with macroevolution, is you can't do an experiment. What experiment would you do?
What
You're
are you?
stuck there.
And
What's
there's
the
where
experiment?
he loses it immediately.
That's the
what
next
What are
step.
you trying to do? Yeah, but what's
No,
that
it's not.
experiment doing? It's
That's what I'm
testing the-
asking you.
it's
What
testing
would
the
you?
hypothesis, right?
Yeah. What would that be?
And so, how would you defeat a hypothesis?
No, I haven't heard one that is defeatable.
Do you know how
I haven't
you-
heard a
you wanna
You
know how
hypothesis.
don't
you
think
do
a
so?
hypothesis has ever been defeated in the history of the scientific?
No, that's
method?
not what I'm saying. I'm asking for evolution, right? For macroevolution.
Okay, we'll get there. I'm just trying to just
yeah.
strip down something to a little bit more basic, right? So, what
Oh,
defeats
dude,
a
you kinda need it.
hypothesis?
You would have to do an experiment, I think, right?
That would provide
And
what?
then what defeats it? I'll fill it in for you. Evidence to the
replicate-
contrary of the hypothesis, right?
That's right. Yeah, you would render the if you test the experiment over and over again, you see how consistent, right? How consistent the end result is, and then you're like, okay, this is the answer to the question now. For now, until there's some
I'm
counter
gonna hand the
data.
microphone back to Zephyr again, and he can repeat what he said like 2 minutes ago.
Where is the evidence to the contrary to the theory of evolution?
No, there's just a competing theory.
Where's
You
the
do
evidence
realize
for
that
it?
the evolutionary
it?
theory
Well,
is a series of
The thing
competing
is that there
theories.
is no proof. There's no proof of macroevolution.
There is.
Yes, there
No,
is.
there is. There is
No,
proof
there's
of
an assumption. It's a post hoc assumption.
It's not
a
post hoc,
story.
just to be clear.
It is post hoc. You
Well, but
find
when
find fossils. What's the experiment? What's the experiment?
I already
because
explained
it
this to you
all
during our
fits
debate.
No,
in.
what's
It
what's
all
the
fits
Okay, I'll
experiment?
back in,
explain
right?
it
And
to
that's
him
what
again.
Zephyr was saying
What's
before.
what's
If
the
you found
experiment?
fossils that
I'll-
did not
You
fit
don't know how.
into the
How
model,
do you
Stop,
do?
and
stop,
the model
okay.
Razor.
was defeated.
Sorry.
How do you
Okay.
do scientific? How do you do the scientific method without an experiment?
I literally explained this to you during our debate. There are two ways that you do this. You either do this through phyletic gradualism or punctuated equilibrium. Punctuated equilibrium posits that there's large changes that happen over a time in which a species no longer reflects a previous version of itself.
What's the
Whereas
experiment?
Yeah, fossil records. You look at fossil records and then
That's
you look
not
at
an experiment, dude. Looking at the fucking fossil records is not an experiment, you fucking
So what is it?
moron.
What is it then, Joe? Tell
That's
me.
an observation. You can't. The experiment isn't the observation.
Wait, isn't
What are you
observation?
talking
Wait, isn't
about?
observation part of the scientific method though?
Do you fucking dumb fuck? Do you know what part of it
Observation
is?
is part of the scientific
So-
method, isn't it?
What step is
let
it?
Razor
What
go.
step is it?
Observation
Let Razor
is part of
go.
the scientific
What step is
method,
it?
right?
Yeah, which
No,
step?
let Razor go.
Do you
Zephyr,
think
let Razor go.
digging up all of these bones,
Which step, Razor?
examining
Which step
them,
of the scientific? Yeah, look it up on Google, dumb bitch.
What do you?
like,
My
what do you
hands
think
have
an
a controller right now.
Look
I'm
at
playing the
it,
game.
bro.
Fuck you,
Yeah, I
fuck you.
know. What step is observation in the scientific method, dumb fuck?
That's the experimentation.
What step in the scientific method? You, Razor. Yeah, that's right.
What
Shut the
step
fuck
is
up,
it?
stupid. Yeah, which step
Again,
is
I'm
it?
playing a game, fuckface.
Oh,
Shut
no,
up.
I'm playing a game.
So
I'm
we're
playing a game.
doing,
You just step the fuck
So
down.
the way
Step
that
the,
the
you suck, dude.
So the way that
Which
the
step
scientific
is
method
it?
is supposed to work is that
Oh,
observations are
let
both
me
He's
see.
at the
he's
beginning
answering you,
Joe,
Joe.
let him talk.
observations are both at the beginning and after you've done after you've worked an experiment to see your results. You're
We
observing
haven't even
both
gotten to the
thing
experiment
before-
yet.
Joe, you
experiment-
do know
you
that.
asked where the you asked
Wait.
where observation was. You
Joe.
didn't tell me to say the
What?
full
We're
thing.
not. We're past observation already, dude. You're
Joe.
not paying attention.
Yeah,
obviously,
you asked
we're
where
past
it was.
observation.
You asked where
No.
it was. You did not tell
Yeah,
me to say
yeah,
where.
so-
You did not tell me to give you the
right.
full thing.
I
did
asked
not
you
ask
what
for the
it
full
was to
thing.
show how
You did
lost
not
you are
ask
in
me to
this
give you the full thing.
conversation.
You did not ask me to give you the
asked you-
full thing.
No, I
You did
didn't.
not
I
ask me to
didn't.
give you the full
I
thing.
asked you
Shut up.
where we're at, and you're at the
Yeah,
you're
the
at
first
square
step,
one.
dumbass.
You're at square one. We're already past that. We're
Observation.
past that. You're behind, dude.
The fossils we look at are the observation. We
Yes, that's the
observe
observation.
fossils. That's part
Thank you. You
of-
just
that is
owned
part of
Myta
the
right
scientific
now.
experiment.
Okay, no, because
That's
here's
what
the
Myta
here
said.
then is the
Myta tried to
question.
say that the
Okay.
fossils are the experiment. What's the experiment?
No, it's
there's no
not.
experiment. You know why?
There's no
Because it-
experiment.
it
That's
doesn't
not the
get-
that's not the
Do
scientific
you want
method.
to hear
Dumb
what?
fuck.
Yes, there is because
No,
here
it's
you go.
not.
Do you want to pause, take a breath, and hear?
No,
the
I
rest
think
of
you're
what I
just
have to
fucking
say?
wrong and you're an idiot.
Because when
You're
you
just a fucking
have-
idiot.
Listen, I want
The
to
when you've
yell.
scientific
gone through
method,
your- all right,
the scientific
child,
method
I
includes
will
an
educate you,
experiment.
Child, I will educate
Yo, you're not
you.
gonna gaslight me.
Baby
Child,
mad,
You're not gonna
mad.
gaslight me, dude. I'm too
Baby
smart
mad.
for you. That's
And
not
Why are
gonna
you so
happen.
mad, Joe?
When you
So
find a bone,
we know that.
No.
when you find
Baby
a
big mad.
bone and you observe it, and you go, "Oh, this fits the existing model." I don't have any questions. You put the bone in the fucking case and you move on, dipshit.
No, that's just a
the
fucking
scientific
assumption.
method,
It's just an
fuck
assumption.
nut.
You just made it up and you just say, huh,
really.
this
No,
bone
there
fits
is
my
already
model.
an
Wow.
existing hypothesis, and this fits
Okay,
it.
so
So they
I
end
think I
at
tried to talk-
observation.
Anyone could do that.
I'd like to
That's
go-
I tried
arbitrary.
to
That's
talk to you
I'd like to
arbitrary.
go after
This,
Rabbit
but
and
you
Razor
were-
are done.
That's
I-
totally arbitrary. All you
you
got to
are
do is
you
look
are-
over.
avoided.
All
I
you
think
gotta
you
do
avoided
is
it when I said it before.
look,
And I
all
passed.
you
But
gotta do.
the
This is
thing
how
that-
easy
the thing that
archaeology
you don't
is. This is
understand.
how easy it
These are the-
is. Let me
this
show you.
is-
Let me show you
No,
how
this
what a
is-
racket
no,
it
so
is.
this is something that you need to
Archaeology is a
understand.
racket. Let me
There's
show you
something-
how it is. All you
understand.
gotta
What-
do
This
is
is
let-
look
let-
for where the
by
Let
bones
let
would
Joe
be,
let Joe explain
right?
why it's a racket. Also, nice
Yeah,
cornrows.
all you gotta do is follow the historical
remember
like
I'll tell you
record of oceans, right, and stuff like that, and you look where is most likely you're gonna dig up bones. Then you create a model.
All
You
those
say,
famous
well,
bone
according to
sites
my
in the ocean.
evolutionary, no, you just do it like this. You just say, okay, if evolution's true, we would find this type of life form. And so let's go find it. And so you just go where bones are, you dig up some bones, and you say,
don't understand
voila,
how
here's
say that.
the thing that fits my model. It's totally arbitrary. There's no DNA left in the fossils, so you can't DNA test
You know how
a
predictions work?
Pakicetus, right? To see
You
if
know how
it's related
predictions
to a
work?
whale.
Do you know how
It's
predictions
like they
work?
watch
No,
meteors
that- you're
fall
not- you
from
didn't
the
listen to a
sky,
single
and
thing
they
I just
say
said.
Do you know how
meteors will be
predictions
there,
work?
and then they go and they dig up a meteor,
Wait,
and
I
they
have a
say,
question.
"Look, this
If
is
No,
why
this is
physical
not
evidence,
meteors
that's
were
where
here."
dead bodies
Do
are,
you
right?
know how
Dead bodies
predictions
are
work?
predictable. You know where dead bodies can be found. You just say, here you go.
Those,
You
those
do
aren't
know?
dead
Do you know how the
bodies, though.
oil
Those
industry
aren't dead
works?
bodies, though. They're fossils.
Dude,
Well,
from
hold up.
millions
Yeah, I
and
know.
millions
Hold
of
up,
No,
years
the
ago.
hold
oil
up.
industry works.
Hold up, one
let's
second,
look
everyone.
over
One second,
hold on.
everyone. One
Yeah.
second, everyone. So, in accordance with that analogy, they're basically saying we know where Jimmy Hoffa is specifically. We know where this exact
No.
thing is. And you're saying you
No,
don't
we have
agree that it's
access
Hoffa.
No, we have access possibly to his DNA or to some DNA. Like if we dug up Jimmy Hoffa today, we could still get his DNA from his bones because he's not fossilized, probably.
Okay, but if he was fossilized, would we think he might be a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a
We'd-
Micropachycephalosaurus?
Wait,
You
hold on,
You could
hold on.
say
Can I
he was
ask a
some kind of
question?
monkey or something.
Can I ask a question here?
Wow,
So
racist.
if
You say
if
he
you're
was.
talking,
You could say he was some kind of great ape. Yeah, just say,
Wow,
hey,
you're
here's
so
my
Wow,
cousin.
you're racist.
Okay,
Oh,
let me ask you a
wow.
question.
Wait,
But not
you
a
would
direct
have to
threat.
believe that you're
Wow,
an ape.
you're
Actually,
racist, man. Wow.
you would
Wow,
have to
you're so
believe if you
racist.
believe in evolution, you believe you're an
Wow,
ape,
the
dude.
Kungfujoe
Wait,
proving
wait.
himself
Why
to be
would you assume
racist.
No,
people?
do we
Why
come
would you
from
assume
apes?
people
Do
think
we
he's
come
an
from
ape?
apes,
Wow,
Razor?
Kungfujoe. So,
Do we
wow,
come from apes,
wow.
Razor? Do we
I
come
love
from
how you
apes,
don't
Razor?
recognize your. I love how you
Razor,
don't recognize your
are you
own
descendant?
fucking
Are you
arguments.
descendant of an ape, Razor?
I love how you don't
Are
recognize your own
you believe in
arguments.
evolution, right?
I love how you
You
don't
believe in
recognize your own
evolution, right?
arguments.
Why would they think he's
Are
an
you a
ape and not a
descendant of an
T-Rex?
ape? Look, he doesn't want to answer the question. Are you a descendant of an ape?
Why?
I love
Why
how you
are
don't
his?
recognize your
Why
own
were his
arguments.
ancestors apes and
Look,
not
he doesn't want
T-Rexes?
to answer the question because he's fucked, dude. Watch. Are you
No,
the
I don't want
descendant
to.
of an
I
ape?
refuse. No.
Are you a
No,
descendant
I
of an
don't.
ape? Yeah, that's right, you little fucking
Do I have
weasel.
to? Do I have
Shut
to
the
answer
fuck
you,
up.
or can I?
What
Or
the
can I
fuck are you
continue
doing
calling you the
here?
style that you
What
are?
are you doing here,
Why are
dude?
we
What
not
is the point of
talking
you
with-
do?
I
Of
like
you
I
being
like how
here?
Joe
What
is
is the
being
point
such a
of you
bitch,
being
just
here?
hounding on one person and
Yeah,
then having
dude,
the moderator.
Yeah.
No,
Dude,
because
I'm
what's the
playing a
point?
game right now. Not even.
Because
I'm playing a game right now while I.
We are
talk
being
about
like
it.
respectful,
So,
trying not to dogpile, and then Joe just
in.
to
Well,
Joe just wants
No,
to like
dude.
he wants
No,
just
no,
gallop.
no,
to go
because
after me because
sandbag
the
if
entire
I said-
debate.
there
if
is
I
a
am the
slight
conversation
delay.
with some of
So
the rest of you,
for-
I can't do it because this douchebag keeps
for
chiming in. He's
everyone
fucking
who is
useless.
familiar with how these things work, there is a slight delay. So when you end up talking over someone, then somebody feels they're being talked over, they begin to talk over even harder. And so I would have to tell everybody to stop, and that's just not going to be productive. So by all means, do your thing.
I just want to know why they would assume Jimmy Hoffa is an ape and not a T-Rex.
This is a good question, Joe. Answer.
It's your worldview. It's your worldview. I'm not an evolutionary theorist.
Well, you were the one who posited that they would think he's an ape, so I'm just wondering why you
No,
landed on that.
No, I'm
Yes,
saying
actually,
you
yeah.
could.
You
could. It's
did say ape.
arbitrary. It's under your
So
worldview.
you just
it's totally
randomly
arbitrary.
landed on ape? That's what you're telling me? You randomly landed on ape for Jimmy Hoffa.
No. I think that you could say, well, a bone.
No, not me.
and-
You.
No, you under
Say
your
I.
under
No,
your view.
I'm asking you.
Under
We're
your
talking
view.
about you. I'm here
Yeah,
to
under
speak
my
for
view,
myself.
what?
You don't have to speak for me. I'm asking you to speak for yourself. FK.
Okay. What do you want to ask me?
Why did you choose ape for Jimmy Hoffa?
Because under the evolutionary worldview, they believe that we came from apes.
Jimmy? Do you hold the evolutionary worldview?
I don't. I'm
Then why are
critiquing
you
it.
aligning your speech with the evolutionary worldview? Why wouldn't you
I'm
speak from
critiquing
your
it.
beliefs? So
Because I'm
according to
critiquing the
your
evolutionary
beliefs,
worldview.
You don't understand our
according to your
beliefs to be able to
beliefs,
critique it correctly.
why would you land on
But-
ape?
Oh, because it's not from my beliefs. It's from my critique.
You don't
my
understand
internal
it well enough
critique.
to do the
It's
critique.
from yes, I do.
Internal
I'm
critique-
better than
in order
you.
to do an
who
internal
can't
critique,
answer
you need to be
questions.
able.
You're
In order to do an
useless.
internal critique,
You're fucking useless.
need to
You're an
be
oxygen
able
Fraser,
thief.
to
Fraser, let him
You
get
are
it.
fucking useless.
Please,
dude.
Okay.
let
You're
him get it up.
useless.
I'm actually better than you.
No,
You're
you don't
useless.
have to go down
Inherently.
that road.
You fucking suck. dude.
Inherently.
You probably
Inherently
said
better.
cock.
I'm
You're
inherently better than
probably
you.
a
Oh my
cocksucker,
God.
bro.
I'm
Great. We all
inherently
bench
better.
200 and we have
Yeah.
giant penises. Let's move on.
Yeah, great.
Sorry, I feel like sorry. She's a child. I like playing. I like playing.
sorry, guys.
She
Hey,
was a
guys.
child.
Leafy's
so
all like
sorry, guys.
200. I bench 250, motherfuckers.
Okay.
More than that. I was
Yeah,
giving you
I'm
room
still
to be-
waiting. I'm waiting for what the experiment is.
Oh my God, there was no experiment.
evolution.
That's what, no, because
Ah,
seriously,
there
that's
you
what I
go.
come back. There was initially an experiment, an hypothesis, and all of that. And then everything, and this comes back on good faith answer here. This comes back to what Zephyr was saying when he's like, we keep getting more of these bones, and all of these bones, we look at them and they don't generate any questions because they fit the model. They just get segmented
That's
in
an
and
assertion.
new questions unless something comes out that's like there were some situations where they had to split because they found like they found a bunch of bones in like a nest and they wound up finding out later on that it was actually two sets of bones in there, and so they had to reset some things individually, but that was on that specific area, not the model overall, right? So there are some situations where bones can create new questions, but not in the form
How
of
would you
the
prove?
grander
Yeah,
model of
but
evolution, but just
without an experiment,
with
how would you
taxonomies.
prove? Okay, without an experiment, how would you prove that either the taxonomical similarity or the DNA similarity? How would you prove that that's a product of like common ancestry rather than um, they were just all like created separately by a flying spaghetti monster?
What?
I'm parsing that. Give me a second. Can you rephrase that? I
Yeah, so
almost
like
have where you're getting, but
Legitimately, I
yeah,
lost
so
track
like
of that.
if you found something with like taxonomical similarity and genetic similarity, but it was slightly different, would like how would that lead you to believe that it was like an ancestor rather than an individually created like being, right? Like let's say if this whole world was populated by aliens, right? An alien came here and just made everything with similar building blocks because it fit the
So
environment. And
here's the
that would
answer.
explain, hold on, I'm not done yet. And that would explain the similarity in genetics and also uh, like in genotype and phenotype, right? So there's just because there's genotypical or phenotypical relations wouldn't necessarily prove common ancestry. You would need to, there are competing theories. So, what would be the symmetry breaker between those competing theories of how we have similar genotype or phenotype?
Here's the answer. So in science, we follow natural phenomena. We assume everything can come out of natural phenomena. If there's a supernatural explanation for something that cannot be proven through science, but there's a competing explanation that can be proven through science, in science we lean towards something that can be falsifiable, experimentally proven, and tested. And if something has no possible scientific explanation, like science doesn't just say, oh, therefore it must be supernatural. It just says that we will continue experimenting on it. And so far, nothing has arrived that we have not been able to provide a natural
There's a
explanation.
problem there because the theory of science cannot be explained by science, right? If you said that science is the best way to prove rules of reality,
I've
that
never said the
sentence
statement
is
that
not
science is
created
the
by
best way to.
science.
Yeah, I didn't say that science is the best way. I just said what happens in science.
yeah, like I think the answer is that when given the option to either say there is a natural cause that we just haven't been able to determine yet, or that we do make the assumption that it was like a natural process that created these versus some form of divine or external intervention outside of like what would be the natural flow, unless there is specific evidence of that intervention, they will lean back on the natural and they will continue to investigate until they can fill in the blanks on that natural side of things. Is that fair,
Wait,
Zephyr? Did that?
Yep. And one thing I would like to add to that for somehow a supernatural being that appeared 6,000 years ago and created everything in an instant, including all the fossil records and like tree rings and whatnot. If there is a god, he's doing a pretty damn good job trying to hide his tracks.
That's kind of the point, right? It's like it's
Yeah, so
intentionally.
if we arrive
Yeah,
at a
intentionally
conclusion of
made
a
that
god,
way.
then sure.
Okay.
It's
But
intentionally
God
made that
himself
way
does not
so
want
that
to be found. He is given every single possible natural explanation
No,
for
yeah,
his
correct.
not.
It has
not
no.
existence.
It's very easy to find God. Actually, he made himself
It's really
known as a
not.
human.
Where can I find
So
a
he
God
tried to hide him
fossil?
really well.
He made himself known as a human on Earth.
No, he
right?
didn't.
Where?
We can't
Yeah, he
even
did.
No, he
find.
didn't.
We can't even
No, he
find
Jesus Christ.
the fossils.
Yeah,
of
Jesus Christ
he-
was a monkey.
He
dude.
never, and also he never claimed to be God. By the way,
Yeah, he did.
no, he didn't.
Yes, he
said he
did.
was-
It was
he
like
said
a
he was
bunch of
simply the
different times.
son.
Dude, you want to
Side
get
quest.
smoked
He
on
was
this
simply
too?
the son.
Boogaloo
And then
side
you can just
quest.
fade into the background. You want to fucking fade into the background when I ask you a question and you can't answer it, you little bitch? Yeah, that's right. Shut the fuck up.
You're such a child.
You're
That's
a fucking child. Nah, you're a little bitch, dude.
You're a
useless little
child.
bitch.
Where?
You're gonna make a claim, and then as soon as I make you ask a question, you're gonna fucking fade away like a little bitch. So shut the fuck up.
Well, you will never let me answer if you do.
Nah,
like, I'll try
I-
and answer, then you'll
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
let's
just give-
let's
that's
do the
what you're saying.
challenge. Joe, are you gonna let him answer the question if you ask him a question?
So if
It's a
I
yes or no.
cite
It's a
quotes,
yes or no. Are you
yeah,
going to
of
let him
course.
answer?
Yeah, of course. And then
Okay.
yeah, sure. Okay, so are you going to tell me right now that I can't find several quotes in the Bible where he says that he is God?
Will it actually be where he says I am God or I am the
He
son
doesn't
of
need.
God?
You don't need to say I am God to say that you are God.
Explain that.
You,
I believe in the Trinity. I'm a Trinitarian.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's
If
nonsensical.
the Father, we call him the Father, right? As an Orthodox Christian, we refer to him as the Eternal Father.
I think that comes from like the from the Jewish faith of
No,
worship
Christians.
El.
There's never been a time in Christianity where we didn't refer to him as the Father.
Yeah, that's El.
Christianity.
question for Joe.
The Father, right?
Well, we got to
We-
get through
hold on,
this
hold
this
oh,
line.
he
Hold
says,
on.
I and
Yeah,
the
we gotta
Father
get.
are
Don't
one."
interrupt.
He's
Yeah,
in-
yeah. So
it's like on this point. So
he's the Eternal Father, right?
Multiple times
That's
in
what- that's what-
John, he claims
that's
to
what-
be God, or that he and God are one.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
that. He's
but
just
the way
wrong
that
on
it's
that.
the way that it's worded in the way that it's worded is not that he is God. It is that the Father he and the Father are one in the same way that we are one with the Father.
They're the
Like, that's
Trin.
how
I'm a
Christianity usually talks about it.
Trinitarian. I believe in the
that's a
Trinity.
That's a nonsensical.
No, it's not
position.
nonsensical. No, it's not
You can't
nonsensical at
be
all.
you can't be 100%. You can't be more than 100% something.
The number 3,
Illogical
right?
term I meant to say. Nonsensical is a wrong word. Illogical is the term I actually meant.
Oh,
Sorry.
really? Okay, so is the number 3 illogical?
I'm not
Yes,
engaging with
no?
that question because it's empty. It's an empty question.
Is the
to me.
number? It's a yes or no question. Is the number 3
empty
illogical? No. Okay. Is the number 3 one thing or 3 things?
It's a thing that we created to help categorize things that we see as
It's
humans.
a symbol. So is it one
It's
thing or is
something
it
that
3
we
things?
as humans. It's a concept that we as humans have made to help with sorting.
So is it one thing or is it 3 things?
One thing. The
It's one thing,
category of
right?
number 3 is one thing.
Yeah. So I call God one thing, right? But he is also 3.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but he's also 3. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want, but you have to deal with that. Right?
That doesn't connect. What that doesn't connect.
Oh, the
What?
Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He's 1 and 3 at the same time.
It's like the Beatles are one, and
and there
I
and then there are
4
also
and
5
eventually
bears.
0. No, I'm not
Bruh.
even being facetious.
Bruh.
It's like the
That's
I get what you.
cruel.
I kind of get what you're saying, but like,
I'm a Trinitarian. For him to be the Father,
It's
he's the
still
eternal
illogical.
Father, right? Which means the Son always had to exist for him to always be the eternal Father.
was he?
It
So
just
God is
makes
supposed to be
logical
everywhere.
sense under our view.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So God's supposed to be, if I remember correctly, God is supposed to be the omniscient. So he's like everywhere, right?
At the same
Was God
at
every
the same
was
time.
at the
Omniscient
same
would be
time? Yeah.
all-knowing.
Was Jesus everywhere all at once, or
Yes, Jesus always existed. It's
the
in the
mother?
Bible.
no?
The mother.
Not every when, everywhere.
If there's a father and the
Wherever
son, who's the
God
mother?
Like the
is,
body,
wherever
the
God
body of
is,
Jesus. Was
Christ
he
is.
everywhere?
Jesus the human, Jesus the Son had a separate, it was a separate person, but of the
Who's the
same
mother?
nature. Yeah.
Tiamat.
3 persons and 1
Still-
nature. That's what the
Wait,
Trinity
who's the mother?
Waiting
If
for the
there's a
first
father and the
Tiamat
son,
name.
and they're the same person, then who's the mother?
In this case, the God mother that we call the Theotokos is Mary, the one who was the virgin.
Oh yes, 14-year-old that got impregnated by God. Yes.
Wouldn't that make God a pedophile?
Exactly.
Fucking quit.
What we decided was pedophilia.
How? Wait, did the
is
son
kinda
has the
like-
son
No,
always
no,
existed?
don't finish that sentence. Don't
'cause God doesn't-
don't finish that sentence.
God doesn't
You
need
don't
to.
make, I'm saving
no,
you, Joe. I'm saving
no.
you. Don't finish that
we
sentence.
don't know. I don't know that she was 14. Like, there's no like
She
verifiable
was
way.
based
There's
off
no
of
way to like
based off of
verify
the
her
history,
age.
based off of history and
Okay,
tradition of the time.
If you
she
want
was
to believe
14.
she was 14, you need to believe
Around
every other
14,
thing in the
she was either
Bible.
12 to
Yeah, if you
14.
want to, yeah. So that means if you want to
No,
believe that's true, you got to believe everything else is true.
It's based off of history and traditions of the people around that time.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean literally that's what happened, right? That doesn't mean literally that was her exact age, right?
Well, and Jesus wasn't conceived
I usually
through
that's
intercourse.
why
He was
I
usually have a
conceived through divine
age range of
intervention,
12 to
so-
14 is what I see.
Unless whatever you
I
want
take
to
your point,
accept,
Rabbit.
right?
From
You
most
want-
theologians.
Yeah. Well, if you want to accept one truth about the Bible, you have to accept all of it as true also.
Not really. No.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. So you want
Extraordinary claims require extraudinary evidence. So if there's an extraordinary
you don't
case in
disbelieve the
then it
Bible.
will
You
require
just cherry
extraordinary
pick what you believe in the Bible.
No, I don't believe the Bible, but it's not.
So you don't believe Mary was 14 then?
If the
Wait, hold
wait,
on.
if the
Wait,
Bible
wait,
said
Mary was
wait, wait,
wrong.
wait,
Hold on,
If
Myta.
the Bible
Hold on,
said-
Zephyr. Hold on, Zephyr.
Wait,
Myta.
wait. If we choose to cherry pick what is or isn't in the Bible and what we choose to believe, wouldn't that mean that you believe that slavery is good because it said so in the Bible?
Never said that in the Bible.
There is a whole section of
It
the
did.
Bible that talks about how to treat your slaves justly.
In the New
Was that
Testament?
Leviticus or
In
Exodus?
the Old
I always
Testament.
mix the two.
Book of Exodus.
Huh?
Book
In
of
the New
Exodus from
Testament?
the Old Testament. It
No, I
literally
don't-
talks
no,
about the moral
that's
treatment
the-
of
So
slaves.
Jesus
That's not
isn't
a
God then.
Jew.
Because
I'm
if
not
you're
a Jew,
trying to
though.
do
We
that
have-
New Testament shit,
No.
if you're trying to do that New
yeah.
Testament shit, then Jesus isn't God because you're trying to say that the
It's-
God of the Old Testament.
No,
who-
it's a
who
relevant
became God is
history.
supposed to be
The
Jesus.
reason why it's part of the same Bible is because it's relevant history. It's the succession.
So wait, the first
and
7 books
the
of the Bible just don't
fulfillment-
count then?
It's a
Apparently
no,
not. Fucking
You no.
Mr.
Well, you gotta
Trinitarian
let me-
Orthodox doesn't believe in
okay,
the first
let me
7
know
books
when
of the
I could
Bible. Holy
answer
shit.
So they lied in Genesis, right?
I
So
could
wait, if you're
answer
discounting
that.
the first 7 books, so Genesis,
Oh,
so
sorry,
Genesis is
was I
not supposed to be
interrupting
taken.
you?
I could,
Go ahead,
I could
Deuteronomy.
answer.
One at a
So
time,
we don't have to.
please.
So wait, we don't have to agree on Genesis. So Genesis can be scientifically false
Which
because
question?
it's in the Old Testament, right?
I mean, I have several of
No,
their
would-
albums.
Christ, Jesus fulfilled the law, right? He fulfilled what was true.
Or
And
did that mean he
like,
abolished it?
no, he did. He said,
Genesis
"I
part.
did not come to abolish, but fulfill."
And not one
which
jot nor
means
tittle of the law will go away until heaven and earth pass.
that's right. Meaning meaning what was always his law
Meaning
never
that we're
went
all
away.
still here.
He
Meaning that we're
only-
all still
right.
here. No one has.
Listen,
no one
you're,
has.
you're
the
not letting me
entire earth
finish,
is still
dude. You're
here
not
and
letting me
heaven is
finish.
not
I'm
gone.
trying to answer your question, and you cut me off in the middle of my answer. That's wild.
Oh,
That's
I'm
crazy.
sorry.
Imagine
Does that
how
feel
that
bad?
feels.
Yeah,
Does that feel bad?
How are you
Imagine
going to
how I
ask
feel,
me a
fuck
question? How are you going to ask me a question in the middle of my explanation?
imagine.
You're going to like cut
imagine.
into. Well, no, because you
imagine.
don't answer a question.
Oh, imagine.
All right. If you
I
want
try
me
to answer
answer-
questions and you stop me every time. I'll let you answer now. I'm just letting you know what you've been doing. Continue.
Sure. Okay. So he came to fulfill the law, means he came to fulfill what was always true, which means we ignore what was always not true, which means that, you know, there was a lot of things. Yeah. A lot of conditions were met and fulfilled. He fulfilled the law. So we no longer have to live by the old covenant. We now live under a new covenant, which is the one he
Show
came
me where
to
Jesus
sacrifice
Jesus
himself.
said we no longer
He
have to follow the
sacrificed.
law.
No, he
Where did he say
fulfilled the
that?
law. He
Where
fulfilled
where,
it. That
yeah, where did he say we
What
have to
does the word
stop following it? because of
fulfill
that?
mean?
no, because what wasn't the law, what wasn't God's law, what's man's law, right? So what he's saying is that a lot of man's law and the rigidity
We're
of
talking
the
about all
Jewish
of the
faith.
things that Moses
trying to
said.
so
We're talking about all the
crazy,
things that
dude.
Moses got from God.
No, he's saying that's what I'm saying is that he
Moses'
came
law.
and said, no, it's not. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. He came to fulfill the law in saying that you are
Eric.
wrong.
Hey, bud,
You guys are
Eric.
wrong.
You're-
That's what the Pharisees called him. The Pharisees called him a heretic. Yes.
Hey, I
That's
want you
what
to finish that
Pharisees-
verse.
You a
I want you to hold on. The verse where it says
Pharisees-
that he came to fulfill the
You
law.
sound
I
like
want you to
one
finish.
hell of a
I want you to
Pharisee right
read the
now.
rest of
Holy
that verse,
shit.
buddy. Read the
What's
first
wrong
part of that
with-
verse. Read the first part of that verse.
I know the
what
verse.
what
Can
part?
I read it?
Just yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to be clear, it specifically says that Jesus was there to fulfill the law of the old prophets in the Old Testament and Scripture, which was centered upon him.
No, there's a very important part missing there.
Jesus declares, "Do
specifically
not
said,
think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." What's the problem?
I have a question for Letty.
yeah, he's straight
Wait,
up saying
me?
right there that he didn't come to abolish the law,
we-
dumbass.
I know that. I know that. That's what I'm telling you. What was God's law was always
I forget
God's
the
law.
I'm always bad at remembering.
What
I'm
I'm
What's
trying
the
to
what's
tell
the
you-
question for me? What's the question for me?
Sorry, go
Are we
ahead.
done with evolution?
It seems like we have
apparently you
moved
guys-
on to theology.
I wouldn't
Alright,
like to go
I'll-
back to evolution, but he got butthurt that I
I got
was
a
pointing
question.
out that his theology
Yeah.
was off.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
that's
Joe
stupid.
definitely
Okay, let's go
derailed the
back to
conversation
evolution
because
then.
he's-
No, you guys diverted it
got it.
because you
No,
said,
you
"Oh,
did.
but your
Oh,
but
no,
your
you
worldview
wanted to
sucks."
go.
But
I
your
just
saying
said what I
three-
said.
you
You got
wanted to.
butthurt about it.
you did
You
by
got
saying
butthurt
three.
about
You
what
One
I
is three.
said.
You guys insist
I didn't
every
wanna
time
move
you
on.
fail. Every time you fail
I
on the
didn't
defense
wanna
of
move on.
evolution,
I
every
didn't
time you
want to move on.
every time
That
you
was
fail
you.
on the every time
You-
you fail
I
on
didn't
the
wanna
defense
move
of
on. That was
evolution,
you.
you move over to attacking my
Joe,
worldview, and that's
you
what happened.
want-
You
I
could
didn't
roll
want
back
to
the
move
tape.
on. That was
Razor,
you.
You could
Joe,
roll back
you were
the
the one
tape
who
and
brought
see
up
it later.
Trinity. Joe, you were the one who brought up Trinity. Okay, shut the fuck up.
That's
Shut the
because
fuck up.
no, I
You
brought
were
it
the one
up
who brought
because
Trinity. Yeah,
rewind
because
it,
we were talking
rewind
about
it further
evolution,
back, dumb
and you
fuck.
said, yeah, we were talking about evolution, and you brought up evidence, and then said that,
No.
oh, I'm a Trinicist, so therefore, blah 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 blah. And
No,
you
no, no.
completely
He
derailed
brought
the
up.
conversation.
There's no evidence for your
Talking-
God. He's no evidence for
We were
this
talking
and
about
that.
dinosaurs
I
and
didn't say
fossils.
that.
Nope.
I didn't
Yes.
We
say
were talking
that.
about dinosaurs
You
and
guys
fossils.
said there's no evidence for your whatever for your
Oh, no,
theology.
I did no.
You tried
I
to
did-
say
no,
there's no.
no. That was not what I said. That was not what I
Somebody
said.
did. Somebody tried
No,
to.
the thing I no.
I'm
the
going
very
to step
thing-
away for a second. Play nice and vigilantes. Well, no, Myta's in charge. I was about to do something insane.
No, the thing that I said was that because you decided to start bringing up Christ for some reason
I
about
don't think
being
so.
God.
Joe,
I don't
It
think
was
so.
it was something about you ended up bringing up something about God and Jesus
No,
being God, and then I said
No,
that's
because
not,
you started
never
attacking my
and I very
worldview. That's
no,
what happened.
and I very quickly stated he actually in the Bible never says that he is God. He says he's one with God the
You
same
were
way that we're
wrong.
all one with God.
You were wrong.
I will not. I'm
You
going
was.
off of
You
actual
was- you
theologians
were
who have
wrong.
masters in divinity. I'm going off
No,
of
you
masters
don't know.
in divinity.
Your
theologians.
theologians. You don't have any theologians with any authority.
I do.
You don't have any. No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't, because they
No.
don't come from the true
do.
church. There's only one true church.
I thought we were talking about evolution.
And there it is.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to evolution. So, can any of you guys tell me what the experiment is? Because then the other guy crashed out and said there is no experiment. So that's not the scientific
What is
method.
crashing
If there's
out
no,
to you? What the
you
fuck?
you can't have a valid scientific theory without it going through the scientific method. And if you can't do an experiment, that's not the scientific method. If you can't get it past the experiment part.
I
So-
actually
so
explained
Joe,
the experiment
wait,
to
hold
you,
on.
and you
I
denied
like
it.
my
I do
I
have to
like
ask
my-
this question because you're going to keep talking about the experiment thing. What would an experiment be? What would the
Don't
experiment
tell
be?
me it's your worldview. It's not mine. I don't
No,
have
no,
to
I
we have
defend
to
explained
it.
it. You
ask you
rejected
because
it.
you keep telling us,
No.
because you keep
Wait,
telling us every time we
hold
try
on,
to tell you
Razor,
what an
Razor,
experiment
Razor.
would be.
No,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
Razor, yeah, hold on. You rejected the experimentation, Joe, in our debate, just to be clear. I literally
No,
brought up
because
I brought up genome sequencing and specifically
and
removing
what was my answer to that?
that meant nothing.
Why? Why did
Because
I
you
say
said it
that meant
wasn't an
nothing?
experiment.
You called it
No,
special
because I said
thought
that was
special meaning.
adaptation, right? I said that was adaptation, not one
Which is
clade
part of
jumping over to
evolution.
another. Not
Which is
no,
part of
And
no,
I
no, no.
explained to you how pseudogenes changing over time as a result of imperfect replication creates long-term changes to a species over
No,
time
you don't know
under
that.
phyletic gradualism.
You don't
It's
know
called
that. You don't
phyletic
know.
gradualism.
No, but you don't know that it's just going to make changes about the thing rather than changes of the thing itself. That's the difference.
The
It might
changes
just
specifically
Do
come from
you-
the passed down improper or imperfected recreation or replication of that DNA or RNA or
I know
chromosomes.
you think that. I know
No,
you
this
think
is
that.
proven.
What I'm
This is
saying,
proven.
what I'm trying to tell you is that that doesn't prove that the thing doesn't stay the thing, right? Like a horse
Yes, it
can
does.
get stripes and become a zebra, and then it could okay, let's do this. Let's do it like this. Let's say you have a silhouette of a horse, right?
Yep.
You just have a shadow of it, right? But I could say 1 billion changes are happening to that silhouette, even though you can't see it because all you're seeing is the shadow. Do you agree? You agree, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's what I'm claiming can happen. That's what I'm claiming is the only
Congratulations,
thing
you
that
just
happens.
described
Hold on,
evolution.
wait. No. I'm saying that's the only thing that happens is changes within the silhouette itself. That's the only thing I believe happens. I do not believe that the silhouette itself changes to anything else.
So, Joe, that's your lack of imagination.
No, wait. Let Myta reply to that. Do you understand that that's the difference for me?
Yeah, and I'm telling you that just because you reject the notion as a result of appealing to ignorance doesn't mean that it didn't happen. You can look at many examples of different species of fish, different species of reptiles that have a completely different silhouette than they did even 200 years ago.
Mhm.
No, you don't know that. That's what's in question.
Yes, we do. We have
No,
goddamn
that's what's
fossil
in
records
question.
and
The
bone
fossils
evidence
don't
of this.
prove like I said, the
So okay, Joe. So
genome-
okay,
They're
hold on,
extremely
hold on.
strong evidence. You
Joe,
keep using the word
Joe,
genomic
hold on.
similarity and
using the word
taxonomical
proof.
similarity don't prove that that's what happened.
So
That's an
again,
extrapolation.
Joe, if we specifically look at some fish and mouse like skeletons that came from the 1800s in the modern day, same species of that animal, and they are drastically different, that
Species.
change didn't happen.
Are species a scientific fact? You invoke species. Are species a
It's a
scientific fact?
category. It's a category
It's a
that we.
category.
I didn't ask you.
to-
I didn't
No,
ask you.
Species is literally just a categorization of animals.
Yeah, you
if
got
I'm-
the
It's
exact
just a
same
yes
answer.
or no. It's just a yes or no. Is it a scientific
It's
fact?
not a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no.
It is.
It's way more
It is.
complicated than that. It's
Well,
not.
No,
okay,
it's not.
okay, no,
It's
hold on.
either it is
Speciation
or
is
it
a
Hold
isn't.
on,
very
hold on.
complicated
Let-
process.
Let
It's not a yes or no.
let Myta.
No, it is.
respond.
There's an answer to
We
this.
can,
hold on.
we can
Go ahead,
get
Myta.
we can
Myta.
get here. Are you defining a species as something that is unchanging?
I'm saying if I typed in to Google, if I asked Google the question, are species a scientific fact? It would give me an answer.
Yeah, and that answer would be yes.
No, you're wrong.
No, it would be yes.
No, you're wrong.
Oh, well, let's try it right now. Are species
Go
a
ahead.
scientific fact?
Yep.
The
What did it
concept of
say?
species is throughout the scientific model, rather than a single fixed and fact-like speed of light or the number of protons is an atom in biology is considered accepted.
No, it's yes or no. Is it a scientific?
Oh,
is
imagine my
species a
okay. So
scientific
let me
fact?
Give
We
me
knew it was gonna do that.
Yes or
Okay,
no.
yes or no, are species a scientific fact?
Yes, species are a scientific fact,
No,
but it's
while
No.
not
the
as
physical
straightforward.
differences
they're
between
not.
organisms are real, the categorization of species is a non-defined classification system used to organize those different
That's
sets
right.
of animals.
That's
Which
right.
is what I said.
So,
Which is
so
literally
how do
what
you
I
base
described to
how
you.
do you base a scientific theory on something that isn't a scientific fact?
Okay, because you're asking for whether or not a label or a classification is based in a scientific fact. The fact that species exist proves that it is a scientific fact. Your definition of what a scientific fact is applying to that label doesn't matter in this circumstance.
No, to be consistent with the scientific theory, you would have to say that species don't actually exist.
No, species do exist as a label.
No.
They are literally just a classification.
No. You're
to
not
be
listening to
consistent
me.
with your
You're
own
not
theory,
hearing me.
you would have to
Joe,
say, okay,
you do-
so let me ask
No,
you this then,
you're
Joe.
not
If
hearing
you
me.
have two fish that are different, are they of different species? You would have to, by this
Species-
logic, say yes.
No.
Right?
No.
Oh, yeah, well,
species
imagine your
under
answer
your
would be no.
model. No, under your model, species don't actually exist.
So,
Species
Joe,
are literally just a classification. That's all it is.
Yeah,
they
that's
exist
that's
as
all
a
it is.
classification.
They don't actually
Joe,
exist
by the
in
way,
science. Yeah,
just so you know,
they're not a
this
scientific
concept,
fact.
just so you concept of species being a gray area and not super well defined actually lends
not a
credence
fact.
to the theory of evolution.
Okay, let me
No.
ask
Yep.
you this.
That
not a
because
scientific
evolution says
fact.
that it's like
Yes.
pretty gray and murky in between.
How do you
That's what
how do you
evolution proves.
posit a label as a fact, Joe?
It's not.
No, okay, answer the question. I'm asking you a question. How do you posit a label as a fact?
Some labels can be scientific facts.
Give me an example.
Oh,
Give me an example
like-
of one.
I'm sure like hot, right? That's like a
No,
label.
hot's
we
relative. It's not a fact. Try again.
Hot's not relative.
Yes, it is.
hot is
No,
relative.
we can measure. No, we can measure hot through a measurement system.
I'll help you understand why
No,
why
it is
it's
a label. It is not.
I'll help you understand why.
Okay,
No,
at what point does cold become hot? Wait, Joe, at what
stop.
point?
I
At
know
what
this
point does cold become
simplification.
hot?
I know it.
That's a better question.
At what point does cold become hot?
What
If it's an
what
objective
we're-
fact.
The reference and the referent is.
At
like,
what point? At what point? I asked you a point. I didn't ask you a
No, it
reference. At
doesn't-
what is the point where
You
cold
can't give
becomes
an
hot?
example.
No, you're trying to pick on the language. I'm not.
You
talking
said
about the
it's
hot
language.
is a
You're
label.
calling
You said
it
hot is a
funniest.
scientific fact.
Funniest
You said
fucking
hot
thing I've
is a
ever
scientific
heard
fact.
out of your
It's-
mouth.
Motherfucker, where does cold
Heat
become
is a-
hot?
Heat is a scientific fact. Heat.
Okay. Heat is a scientific
Heat is a
fact.
scientific fact. Yes.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, you
Oh,
said
God.
hot is a
So you guys
scientific
are
fact.
just mincing on. Okay, so I'll
Yeah,
change
we're having
the
a conversation
word.
about science, so yes, you will
That's
be.
easier for you.
Complaining,
What
on
I'm
your
complaining
words.
about that
No,
is the
because
funniest
you're
thing I've
just
ever
like-
heard you do.
No, you're complaining about such a simple conflation. I used the word.
It's
hot
not a
instead of
simple
heat.
conflation.
Okay,
You have to be
okay,
levels of
no, no, no,
retarded
no,
to
no,
make that
this is such a
conflation.
stupid
Zephyr,
thing to
Zephyr,
fucking.
Hold on, Zephyr. Let me show you how stupid you are,
So
Joe.
stupid.
The problem is, you see what you did there? You said hot is a scientific fact. We proved you wrong because it is a subjective quantification of a label.
Heat.
And then you used the claim heat is actually a scientific fact. In this case,
That's what I meant.
Species is the quantification of the label for
No.
things. So species
No,
would
no.
be
Yeah,
reptiles.
yeah.
They would be mammals.
No,
Yes,
no,
this is
species
exactly
don't
how this
actually
works.
exist. Hold on, species
So
don't actually listen.
Yeah, then
listen.
hot doesn't exist, Joe.
listen. Listen. No, species don't actually. Hot doesn't change, right? Like a flame.
Hot does
if you,
change.
no,
it
no, no.
does.
If
Heat
a flame,
changes.
no,
Heat changes,
if
not hot.
No,
'Cause it's
no,
subjective.
Listen, no, dude, shut the fuck up. No, it
Yes.
doesn't.
Because you're
it
retarded, Joe.
fucking
If I
doesn't.
give
No,
you,
it fucking
if
doesn't.
I
Let me
give
tell you,
you
let
a
me show
bowl
you.
of soup and you say it's hot, does that mean it is the same temperature as it is outside when it is
I'm going to
hot?
explain why. It's not. I'm going to explain why.
Yeah,
every
go for it.
every time I turn my lighter on, right? As long as it has a consistent
made fire.
flow, as long as it has a consistent flow of fuel, and I keep the flame on the exact same setting, it's not going to get hotter or colder. It's going to remain consistently that temperature, right?
Which is relative to heat, not hot.
Yeah.
I'm talking about fucking heat, dude.
No,
I'm
you're not.
talking-
You
just
said
said
hot again.
hot.
You said hot
literally
again at the
just
start
said
of this.
Okay. Oh my god. You guys are so autistic. Okay.
So,
hold on.
so you were
isn't
being
what
dogpiled for making a
No,
mistake,
but-
and you made the same mistake
Okay.
again.
I have to. Yeah.
I think
because
you
guys
might
are
actually
so
be
fucking
autistic, Joe.
autistic. You guys are so fucking.
No, you made the
permanently
mistake.
Online.
True.
You don't
And
touch
you-
it.
Hot and heat are
you-
completely different
Right.
concepts.
I'm sorry, sir,
And
but do you
it's
see the
just like-
cat ears? Of course I'm
I
autistic.
use
What the
colloquial
fuck?
terms, right?
You can't use colloquial terms to make scientific claims.
All right, here. Will the flame is going to remain at the same temperature?
No, it
At
won't.
the same temperature. As long as I don't change anything about it, it's going to
There will be
remain at the same
variations
temperature.
in how much
right?
butane is coming out, which will change the temperature.
Okay, here, let's
Yep.
try this. The temperature at which water freezes will never change, right?
It
No,
changes
that's
with
actually
height.
not
It changes
true.
with
It does
altitude and
change.
air
It
pressure.
changes
It
with height
changes bases. It
and air
changes
pressure, yeah.
bases on altitude.
Yep.
And that never changes, right?
Well,
It can.
It can change
You
depending.
can
on,
increase
if
the
we
pressure
had-
on the same altitude.
Yeah, if we had the
Mhm.
ability to expand the amount of gravity that we went up into the atmosphere without dying or potentially dying from the test, that would change as you go down deeper towards the core of a
Not
planet.
would.
If there
I'm
was not
saying
something,
not would. So far that the rules as we know it, like there are certain things
Joe,
that
here's
are
the
gonna,
problem.
No, shut up. I was talking already. So what we know is that we have reliable
are we just going to ignore the
outcomes.
fact you didn't know that water actually froze at different temperatures and different heights?
It doesn't matter because what
Well,
I'm
yeah, it
cool
does.
with ignoring
It
it.
does
but
matter.
It's
no, it
less-
doesn't
it's
matter because
less
the point
stupid
I'm
thing
trying
he
to make
said.
is that we know there are like laws, right? Like gravity is a law, right?
Not
Gravity is a
according to
law
you,
of
dragons
reality.
can fly without wings.
No, they could. Maybe you could defy gravity without wings. It's been done before. Anyway, like
Oh, yeah.
Where are
gas.
the rocket thrusters on a
gas
dragon?
balloon. How about
Where
a balloon?
is the gas in the dragon?
No, you just
No,
said.
so
I
with
just
gravity-
said you could
with
defy
gravity,
gravity.
you're still,
You could defy gravity other
you're
than
not.
having wings, and
Yep.
I proved
You're not
it.
defying
Yeah.
gravity with an
Through
air balloon.
buoyancy.
Okay,
You're not
defied
defying gravity. You're just applying inertia.
Yeah,
That's-
it's not defying gravity. It's
no,
that the
dude.
air pressure underneath
I'm
you pushes
defying
you
the
up.
law of gravity.
You're
I'm
not.
defying the law of
Inertia
gravity
fits
without
within
wings.
gravity.
You're
Yeah,
not.
I'm
No, you're not.
going above the air.
You're
I'm
you
being
are
able to
doing
lift up-
gravity.
Okay,
no, you
I'm
are
being
doing
lifted
gravity,
up.
and it's buoyancy. With buoyancy,
Well,
yes.
okay. To be
I'm-
fair,
no,
you
I'm
can't
defeating
have
gravity. I'm
have buoyancy
floating
without
when I'm supposed
gravity.
to be on the ground.
To be fair, you
Exactly.
can't
So
have.
he's not defying. So that means he's not defying gravity. Exactly.
Dude, whatever it is, it's not. I've found a way to stop it from keeping me on the ground, so I could be lifted up in
Through
the air.
buoyancy, which is part of gravity.
Yeah,
So you're not
right.
defying
I
gravity.
used. Yeah, I
So you're not
used a
defying
force.
gravity then.
I used a counterforce. I used
Inertia.
a counterforce strong
There
enough
you go.
to
There
lift
you
my.
go. It,
To lift
it made
my
you sound
body weight.
smart for
Yeah.
once. Awesome. Please continue.
Yeah. I
So
used
wait, are we
yeah.
defying? Are you defying gravity when you jump?
What I'm saying is that we know that there are certain physical laws about the world we're in contact with. We
Yep.
know that if we boil water in our house at our altitude, whatever altitude you're at right now, when you turn the water on the pot to boil it, it's going to boil at roughly the same temperature every time, so long as you don't move anywhere, right?
Yeah, in the same way that when you identify an animal based on species, it's going to be roughly the same animal every single time. Congratulations, Joe. You just agreed with me.
No, identification is arbitrary. That's arbitrary. The water boiling is not. The water boiling is going to happen like no matter
No,
what.
just
It's
to
going
be
to
clear,
be
the
dictated by the
species-
environment.
It is not
That's what it is.
arbitrary. It has to fit within specific parameters that
No,
are based on
naming a species
biological
is
systems.
arbitrary.
Oh, naming a
just-
species. Okay, so if I name boiling water Gerald, Gerald happens at 187 degrees.
No, the facts.
No, that's
of,
exactly
the
what you
facts
just
of
said.
how. No, the science of how
Yes.
water boils is not arbitrary. No, there's a certain application. It's a
it
physical
is, because-
application. No, you don't
Yes,
have to
and there's
come
a
up with a
physical
name.
application for determining the biological systems that make up a species.
That look. How do you prove that the taxonomical like again, dude, you can't prove that these things just because they match up means that they're related. That nothing, there's no such thing
So
as
here's
species.
the
because
thing, Joe.
everything is
We've already
equal,
discussed
right?
that.
Hold on.
Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay,
Is
so
a
when we
human
talk- when
always
I-
going to be a human?
Okay, I
Myta,
talked
is a
about
human
the-
always going to be a human?
Yes.
We weren't.
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
No,
a human
wait,
is always
hold
going
on.
to be a human because it's a specific
No.
classification. We went over this
yeah.
earlier, Joe.
yeah.
Wait.
Homo habilis
Wait.
to Homo erectus. Humans.
No, that's not the question I'm
Oh.
asking you.
that's
I'm
great. That's
asking you-
exactly what you asked.
That is not the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you, and you're being bad faith by
no, this
misunderstanding
isn't
me.
bad faith.
You know that's not what I fucking meant, right? There's no way
Oh,
you
you're mixing up
thought that's
terms
what I
again.
meant. You
I'm
No,
sorry,
you just
I
confused
didn't
heat with
realize-
hot, so it's
There's
perfectly
no
reasonable.
way. Myta,
Joe, you just
Myta,
confused heat with hot.
Myta.
Okay.
There is
Yep.
no way you think that's what I meant by that question, right?
I'm sorry, Joe. I'll just assume you're retarded from here on out. Go ahead.
No. What I meant by that question was not what you interpreted it as. You know that, right?
No, I don't know that because I take people when they
Nah,
say things,
I think
especially
that's
when they
bad
use certain
faith, dude.
language, at their word.
It's no. So it's bad
What did I
faith when you
ask
say a
you?
stupid thing.
You asked me if
What did
a
I ask
human
you?
will always be a human.
Yes. And what do you think I meant by that?
I have no goddamn idea at this point, Joe.
Wow, serious? I think
That we are always
so
going to
bad
be
faith,
human?
dude.
This is not
You're
bad
so bad
faith.
faith.
That
You're so fucking
no,
bad.
you
Leaf,
legitimately
Joe,
are
you
not
can't-
asking.
none
you're
of
not
you
asking
here-
a
Joe,
good
you-
question here.
you're
Joe,
gonna
you're the one
tell
who asked
me-
an open-ended question.
None of you here can tell me that they know you know what I mean under the evolutionary model when I ask you, is the category human always going to remain in the category human?
It is till it
As
isn't.
long as humans
The
are
dead body
around,
humans?
more than likely.
as long
It is
as-
till it isn't.
yeah,
Look,
as
at
there's
least
no-
Leaf
Okay.
finally
As long as
at
there's
least
no
gave an
extinction
honest
level-
answer.
Okay,
That
Leafy
was
gave an honest
me.
answer. Can you
Yeah.
explain to me, Joe, if using more words than is a human? Can you explain to me what you meant then so I can answer it properly?
I meant, when does can you tell me when one clade changes to another clade?
When enough change happens to that specific clade
How do you know that?
based on
And it'll usually
qualification.
be around.
When
it'll
is
usually
that?
be
When
around the
what is
time
that?
once,
What you're just I'm asking you how you know that, and you say based on the qualification. I'm like, how do we know the qualification is a good standard?
Hey, Myta,
Well, okay,
real quick, I
that's
just want
the-
to. Hey,
Hold
Myta,
on,
can I
wait,
ask you a
stop,
quick-
Can I answer
stop,
that?
just to be
I'm
sure.
not- let him answer.
Can I
Let
answer
Myta
that?
answer. No, I
Oh no,
asked
it's
Myta.
no, I'm not.
Well-
I just like I have a question
He
that
did
might help
specifically
to,
ask Myta though, but if you want to ask a clarifying
did
question, by
specifically
all
ask
I'll
means.
Myta.
okay, I'll answer Kungfujoe's question and then Razor's question in that order. So
it has to do with this question, but
yeah, and I'm sure it'll probably get answered in my explanation. But the
Okay.
reason that we know this specific system works for classification is because all things that we have observed fit into this system. And if you're going to argue the arbitrarity of that system, this is not a point that defeats that system, as it uses the scientific process to justify itself.
No, can you tell me how you determine one clade becomes another clade?
I already explained that.
No, you didn't.
It
Tell
has
me
to
how
have
at
it has
one
to have
point-
enough change to be no longer considered within
How
the
do you
same
know?
species.
How do you know? How do you
You-
know when it's at enough change? At what point? So, like, at what point is
When
the
it no longer fits
Pakicetus
the
not
definition.
a Pakicetus anymore?
When it no longer fits the species.
How do you know that? How do you know when that is?
Based on the criteria
okay,
of
that's where
species.
I think that's where my
How do you-
question.
wait,
needs to
hold
come
on.
in.
How do
I
you
need
come
to be
up
double
with the
sure I'm
criteria?
remembering this. Give,
Oh,
hold
yeah.
on. I think I need.
How do you
this is
come
what
up
my
When they
with
question.
can't reproduce
criteria?
with each other. When they
Well,
can't
no, there's
reproduce
also
with
another thing.
No,
Yeah, it's
no,
it's
I was about to.
capable
Yes,
of,
thank you. It's-
capable of interbreeding and reproducing while simultaneously producing fertile offspring, while also simultaneously having a genetically viable means of passing down their DNA and RNA.
Thank you.
Well, how do you know when
that does like
that-
give a good answer to my question. That does. That's part of my.
You know
was
something
gonna
that's
go-
interesting
I'll
about
How
go
do you
this,
back.
know
if you
when
act-
those things happen though? Like, at what point?
So do you want? So
all
hold on.
those
Do you want to know a
boxes get
modern? Do
checked?
you want to know a modern way that we've seen
Morphology.
this? Do you want to know a modern way we've seen this? This is why my quiz. Why I was going to ask this one question. Because I want to be sure I'm remembering correctly. I can't remember their names, like the ring lizards or something. Like there's a gigantic island. There's like an island with a ring of lizards, multiple different types of lizards, but but the ones next to each other are able to interbreed. But the ones on the beginning and the end of that ring cannot interbreed. They're technically two different species of lizard.
Perfect question. I could actually answer this during Joe's debate. So this specifically falls under Gould and Eldred's theory of evolution, where they posit that the phenomenon known as punctuated equilibrium causes a species to have little to no change over variations for long periods of time. However, when they're separated from, when a small percentage of the population is separated, they undergo differing positions as a result of trying to adapt to environmental conditions that makes the traits that they inherit as a result of recessed genomes produce itself significantly faster at a drastically faster rate through that adaptation, specifically Darwinian environmental adaptation through what is it called? Phyletic gradualism. And as a result of that, I gave an example of this with the Italian wall lizard, where they actually started to develop different enzymes and different digestive structures in their stomach in less than 50 years adapt to their original to adapt not to their original environment, but to the new environment that they were introduced in.
They're still lizards, though.
Joe,
Okay.
over time they're going to stop being lizards and become something else. Like
You don't know that. That's what's in
can't you
question.
imagine that?
That's good. Why can't you imagine that? Oh my God! Why can't you imagine a
So,
god?
the
Yeah,
thing I tried to
that's a
mention- so
genuinely
remember when
relevant
I-
question. Why can't you imagine that?
So-
Because it genuinely is a lack of imagination
sounds
on your
like
part,
fucking-
and not
No.
a problem of science.
Oh,
So do you remember when I was
that's
trying? Remember when I was
science?
trying to
Imagination
answer
is
a
science. You
question
gotta
about?
fill in the gaps
Remember
with
when I was trying to
imagination.
answer a
That's science,
question
huh,
about
bro?
why? You want to know when I was trying to answer questions about why dinosaurs became the birds we see nowadays? You want to know when I was trying to answer that question? Do you want me to continue from where I was talking about it, or do you want to be dumb and continue to be stupid?
I don't even care that you're here, bro. To be honest,
because you're
Yeah,
scared
I
of
don't
me.
even know
who I am right
So,
now.
you suck.
You're scared of the cat ears. I know. The cat ears
No,
scare
dude.
you. I know. The cat ears scare you. I get it. So with the way that dinosaur scales are, the creatine inside of them, they are the same material as the feathers we see. A simple mutation in the scales turn them into feathers, and we've seen this happen through some
How does a
not
mutation
CRISPR,
happen?
some kind of. Let me finish. We've seen this happen in person in our modern days, where scientists played with the genome of a chicken, and the scales on its legs turned into more feathers. And they did the same with a crocodile, or it was an alligator. It was either a crocodile or an alligator. It was one of the big reptiles in Florida.
It was a river crocodile.
Thank you. And they messed with one of its genes, and all of its scales turned into feather. It's a big feathery crocodile now. So it is evidence that the feathers that we found on dinosaurs is even more proof that the dinosaurs back in the day, the ones that survived the gigantic extinction by said asteroid and climate change happening through all of the dust and hellfire that burned up everything, the things that survived that were still reptiles, in order to survive the ice age, needed to insulate due to environmental factors, which is what I tried to say before you rudely interrupted me. Is the mutations started to happen, and the things that survived and continue to reproduce, thus passing on its new genes that had mutated to make these new feathers that are that would incubate their heat, continued to mutate over many generations over time, until eventually we went from gigantic big fuck off lizards to our dinner chickens.
When at one point did it go from like a lizard to a chicken?
If you want an absolute pinpoint, you're asking the wrong question.
No, I don't think
Joe,
so.
it's
You're
a
asking the wrong
spectrum.
question.
There's no,
These are
like,
slow
there's
changes.
actually there's obviously a point where it goes from like a
Do
from
you know
not a chicken to a chicken, right?
What's the artiodactyl? What's the artiodactyl to you?
Look, can you just answer my question? There's a
Okay,
point where it
I'm
goes
answering
from
your
not a
question. What
chicken
is the
to a chicken,
artiodactyl to
right?
you? I'm asking you, what is the artiodactyl to you?
A made up imaginary monster.
No. What is the
Yeah.
artiodactyl?
Okay,
That's what it
can
is. Made up.
Can I ask?
You know what I mean? He's
Joe,
scared
can I
of the
ask
cat
Joe a
ears. He
question?
can't handle my question
Imaginary.
because I have the cat
It's
ears on. He's scared.
imaginary. It's a completely
Can I ask Joe a
imaginary.
question?
Even though we have a perfect fossil of it,
A dragon
a near perfect fossil of one, an artiodactyl.
of a dragon.
No, of an artiodactyl.
No,
Meaty.
No,
he's
it's a
fucking.
dragon.
Can I-
He's fucking with you, Razor. Never mind. What's up, Zephyr?
No, I'm not.
He
Can I
could be. He's too stupid to fuck with me. He's scared of the cat ears.
It's a
Zephyr.
dragon.
Like he wants to run
Okay,
away
I want to-
from my
I
question
want to
because
ask-
he doesn't like the
It's a
cat ears.
dragon,
Here,
bro.
look here. I'll
You're
change the
wrong.
color.
Stop.
I'll change the
I
color.
need to
for
hear.
you.
I need to
What
hear
color
what
do you like?
Zephyr's saying. Zephyr, what's up?
I wanted
Alright, go
to ask Joe a question. Joe, is the seal a dolphin or a dog?
It's a seal.
But is it a dolphin or a dog?
Dolphin or
When
dog?
did a dog stop becoming a seal, and when did a seal stop becoming a dolphin?
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in evolution.
No, but that is the type of retarded question
you
that
believe
you're
in
asking.
adaptation, don't you?
There's like
No,
you said you believe in
today.
adaptation, don't
Wait,
you?
Razor.
no, I'm
Razor.
not.
All right,
I'm
Razor.
asking you a perfectly reasonable
Wait, if
question.
you draw
My question is,
Razor, wait, Joe.
Sorry.
Here's if you draw a line between a dog to a sea lion to a seal to a dolphin to a whale, you see that spectrum of existence alive today. That is pretty much how Pachycetus went through that evolution, and you see all the stages of that evolution even alive today, because every single intermediate stage of that evolution itself has their niches in the ecosystem itself. So there was
so
an
how
animal
many-
like the Pachycetus, then it became something like a sea lion over time, which you can say, okay, when did it become? Is it really hard for you to imagine a dog with just more fins instead of feet? Is that really that hard for you?
I just well,
Or
I
is that
just
within the
don't
realm
know-
of possibility?
No, I'm
No, answer yes
well,
or no. Is that within the realm of possibility? That a dog
not
had a
according to
little
you
bit more webbed
guys.
feet?
No,
No,
you
I'm
guys
asking
don't
you.
account for
I'm
that.
asking you. I'm asking you.
I don't believe in evolution. Yeah.
So you say there's no possibility that a dog can develop with just webbed feet.
That a dog can have webbed feet.
Yeah. That's
I don't believe
not
that
at all
has
possible.
ever happened. No, I don't think so. Not in my worldview. No.
Would anyone like
So-
to introduce him to the wolves that that recently were found to have webbed feet or webbed paws?
Oh,
Those
you mean like
The
a
wolves that have webbed
like a
paws.
duck? Like I thought you meant like a duck foot.
No, web
Those are
means like there's things between the. That's what web
Oh
means.
yeah, no, like cats have that too. Yeah.
Right. And then it's
More
really
cats-
hard for you
cats
to
that are
jump from
close to the
that
water.
to like something like a sea lion. Is that really that hard for you to jump from that to something
Yeah.
like a sea
Oh
lion?
yeah. Totally.
So a dog with webbed appendages, yeah, it can happen. But a dog with webbed appendages to a sea lion, that is too far.
Well, but hold on. But imagining that is not the same as science proving.
No, we
that
see
that's
these
what
animals
happens.
alive today. We see these animals alive today.
I know that, but just because we see them alive today, that doesn't mean that they weren't created by like a god or like an alien race or something like that. Like
Sure,
the
but
creator
at,
could
at
be
that
totally,
point, I will invoke.
yeah.
At that point, I will invoke that science is looking for natural explanations, and all these things could be explained through natural phenomena without invoking a god. So even if a god did do that, he
Or
did
aliens.
you
did
could-
stop hiding his tracks,
You could say
explaining all of it
say
through
an
natural
alien
phenomena.
did it, right?
Sure,
saying
an
if
alien
you
could have,
could
but the aliens did a very good job of hiding their tracks, and all of it could be explained through natural phenomena.
Wait, hold on. I
So
have
at
a
that point,
question.
why are
hold
we
on,
invoking an alien?
wait. So if an alien is like
Myta, you're up
wait
next.
billions of generations beyond us, how would it be hard for them to hide their tracks?
Well, they apparently they have. If we believe in your theory, apparently those aliens have been extremely in hiding their tracks. And at that
Uh-huh.
point, why do we even want to believe in aliens if they want to be hidden that bad?
Well, if you could believe in aliens being like, do you think aliens are a logical explanation?
Aliens is a term. Alien is not an explanation.
I'm saying for what we colloquially like understand an alien to be, like something, an alien life form like that exists beyond this solar system that is billions of years more advanced than us. Do you think that is logically possible?
Logically, sure. Like, I don't know
Okay.
I don't know in this particular sentence what do you mean by logically. Like, do we have evidence of it? No. If it's like possible through our imagination, sure. But there is no evidence for it.
Well,
Is
right,
it possible
but
mathematically?
what I'm
Sure.
asking you, yeah, mathematically, there you go. Like, would you agree with that, Zephyr?
Like based on probability, sure, there is a small probability that there could be an
Okay.
alien that millions
So
of years more advanced than us.
So what makes you like why wouldn't they like let's say if they just wanted to like fuck with us or something that they say like, "Oh, hey, you know, I'm God, I'm part of a trinity. I send my one, son down." Right? Like why
Mhm.
maybe all that yeah, so like that would make it true in
Uh-huh.
some way, right? Like if you were accepted like if it's
No.
logically possible that an alien race could like do all
if
that.
that
So are you
happened-
saying God
then-
is an alien?
No, the
now?
thing is,
No, I'm
if
saying
that
like
happened,
if an alien is
Joe.
logically possible, then God is also logically possible.
Joe, the thing
No,
is,
he's not.
if that happened, sure, it is possible. If
No.
that happened, God does not want to be found.
I agree with you.
He has given us perfectly natural all these things that we see in evolution in space. All these things are perfectly explained
well, when you
through
say God,
natural
what do you
phenomena
mean? Do you mean? Hold on, I need clarification. When
without
you say
invoking a god.
The term
Do
for
you
this is
mean
divine
God-
hiddenness.
Divine, yeah.
Yep.
But do you mean God the Father? Do you mean God the Son? Or do you mean God the Holy Spirit?
I am not a theologist. Like you pick whatever god.
Well,
you
that's why
want.
I'm confused. Well, no, I'm confused about what you mean by which God, because
confused
like
about a lot
if
of
you
that.
want
Wait,
to,
he just went.
no, because
If there's a logical explanation, like are aliens possible? To now we're talking about which god.
well, no,
like-
yeah, because let me clarify, because you're going
I
to ask for
don't want to
evidence
build
of
that bridge.
God, right? If
We're
you want
talking
to ask
about
for
evolution. We're talking about
Yeah.
evolution and the
Okay, right.
possibilities of different possibilities. Okay, I'm not going to talk about
Yeah,
what
what I'm
father or
saying
the
is
son we're
that
talking.
what I'm saying is that when it comes to our creation, there are alternate
Sure, provide
explanations
evidence.
than
Provide evidence.
well, that's the thing. It is that evolution, macro
Because we have
evolution
evidence for everything
specifically,
else that we're saying.
it doesn't have evidence.
We have
God is
How would you
unfalsifiable.
falsify?
There's evidence for this
unfalsifiable.
evolution.
No, it's unfalsifiable. You couldn't falsify macroevolution. You would have to. Here's the problem. You would present something that couldn't survive here or is a total alien to Earth, right? So that's those you would need unfalsifiable claims to say to falsify evolution.
Just
No,
to be
you
clear,
just
evolution
find-
actually has an unfalsifiable claim within it right now that you rejected.
I reject science. The scientific theory doesn't produce unfalsifiable claims.
You're correct. It doesn't produce unfalsifiable claims. The problem is the evolutionary theory has not been falsified to this point, so we must accept it as true.
I know that. I'm saying because it's unfalsifiable.
No, it is not. Actually, there are things.
Is.
No, okay, I could give you an example of how it's not.
Okay.
In 2012, the scientific theory of evolution was actually falsified when we discovered spiders in a cave underground that have no eyeballs.
What is that? They're still spiders.
Okay, they're still spiders at the end of the day, but the evolutionary tree that they went down to be able to achieve being able to survive required them to have eyeballs up until a point where it didn't. We were missing an entire evolutionary step, which is entirely possible right now that could still fall in line with the evolutionary theory and not disprove it. But the problem is we don't have the necessary fossil evidence or the necessary living evidence of said creature to be able to prove the scientific theory of evolution incorrect.
No, I could just
Nothing
believe
makes
that.
sense without the
No,
light
but
of evolution.
I could just believe that they were already encoded with the potential to change that way, and it would be perfectly in line with my worldview. It doesn't explain
You're the unfalsifiable one that does special
how
pleading.
something went from
You're
not a
explaining how
spider
you're-
to a spider, right?
You're
It doesn't
special
explain
pleading.
that.
Well, yeah,
you
there is
special,
actually.
you are projecting it constantly throughout the debate, and you're doing it now. But you're
What's the
now doing
special
it. You're
pleading?
doing special pleading.
Let's see if you could point it out. What is it?
You're saying that it could just be that a god did it this way. Just okay.
No, I'm
That
saying
doesn't.
there's
Your special pleading.
No, I'm saying that special pleading is evolution, right? Oh, well,
No.
it had to
No.
be that
No.
random mutations over a long time made us and the way we are, and the proof is there are fossils with either
It's not-
genotypical
No, the
or
proof is
Joe,
the
it's
phenotypical
actually-
similarities to us.
There's a lot.
Joe,
That's all
Joe,
it is.
It's not just fossils. Like I gave you the example from a dog to a whale.
That's-
There's
no,
actual
you didn't
living
listen to
evidence.
the rest of it. You
Do
didn't
you know
listen
what?
to the rest of it.
I feel like you
You-
no
listen,
one
that's
talks
an
about this one,
extrapolation
Luca. Do you know what
fallacy,
Luca
right?
is?
Oh my God.
Do you know what Luca
that's
is or
the thing
no?
in question. Yes, that's the thing in question.
Yeah, the
not
last
gonna
universal
agree.
common ancestor.
Yes, I know what Luca is.
Explain it.
Uh-huh.
It's supposedly our last common ancestor.
What does that mean?
You just
Yeah.
expanded it. What
It
does
means
mean?
that it was the last ancestor that
was common.
in common. Yeah, right. It's kind of it's
Can
in
just
the
play-
name.
please,
he just rearranged.
please
He just rearranged
extrapolate.
Luca into Ukla and says, "Oh, that's it."
It's like it's begging the question. He said, "What does that mean?" And I'm
It's
like, "What do you mean?
not.
I can't clarify it any further."
No, you can't. No, you can clarify it pretty well without having to.
No,
without
I just said
repeating
what
the
exactly
name
what
of
it
Luca.
was.
Wait, no, hold
Yeah,
on.
it's the
Don't let him
last
get out of
common
this.
ancestor.
What was
I'm not.
Luca?
No.
What was Luca?
Yeah.
According to your theory, it's or the theory you stand by, it was our last closely
what is
related.
it?
What was it? What was it? Like what clade
Oh,
did
what
it
life
belong
Was
to?
it, Joe?
I don't know what clade it belonged to, but it was. I don't
Can
know.
you give me
maybe-
any description of it at all?
Maybe it was some type of like bacteria, possibly. I don't know. I haven't actually seen a picture of it or anything, but I just heard the name Luca and that
How would we have a
theorized
picture
to
of it,
be-
Joe, if it existed millions of years ago?
Well, I don't know. Some people depicted it to
Billions,
say it
but,
was
you
a
know.
class of some type of clade. I don't know what type of clade. It's not my theory. It's all I know about it
Remember when
is
I
that it's
said you're
theorized.
not able to critique
All
it
I
because
know
you don't
about it is that
understand
it's
it?
theorized to be our last common ancestor. That's all I know about it.
Because that's how it's named. That's all you know, because it's how it's named.
Okay, so what?
Okay, I have,
So
I have
how are you
another
able?
question.
So why are you Why are you pretending you can do an internal critique of anything evolution when you don't understand it?
I
I
know
have
what
another question.
You keep trying to say you
That's-
want to do an
that is what
internal
it
critique
is.
without knowing
That's
shit.
what Luca is. It's common ancestry. That's what I'm critiquing.
Yeah, but
the
what is
macroevolution
it?
I have another
is.
question. I have another
That's
question for
what
Joe.
was it?
macroevolution. That's what it is.
What was it?
Macroevolution.
What was Luca?
Our
He
last
doesn't
common
know.
ancestor.
No, he just doesn't.
Yeah,
know.
what was it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I can
That's
tell him.
not my claim. It's not my worldview.
But you're critique. You're doing an internal critique apparently.
Yeah,
So what?
Joe,
That's
you're
what
should
making,
know it.
I'm
okay,
using.
hold on.
Yeah,
hold on,
I
Razor.
know what exactly what
Joe,
it is. I need
You're
to critique it.
critiquing something. You're critiquing something that you don't know what it is the problem.
I know what it is.
What is it?
I know what
No,
it
you
is.
don't.
Tell
It's
me
our
what
last
it is, Joe.
common
Then-
ancestor.
okay, then
No.
tell me,
What
what is
is
it?
it? Specify what it is. What is the thing
Our
in
last
question?
common ancestor.
No,
what
give
was
a
our last
description.
common
Did it have
ancestor?
4 legs? Did it have a
What was our
brain?
last common
I don't
ancestor?
know. I don't need to know that. That's not
You
important.
do need to know that. You need to
No, you
know
don't.
what
If you're
it is
going
to
to
critique it.
you
No,
need
you
to know
don't.
it.
No, you don't.
Would you accept a critique
Okay,
of
I don't
God
need to
from
know God.
somebody who
He's not
doesn't know
real.
what God is?
He's not real. God isn't real at all.
No, no. You
I
just
don't know
have
him
to
that well.
describe.
I don't know him that well.
I do
He's
know
just not
what
real
it is.
though.
I say it's our last common ancestor. Like if you
Yeah,
describe
but what
God,
was our last common
if
ancestor?
you described
What
God
was
as
our last
that,
common ancestor? What
th-
was
so
our last
according
common
to you
ancestor?
guys, according to you guys, it was
Well,
whatever
yeah,
what
what
Luca
is
was.
that, Joe? Just prove that you know what it is.
I don't know. Who cares?
Okay, I know
It's
you
our last
don't
common
know.
ancestor.
Okay, at least he said he don't know. It's an anaerobic
No,
microbe.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
what?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out you don't know what it is you're critiquing.
So what? No, it's our last common ancestor. What does it matter? If it was a fucking chicken, what would it matter? What
My
the fuck does
God,
it
you're
matter?
It shows how well you understand
doesn't
evolutionary
matter.
theory and if you're capable of
It doesn't
critiquing
matter
it
if I thought
consistently
it
or
was a
not.
fucking. It doesn't matter if I thought it was a dung beetle. It's all I need to understand.
No,
was
it tells
that there's
us
this. No, it doesn't.
it tells us how well you understand
It doesn't
evolutionary theory
matter.
and if
I'm
you're
glad it is
capable
science
of
stream.
critiquing
It's
it
a
or not.
detail. No, tell me how that detail matters to any of my arguments toward evolution.
Yeah, because you
Because you
don't
need to
understand the mechanisms of evolution.
No,
You don't understand
yeah,
the
it
theory, you
doesn't
don't
matter.
understand the mechanisms.
no, you have to. I'm critiquing
cannot
the
critique it.
mechanisms just fine.
Okay,
Yes, I
You
can.
can't.
I have an unrelated
You literally
It doesn't
can't.
matter what it is.
I have an
like I
unrelated
said,
question, but it's gonna
I just
derail.
said earlier, you said, "What do
does
you
anyone
think
want
it is?" And I
to-
said, "I think it's some type of microbe."
Hey, discuss
No, you said
amongst the
bacteria.
group.
You said
I have a
Whatever,
question, but it's gonna
microbe.
derail Luca.
Ask
Is
the
that
question.
okay?
We'll ask the question real quickly, and then
Okay.
we'll see if we want to go into it.
Okay, Joe, did the chicken come first or the egg? According to your worldview,
I don't know. The chicken.
the chicken. No, through evolutionary, in terms of evolutionary theory, it's very easy to show that the
Oh,
egg came
I don't
before the
know.
chicken, and so I have access to knowledge that you don't in your worldview. Therefore,
No.
this worldview is better.
You
according
remember
to
my
your-
opening
My
statement where I
worldview.
said
In my
that
worldview,
ignorance is
we
gonna
have
be a
access-
The
constitution
chicken.
We have
came
access to
first.
knowledge. No, we have
I
access.
lost
We can
more
prove
than
it.
half of that.
So do
Myta.
I.
I'm sorry.
No, you can't prove it.
You don't have
have
access
no
to
proof.
it. God did
Yes, I
not
do.
come to you and say that chicken came before the egg.
I have proof. I have the fossil record.
Show us the fossil.
The fossil record.
Show us the fossil record.
Yeah,
Because the
there's
fossil record shows
fossils.
that the chicken came first. Or sorry, the egg came first, right?
Yeah, there's fossils of only. There's fossils of chickens. Yeah.
So
Okay.
you don't have
Aw.
knowledge that we do, therefore you've lost.
What do you mean? I have the same evidence as you. I got genetic similarity and I got phenotypical. And
Yeah, but do you actually
genotypical
understand those
similarity.
things, or are you just saying them because
Yeah.
one of your pastors said it?
No, I do. I do understand those things. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Wait,
Yes,
hold
I
on. I
do.
got a question that can
No,
prove
you
whether or
don't.
not he does.
Yes, I do.
Hold
No,
on,
he's
Joe. When you
saying
talk
that
about
because big
adaptation
word
of
make look
species,
smart.
do you believe that adaptation happens throughout all species or only some?
Throughout all species that they were deemed to adapt. Right.
So what if I told you that there are some species that just haven't adapted? That there are still bacteria that exist in
That's-
their most basic form?
That just means that they were created to be that way.
Which is what?
Bacteria who don't adapt to any other type of
It's a
environment.
contradiction to your previous claim
How is it a contradiction?
because you said it applies to all things that go through that series. in
Yeah,
which
if
there
it
are
doesn't
things that-
adapt, then that means it's doing fine.
Then why do you believe in adaptation if there's proof against it?
What do you mean? There's no proof against it. It's adapting when it needs to, obviously.
And it's never needed to throughout all of history. It's always been
Apparently
the exact
not.
same way.
No, apparently not. It survived it survived well enough to still be here today, right?
Sure, and there are other species that didn't survive well enough and they died off, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's
And then
fine.
there are other species.
No,
crocodiles
there were
that
not.
adapted.
There were
Longest
just
living
versions
species?
of previous species. Yeah.
Okay, and those versions of previous species died off, right?
I have to drop.
But they
Have a good
they
night,
have,
Zephyr.
They died off,
Thank
but
you
they
for
still
your
have the
closing
potential to
statement.
come back
Just want to give
How
a
do they
closing
come
statement.
back?
I think I know what your closing statement
on,
is, but
hold
go
on,
ahead and
hold
give
on.
it.
through
All right,
adaptation.
I'm
So
gonna
something
drop
dead can
off.
come back from adaptation.
Hold on.
Zephyr's
hold on.
leaving.
was
Zephyr's
listening.
leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop. I just want to thank Joe for making more atheists every day by appearing on these panels by showing how dumb
Fuck
Christianity
yeah.
is. Based. All right, thanks, guys.
Peace out, Zeke.
Have a good one. Talk to you later.
Sorry, Myta. Please continue.
Yep.
No, that was the end of my monologue there. He just said that through adaptation, a dead species can come back to life. I don't know how you go from there.
Not back to life. It's just that if it's a descendant of a previous
That's my
thing,
last
then
one.
the
I
current
gotta
the
think.
current thing that would insinuate that the current thing has the potential to have
do you
those
prove that
adaptations
exists?
again. Adaptation?
Yeah.
Oh, we could see it in a laboratory.
Sure. Can't we see evolution in a laboratory?
Macroevolution? No, we can't.
So, okay, the problem is you're relying on
You don't-
macroevolution. You do realize that
Can we-
macroevolution
that's
is
the
only
one I'm
part of the
against, yeah.
evolutionary theory.
No, that's the one I'm rejecting. Yeah.
I need to be sure. I need to be sure that you do understand some things. Do you walk?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Do you take steps outside? Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. Just play along.
Yeah, bud.
Okay, awesome. Do you step out of your house with 1 foot at a time? I promise you, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm just like
He's
I need you to
nodding
play along.
yes. He's nodding yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't see. I'm sorry. Okay, awesome. So when you take that first step, that was a micro movement. Then you took another step with another micro movement. Then it was another step. And then you take another micro. That means you took another micro movement. Until eventually you ended up at the store you wanted to go to. That was a gigantic macro. You went from your store, you went from your house to the store. All one movement. But you can't be at the store. All you did was take a couple of steps. That's how stupid it sounds whenever you say the whole macroevolution isn't real, but microevolution is. Continue.
That made no sense. That was terrible. Anyway, yeah, no, the thing is that
doesn't mean
it's simple. Like it's just like you have fruit flies and some of them come up with different like little patterns on them and you're like, look, they've changed or something about them changed, but they're still flies. And it's like, yeah, things about the thing changed, but the thing itself didn't change, right? It's still a fly. You've never ran an experiment where a fly came out at the other end, not a fly. You never ran an experiment where like bacteria came out at the other end, not bacteria, or like yeast came out, not yeast. Like it just hasn't happened.
Actually, we did have something like that happen. There were single-cell organisms that actually recently evolved into multi-cell organisms that evolved into fungi
was
under human
yeast.
record.
No, we can.
That
we can
was
think
that
of,
was yeast, and it was still yeast at the end of it.
We could actually
It
look
wasn't
at
yeast at the
nature
beginning,
and
Joe.
see.
Wait, Vigi hasn't said
Hold on,
It was
anything
yeast
yet.
at the beginning. What is it now?
Let
It was
Vigi get
bacteria
one.
at the beginning.
Hold on,
No, it was
there
yeast.
are
I
things
know
that we
the
can
ex-
look
I
at,
know
like
the one you're
actively in
talking about.
nature, that change from one thing to a completely different thing. Fucking caterpillars turning into butterflies or moths.
That's like a metamorphosis. That's not evolution.
Part of it.
That's not
it's a little
macroevolution.
It's a little microcosm of how microevolution works. Well,
No,
microcosm,
that's
I should say.
observable. We see the cause and effect of that.
So it's observable macro.
There's-
Oh, wow. We
No, it's
finally
not.
got it! Yay!
There's
We
no,
win!
there's
Okay,
no,
please,
there's
continue.
no introduction of a causal mechanism for macroevolution.
The
None.
cocoon!
No, there's no cocoon for
the
macroevolution.
when it comes to evolution, the environment is the cause.
The environment causes evolution?
Yes.
See, now you're going against mainstream evolution because that's not what they think.
Not
That's
really.
not against. No,
I've
it does
said,
not.
No, yes, it is.
I've
It
already
does not.
said
No.
Did you not hear what I said when it came to the scales and
listen,
feathers of
listen.
environmental?
I know this very well. I've done this debate so many times. You
No,
guys have no
you
fucking idea.
don't.
Yes, I have. Listen, the causes is random mutation. What selects whether or not that's a good mutation, quote unquote good mutation, is the environment, right? Natural selection.
What do you think?
So the
causes
random
the
mutation happens. I don't know. That's not up for me.
That's
The
what he's literally
environment is
asking
what
for.
causes the random mutation.
That's not what they say. They don't know what causes the random mutation.
Actually, they do.
They don't.
They do.
Prove it.
They literally
Prove it.
do.
Yeah, I did earlier.
Prove
I
it.
gave you the explanation. You just denied it.
No, what? Prove it. What's your proof?
The proof is that we literally, through morphological homology, have examples of imperfect DNA and RNA structures being handed
There's no
down.
such thing as imperfect under evolution.
Yes, there is.
No, there
You,
isn't.
just because you deny it doesn't mean that it doesn't
what?
exist.
No, there's no quality judgment
on.
under evolution.
It
It
doesn't
just
Hold on.
does what it does.
What the
Quality judgment
fuck do
isn't
you-
being
what
How
made
would you
here. When
determine?
You're not
How would
making a
you de-
quality judgment. You're determining
How would-
whether or not
okay.
it was capable of replication. An imperfect replication is not a quality
How would you
judgment
determine it was imperfect?
because it's not exactly the same as the previous.
But not like no thing. Like my son isn't exactly the same as me, and it's a descendant of me. We already know that.
Yeah,
things
that's
are
imperfect
repeatable.
part of
replication.
evolution.
How do we know it's okay? Yeah, it's not supposed to
Because
be
he's not
perfect
exactly
replication.
like
your
you.
DNA
What
and
it-
your RNA have instructions in them to replicate. When you shoot your jizz in whoever you decided to do that to, Joe, it's supposed to replicate infinitely. But through imperfect replication, it resulted in an imperfect replication of both the DNA that came from her and you.
I don't know who it's imperfect to. Like, I don't get it. Like, what? Like,
Okay, help me out here, Joe.
What
What
is
is
the
DNA designed
standard-
to do? What does DNA do, Joe?
it's like the building blocks that determine kind of like what your structure is going to be.
And when it communicates with RNA, what does it do then?
I'm assuming this is like the building process.
Yes, and it's supposed to do what?
It's supposed to start following the plan, right?
Yes,
Like
and when that
supposed-
plan
yeah.
is not followed, what happens?
How would you determine that it's not followed though?
Because
If
you
it's
have the previous
wait,
set
wait,
of
wait, 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 wait,
instructions.
wait! I wasn't done.
Okay,
No,
all right.
because look, listen. You really need
listening.
to hone. You got to really hone in here.
Okay, Navi.
Hold on. It is built into the model that these things are going to happen.
No, it's not.
It's not built into the model that random mutation is going to happen.
Random mutation is not imperfect replication. Random mutation is independent of that.
It's a product of it.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I mean. You can't
That's
have
evolution.
one without the. I understand that's what you think it is, but what
I'm glad we're on
trying
the
to
same
tell
page then.
No, that's what you think. Yeah, I know. What I'm trying to tell you is that this like imperfectness is already like what's I don't know what's imperfect about it because it's already included within the model.
No, the model itself doesn't
the perfect
propose
God
that there
made
has
the
to be.
imperfect people because he's so perfect that he makes imperfect things.
You know
No,
what?
the
Just ignore that.
evolutionary model itself.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
Yeah,
The evolutionary model itself predicts that these things are going to happen. So calling them imperfect doesn't actually make sense.
Imperfect doesn't make a quality statement here, Joe. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. A quality
What
statement of
other does
imperfect
it mean?
replication
So
means that the DNA and RNA, as they communicate, are designed to replicate. We can take the DNA and the RNA from the previous cells and see that the new cells are not the same,
If-
leading to imperfect replication. This does not mean that it is an error, as it leads to deviations, not necessarily drawback.
so if I can
Well,
bridge
okay,
that
so
one for
why
you,
can't
Joe.
we call it perfect?
So you're expecting your kid to come out like with all the functions that every other human does, but in this case, like they may come up with web fingers, or they may end up with, color blindness, whatever the case may be. So that would be considered imperfect,
Conehead.
but it's not like a purpose-based judgment.
Correct. Yeah, I don't believe that there's any kind of like purpose, or like under the evolutionary theory, there's no purpose or direction or design or towardness, right? Like there's no like
Yeah,
the
we don't need
mutation. The
that. We can
mutation
figure it
isn't actually going toward anything, right? Most mutations are either deleterious or benign, and they're seldom ever like advantageous, right? What we would put, that's like our quality that we're putting on it, advantageous.
And then
right?
natural selection takes place, and the advantageous ones survive because they're able to reproduce more, thus making more of that version of that adaptation.
Buddy, can I
mutation.
ask you, what would be the evolutionary advantage of sodomy?
Is that evolution?
Everything's the product of evolution, right? According to the evolutionary atheist, right?
Okay, are the
No.
evolutionary atheists in the room with us right now, Joe?
I was going to say also, atheism
so.
doesn't mean you believe in
Technically,
evolution.
I am an anti-theist, so.
Not
But
Yeah, see, even worse.
How is an anti-theist worse than an atheist? Talk about judgment.
Because an atheist is at least no, I mean worse as in harder to defend.
Well, keep in mind,
Well,
Myta,
you
when
know
he
what?
says anti-theist,
I-
it's the belief, like it's not the same as the definition you use for theism versus atheism. So by his
I mean,
definition,
I-
atheist would be an anti-theist in your definition.
Okay.
I have a like, I don't believe in a god, and I have severe hatred for the church. That's what I mean when I say anti-theist.
So you don't hate any other type of like Hindu
I don't hate
god
the
or
people. I
Muslim?
hate the religion.
All of the religions or just
Yes.
one?
All
Oh,
of
you hate them all equally.
I don't believe in it. I
Okay.
don't believe. I hate all religion in general. That's what I mean by
Got
being an
it.
anti-theist. I
Okay.
dislike. I don't believe in the gods, and I hate the structures.
Okay.
That's what it means when I say anti-theist. I don't.
No, I
don't
already knew that, but some people, I guess, maybe don't have the same understanding.
Wouldn't you argue that you're an anti-theist, Joe? I know some religions you hate.
I don't.
We're all anti. We're
Yeah,
all
I guess if you
anti-theist.
wanted-
Except
Yeah,
I just
no,
went
technically-
war.
If you want to define it that way, technically, you could say I'm against some.
Who was the one that
theism,
said
yeah.
that? Was that CK? Was that CK Lewis or someone? I forget who said
Louis
that. It's like we're
CK?
all atheists.
Louis C.K.
Was it, Louis CK? Yeah, I love that line. Just like we're all.
I think
we're
we
all
all-
atheists. I just went one more than you.
I think here the one thing we have in common here is there's definitely one religion we all hate.
I'm
or
definitely
we all
not an
don't
atheist.
like.
I'm an omnitheist. I believe in all of them.
I don't know if everybody here hates a specific religion.
that
Who
be
do
a
we hate,
pantheist?
Joe?
Well, I don't know.
It's
do you-
omnitheism. We'll talk about
No,
it later.
not person, an ideology.
I don't know. I don't really hate any. Well, there are some ideologies I hate, but they're not religious in doctrine.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
yeah,
but
I don't
you can hate an ideology, right?
I don't really hate.
Sure.
I don't really hate
Yeah.
when it comes to the quote religious ideologies. Again, I hate the religious structure. Like if you want to, if
Same.
you consider yourself religious because you want to follow whatever imaginary man in the sky that makes you feel better. Cool.
No, I
I'm not
understand
gonna-
that you believe in you have a more umbrella like application of your belief. I'm just saying like when you get into people who just specifically argue one being true over another.
Isn't that what you
That's-
do?
Oh, that's just other people with.
That's
with,
what I'm
with
saying.
religion.
That's
I don't have
yeah,
religion.
I just think, well, I think all other religions are false. I think only mine is true.
Yeah, and I think none of them are true, like as we've already stated.
Right. You're
So,
on the opposite end of the spectrum. Yeah.
So in
basically.
like 24 years, when Islam is the dominant religion of the world, you're gonna sit there and say those damn Muslims and their Allah.
No, I have faith that's not going to happen. But I mean, total dominance
they are
wouldn't
out-
necessitate that, Christianity wasn't true, I guess. Because as long as his church doesn't fall, that means the gates of hell don't prevail. So that's all that needs to happen.
All right, so we're
That- or
getting
not
to
happen.
the natural end of this. So, like, any last thoughts? Any last questions? Anything specific?
No, I'm good.
glad you let- I'm glad you
think
said I
pretty
could,
much like tortured them on the questions they couldn't answer, like when does one clade become another, and they kind of like all spurged out, and I had a fun time with that. Yeah, I
You
know. I mean,
can't-
it's like I'm saying,
fine.
I could just keep on recycling these questions over and over again. They can't answer them. They never will, and that's why evolution is one of the most fun and most easy debates for me to do.
Based.
Thank you, Leith. I want to
If
say
you
thanks
were
for having
both.
me, by the way.
For sure. It's been
Good
a great
seeing you.
night. I had a blast.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and who do we raid out into tonight?
You can send them my way. I've just been playing. Although I am about to. Sorry, because it's 10 and I gotta go to bed.
Hey, cat ears, you're a fat.
That was extra special.
Yes.
I'm
yes,
gonna
I am.
raid Razor for that. What? I don't even see you. I don't even see you on. Okay, there it is. Razor Swipe G.
The, the,
Every
to,
damn
to
time.
answer that last little bit, yes, I am. Like I'm not gonna pretend.
There's no hate like Christian love.
True.
All right, rating
Well, it's
Razor.
me-
Appreciate all y'all.
me-
Thanks
me
for
and
coming
Margaret-
through. And by all means, catch you next time. Peace.